Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on this beautiful Monday morning to the America East Media Day here on the Field of 68. My name is Rob Dawser. I got Jeff Goodman with me. We are officially 2 weeks. Well, in 3 hours, we will be 2 weeks away from the start of the college basketball season, which will be happening right here on the Field of 68 with the Field of 68 opening day showcase out in South Dakota in Sioux Falls. We got the America East today, Jeff, better known as the conference you decided to leave behind when you moved down south.
I know. It's kind of sad that I'm not going to be able to go to a UMass Lowell game in a couple of weeks or see Vermont. I'll be making my way up to Boston a little bit during the season, so you never know. I might be able to catch a couple games from the America East.
Well, let's get into it here because I think it should come as no surprise to anybody that's paid attention to college basketball over the course of the last 2 decades that the UVM Catamounts are sitting here as the preseason favorite to win the conference. UMass Lowell came in second, and Bryant was number 3 in the preseason poll. Any shock there that the Catamounts, the Cats, are number 1 of the preseason poll, Jeff?
Well, since they have the longest active streak in the country, Robert, with 8 straight conference regular season titles, no, count me as not very surprised at all. In fact, I think John Becker could have a team with me, you, John Fana. We'll give him somebody good. We'll give him like T.O., and then we got to give him somebody who could play defense, John Henson. The 5 of us, I think John Becker might be able to take to a regular season title.
Possibly, potentially. We'll talk a little bit more about UMass Lowell and Bryant and the chances that both of those teams have to be able to make a run here, because I think both of them are actually going to be pretty good. My biggest question with Vermont, and we'll get into this more, we have Shamir Bogues joining us. We'll also be talking to John Becker right around, I believe that is about 10:45 at 11 o'clock in that area. What does UVM have to do to be able to pull off another upset, to be able to get another win in the NCAA tournament? Because it's one thing to get there, it's another thing to get to the second round.
I mean, it's about matchups, Rob. Like you got to get a little bit lucky. Last year they ran into Duke in the first round. That's not who you want to play. So you got to get a little bit lucky at that point because, again, it's all about matchups. They've got TJ Long, and again, we'll talk about this, John Becker and how he likes his team, but they've got some really good players coming back. And that's generally been the blueprint for John Becker, right? Is not having to completely reload or rebuild. But again, it takes a little bit of luck in terms of who you're going to draw in the first round.
Yeah, it just feels like eventually, they're going to have to break through. I think we went through this with Belmont for a little bit too, right? Where they were so dominant in their conference and they put together so many impressive winning seasons and they kept getting to the dance and we kept waiting for them to be the team, to be that Cinderella, to make that run. And it took a while for them to be able to break through. Eventually they did. It helped that they had a couple NBA players on the roster when they found a way to be able to win those games. UMass Lowell and Bryant, you've been around the UMass Lowell program. What is it about? Like, how has Pat Duquette been able to get this thing going? Because they are, I think they are now in their 11th year in Division One. So how has he been able to get it? The last couple of years, they've really kind of hit an apex here, 22 wins and 26 wins.
Yeah, I mean, it took him a little while to get going, but I think, again, once he has, I think it's built to sustain it now. You look at, and Pat Duquette learned from one of the best and Al Skinner and was around 2 of the best on his staff, which were Bill Cohn at Northeastern and Ed Cooley now at Georgetown. So, I think he's a guy who learned the right way to do things, the right way, and he's done it evaluating. I mean, evaluating's been a big part of it, and retention. Look at what he's got back this year. He's got some guys back that you would look at and say, like, I can't believe they weren't poached. Maybe they were tried to, teams probably tried to get him. But I think, Pat Duquette, you're around him and you see a guy that is adaptable and in some ways old school, but in other ways found a way to adapt. And I think that's kind of the beauty, even of like when you saw Al Skinner, right? Like Al Skinner was a ball coach, but like he didn't grind on guys. He didn't, he wasn't jumping guys. He wasn't going after them in terms of, wearing them down, things of that nature. So I think Pat Duquette learned the right way.
Yeah, you mentioned the roster that he has. Yuri Covington's a fifth-year guy. Quentin Mincy's a fifth-year guy. Max Brooks is a fifth-year guy. They brought in Anthony Blunt, another fifth-year guy. They got Xavier Leno and Cam Morris are both seniors. And then the guys that they brought in, Quincy Clark, Makai Gray, and Caleb Murphy, are all seniors or fifth-year guys. Their top 9 players in their rotation, Jeff, are going to be seniors or super seniors. And to me, if there's a year that they're going to find a way to be able to get this thing done and find a way to be able to pick off UBM, like it's this year. They've been kind of building to a crescendo, and this year is it. Last thing before we get into the all-conference teams here, I got to ask you about Bryant. I got to ask you about how Phil Martelli's son, the other Phil Martelli number 2, how he's been able to kind of to build this thing. Obviously, what happened last year in the fall with Jared Grosser around this time was not an ideal situation for the school, for the program, for the players, for the conference, for anybody, given the amount of talent that was on that Bryant roster. Martelli came in, got the job. I believe it was in mid-November, spent 6 weeks as kind of the interim, and then found a way to be able to finish in second, like put together a pretty good season, all things considering, when you think about what he went through in that offseason and what he dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, but again, I mean, you look at it, the bloodlines are there. The bloodlines are there. You knew. And, oh, by the way, he inherited a pretty good team with a guy named Earl Timberlake, who is coming back for what it seems like is his like 8th year, right? I mean, it seems like Earl.
I can't believe he's still there. I honestly can't believe he's still there. Like, it feels like he's been around, and maybe it's because we saw him on the circuit back in like when he was a sophomore and a junior, but it just feels like we've been talking about Earl Timberlake for the better part of a decade, and it's just, and he's still there. He's good too, man. He can play.
No, he's terrific, and that's part of the thing is like how many teams have a guy like Earl Timberlake that can do everything. Like that's the beauty. He's so versatile, and now again, you're talking about winning with older teams. That's the way you can knock off a team like Vermont in the America East, right? You've got to be old, and again, it helps to have a guy like Earl Timberlake and the kid Pinzone. Another, older guy, right? He was 6-man last year, and I'm curious to see how his role will change this season under Phil.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's get into the preseason first team All-America East team here. Marcus Banks from UMBC, Shamir Bogues from UVM, Max Brooks from UMass Lowell, who we just talked about a second ago, TJ Long, another guy from Vermont, and Earl Timberlake there. You can see it from Bryant. Shamir Bogues was named the preseason player of the year in the America East. We are going to be joined by Shamir in about an hour and a half here, coming up pretty soon. Are there any names there? Let me ask you like this, Goodman. Out of those names, you mentioned Earl Timberlake. Who are those guys should we really be paying attention to if you want to kind of have your eye on someone that can carry a team to a Cinderella run?
I mean, again, I think you're looking the easy picks here are Bogues and Timberlake, right? And TJ Long is another one, obviously from Vermont. But I would say Marcus Banks Jr. is the one from UMBC that's kind of the guy that maybe people won't talk as much about. But ultimately, Jim Ferry we know can coach. Okay, they had a rough year last season. Can they bounce back? They've got 8 returners this year, as opposed to last year having 11 newcomers. So I think Marcus Banks, who started his career at Western Carolina, right, goes to junior college, comes back to the D1 ranks, and has a really good year last year, averaging about 15 a game. Can he take the next step? Can he be a player of the year type this year? The only way he is obviously if UMBC starts winning more games. But I think he's that guy that, frankly, talent-wise, if he has enough around him this year, and that's going to be the key, is, again, they've got some retention unlike a year ago.
Yeah, one thing that is really interesting to me about this league is we've done a number of these media days and a number of programs in the mid-major ranks, and the number of players that were poached off of rosters by bigger programs is much lower in this conference than in other conferences that we've run into. Like you look at the one that immediately stands out to me is the Missouri Valley, where they only had one guy that was an all-conference player on any of their 3 teams last season coming back. And that's not the case here with the America East. You got some retention, you got guys coming back, and you have programs specifically. I'm just going to circle the teams, the top 3 teams in that league. All bring back a lot of really, really good players. And why do you think that is? Is it the education? Is it the program? Is it these cultures have developed culture? Like, what is it about these teams that have kind of allowed them to be able to get guys to come back?
Well, I think part of it is, with the Valley, there's not as many of those leagues in the Midwest. So they're going to poach, teams from the Valley, right? There's a bunch of, if you're a high major, you're the ACC, you're the Big East, you can go after A10, right? You can go after some of those teams that are probably a level up from the America East. And there's so many other leagues in the area. But I think part of it is, again, you got good ball coaches in this league, guys that players don't necessarily want to leave unless they're going to make big money. And I don't know, again, look at Deion Brown. Like that was a big one. That was a big hit, obviously, for UMBC. And that's where I think Marcus Banks Jr. can kind of jump up. But yeah, there's certain guys. The highest level players in any league right now are going to be gone after. Teams are going to go after him. And, Deion Brown left, but Marcus Banks probably wasn't at that level, right? They probably weren't going after him with enough money to take a guy like that, or maybe even Shamir Bogues.
Yeah, the one that stands out to me is the example of Sebastian Thomas, right? And Sebastian Thomas is a guy that averaged 20 points, 4 rebounds, and almost 5 assists last year. And where he ended up was back at URI where he was the year before. So maybe it's just something as simple as the right offer didn't come in for a lot of these programs. And I think that's great for the league. It's great for the retention. It's great for the lack of turnover. It's great for the specific fan bases. And look, I will tell you this. I think if you go to a UVM home game, if you go to a Bryant home game, like there are some crowds here that are passionate, that are packed, that will show up, that will be loud. So I think that certainly helps play a role in it as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no question. I mean, again, to me, it's somewhat about luck too, Rob. It really is. I mean, there's a luck factor in here too, that you want your players to be good, but not too good that they get poached, like Deion Brown. It's true.
It's like, no, you're not wrong. And it reminds me of, I specifically remember sitting with a mid-major coach at the Peach Jam, and he's watching his guy. I'm like, what are you doing here? Why are you here recruiting this? And he's like, you see that guy that's over there, the third guy over from the coach on the bench? He's like, yeah, that dude's really good. And I think we're going to get a commitment from him. And I'm just hoping that he doesn't play. So you see all of these guys over here that flew here on private jets. I don't want them to know how good he is. And it kind of feels like that when you're dealing with some of these mid-major players, which is like, it's an awkward position to be in, but it's also the reality of college basketball in 2024. So listen, we'll have more context on this later on. We're going to talk to each of these specific coaches about why they were able to bring back some of the guys they brought back. But before we do, we have the commissioner of the America East joining us here this morning. Brad Walker is going to be jumping here with us. Brad, it's good to see you, man. Good morning. Thank you for having us here. We're fired up about this league. How you doing, man? It's good to see you.
I'm doing good. I appreciate you guys that partnered up with us this year. I'm looking forward to this season as much as any of that I've been a part of.
Well, all right. So you've been the commissioner since 2021. I'm gonna hit you with a hard one right out of the gates here, Brad. You take over and all hell breaks loose within college athletics. What's it been like? And for those that don't know, listen, you played at Bentley. You've been in college sports for a long, long time with the OVC and the WCC as an associate commissioner. So it's not like you're new to it, but again, you are new to running a league, and man, it's been crazy over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and Jeff, I had that stint there where I left college athletics and went to the NBA and worked at the G League. And when I came back to college athletics, I thought it was going to be like what I left, and that's what had really. She spent a lot more time thinking about things having to do with the student athlete experience off the court and a little less time spending it on championships, more time on realignment than some other things that you typically, associate with the college athlete experience. So it's been a whirlwind for sure. Like a lot of commissioners that have changed over the last, 5 or 6 years, you're kind of waiting for to find out what our new normal is going to be. So it's exciting at the same time. We all kind of got into this job as leaders for some of these new challenges. I'm looking forward to see what comes next.
Brad, here's my question. Okay. Vermont has won the last 8 regular season conference championships in the America East. They've won 5 of the last 7 America East tournaments, and were the favorite to win it the year that the title game didn't happen because of COVID. When you are at this level, is it good to have a program that's this dominant because of the national brand recognition that I think everybody knows who Vermont is, a large part because TJ Sorensen hit one from the parking lot, right? Or is it something where that kind of diminishes the value of the rest of the league? Like, we know how good Bryant and UMass Lowell are, but until they unseat Vermont, I don't think a lot of people are going to realize that. Is it a good thing to have that level of dominance at the top of the league?
I think it's a good thing to have the brand and have consistent success that people can associate with your league. Like, winning is what happens in the America East, and Vermont has been that standard the last 8 years. I think what's important for us is that they can't be alone in the level of success that they're having. It was a big step in that direction. I mean, we had the best KenPom we've had in almost 10 years. We had 3 teams significantly improve their nets in Binghamton, Maine, and New Hampshire. I think the middle and the lower end of our league over the last 10 years, based on success metrics, need to improve enough. Then the top end of our league the last few years has competition in league play. They're playing against teams that are already coming in with better nets, better RPIs, and better success than they have in previous years. So the brand recognition has really been beneficial to the league. I think we just have to have a smaller gap, maybe some of the success they've had at the top and what we've had in the middle and towards the bottom.
So then let me ask you this, Brad. What do you do to try to help the rest of these teams? I think specifically this year, for me, it's Lowell and Bryant, who both have a chance. They got veterans, they got guys coming back, they got all league guys coming back. What can you do to try to help not just them, but like the other teams in the league get up to that level? How are you doing that? I mean, look, college basketball, man. You played at Bentley. I respect D2 hoops. Goodman doesn't. I do. So I know basketball.
Here we go again.
What are you doing to help?
Yeah. I think the best from a conference office perspective, it's keeping them in the exposure helps a lot. When we're doing good things, we got to share the good with people about what's going on. We got to share that we had wins over Florida Atlantic last year and South Florida last year and Charleston and playing these big MTE events that give us the exposure we need to show the level of basketball that we're playing in this league. So from a conference perspective, how can we assist our institutions, our coaches, and getting those opportunities? And then when you get in those opportunities, I mean, we keep score for a reason. They're going to have to perform when they get that exposure. Best thing we can do is create a platform where they're participating in it.
All right, so Brad, we were trying to figure out why the America East had success in retention last year. Obviously you had Deion Brown leave for Boston College, but a lot of the top players stuck around, which is a rarity. We've done a bunch of these media days, and it's honestly most of the first team, second team all-league players are gone. You haven't really had that issue this year. We can't really figure out why. What I told Rob was it's almost like you want your players to be really good, but not like too good, like Deion Brown, where the high majors are going to go after him. Have you been able to kind of figure out why?
Yeah. What's interesting about it? I was looking at you guys where we brought back about 8 or 9 of our top 15 players from last year. Some of them were lost by graduation, but we didn't lose a lot in the transfer portal. And me and some of my staff went around to our institutions. I think we got really good coaches. We got a good mixture of some vet coaches, the Jim Ferrys, Pat Duke, the Beckers, the Nathan Davises, some former coach of the years in either this league or previous leagues. And then we got some young guys who are like made for this new environment of college athletics recruiting and retention that have been able to really create some relationships still with these young student athletes to where I can get done what I need to get done. We're not offering the most in NIL and packages and all that kind of stuff, the retention tools that maybe you have. But we're trying to get there. We're trying to keep up. But I mean, I think some of these kids are, like the coaches that they're playing for, see an opportunity to compete here and an opportunity to participate in the postseason. So they don't need to go somewhere else to go.
How are you working with some of the coaches on staff to navigate this new world of the transfer portal and the media eligibility and NIL and all of that?
Yeah, this one is an education piece as much as we can. And I'll tell you, like, from a conference perspective, we educate them from the NCAA landscape, what we're hearing from other commissioners, peers, stuff like that. They're educating us too. They're on the front lines out there actually doing the recruiting, trying to keep those kids on campus. I can speak to them maybe from the university president perspective and how they're seeing it, because everybody's trying to navigate in this uncertain environment to get better and improve. And like I said, we're trying to win out here. The best we can do is provide them the tools as to how they can still do it and still do their job. Their jobs have changed so much over the last few years. It's not just about the X's and O's on the court. It's a lot of other factors to win games.
All right, so as a former player, I'm going to ask you, if you're running college basketball right now, I want one thing that you would change on the court, and then one thing you would change off the court, which I know we've already kind of talked about, some of the issues, but is there one in particular that you think needs to be addressed?
Boy, that's a tough one. The on the court, this is as a player, but this is also kind of a player that's now become a basketball fan. I'd love to see more innovation with the game, but that's the professional side of me, like looking at different things to make this as entertaining as possible. I'm a member of the men's basketball oversight committee, and just thinking through different ideas to keep this game there's so many entertainment options out there for people to watch. I'm committed to college basketball and how to make this an enjoyable experience for the student athletes, but also an enjoyable experience for someone who's watching the game over time. That's on the court. Off the court, it's everything that we've been working to do. Like, how do you create this great student athlete experience, but also, change with the times? We're in a different space, trying to get this in the best possible position to support the kids, but also have a structure that we can follow where we have a level playing field across all of Division I.
Brad, here's my question, okay? See this right here? We're called the Field of 68, right?
Okay.
I have these nice shirts. I have my mic flags here. We have the logos on the screen that you can see. And they're talking about tournament expansion. These guys are messing with all of my merch. Do you think it's going to happen? What is your kind of take on potentially expanding the field?
I think there's going to be a lot of time looking at it and looking at whether modest makes sense. I think you're really messing with the good when you're talking about, for us in particular, America East. I'll speak from my experience. The access and the real opportunity to win games within this event. I think you might be starting to water it down if you get too big, but there's probably some room for some modest expansion in there. And when you have teams that have performed at a high level like we have had over the last 10 years, modest expansion may be more opportunities for leagues like ours. So I'm optimistic in that, even if it's modest. I mean, there's a place for us in that to have some success.
I don't know.
Well,
I'm worried, Brad.
You're
Brad,
worried.
I'm worried. Okay. Before Rob goes, I'm concerned that Sankey and these other guys are trying to push you out, and I'm fighting for the little guy here. While Doster doesn't care as much about the little guy, I care about the little guy. I'm going to fight and fight and fight, and if Sankey wants to take it in a dark alley, I'm ready to go.
I appreciate it. So I've learned here that don't care about the little guy and don't care about Bentley. I'm concerned. No, listen, I like to believe that there's going to be room enough for all of us to have our place within this tournament. So I think we'll be in a good spot.
Well, here's my proposal. If we're going to expand it, right, I don't want to see more power conference at large bids. We don't need like a 6-12 team from the SEC make it into the NCAA tournament. If we're going to expand it, let's let some of these auto bids from the major leagues get in so that Vermont doesn't have to, they can go 15-1 in the America East and they can get in the tournament without having to go 3 for 3 in the America East tournament, right? I think you put value on the regular season that way, and you get more mids. And then you know what you do? You're going to get more of these Cinderella runs. Everybody loves seeing St. Peter's make it to the Elite Eight, right? That's fun. That's why we watch college basketball.
Rob, how about this? If any team goes undefeated in the regular season, there should be an automatic berth. Like, to me, that should be a given. You go undefeated, you run the table, you should be automatic berth into the NCAA tournament. I don't know how you do this whole thing, but I'm just trying to hopefully fight for the little guys in this, because there's going to be a day when they try to get rid of the Cinderellas in the NCAA tournament, and the tournament is not the same. We know that. Like, what does everybody love about the NCAA tournament? They love Vermont beating Syracuse, other than Bayonne.
Well, and you guys are hitting it spot on. I mean, what is the NCAA tournament if it isn't UMBC Virginia in the championship? I mean, that is iconically what the NCAA tournament is about. And I'm on the same boat with you guys. I think it's going to get harder over time. The regular season scheduling is hard. It's going to be harder to identify which teams are that much better than others. You can't leave the mid-majors out that go 15-1 and 16-0 in their league. That's any coach 1 through 362 is going to tell you that's tough to do, and they deserve a shot in the actual 64, let alone the 68. Once you get to that 72 and higher number, you got to make sure that institutions that are performing the way that some of our have a place in the main field.
Brad, here's the pitch. If anybody asks, here's the pitch. Okay. Every single team that has lost to a number 16 seed has made it to the national championship game the next year. That's all you got to say. It's a guarantee. It locks it in. You lose to a 16, you're getting to the title game. You're playing today in college basketball.
That's the pitch. I'll make note of that one. That's right. That's right. Now, it's funny. Like you said, we've got our stories. We've got our Syracuse, Vermont. We've got our UMBC, Virginia, and then after that, you see your FDUs. You see I think enough mid majors have shown that given the opportunity on any given night, we can come out, perform, and we can be a storyline within this one of the best events, if not the best events in sports in the world.
All right, last one I got for you, man. You're a basketball guy. You know hoop. What is it going to take for Vermont and John Becker to break through and pick off one of those upset wins, to pull a TJ Sorrentine from the parking lot, to pull a UMBC, to get a win in the because he's more than due. He is overdue at getting himself a win in the big dance. Yeah,
knocking on the door. To be honest with you, Rob, I think it's just a matter of time. Like, after a while, you get enough shots at it. You're going to pull through on the other side. I've been at 3 of these games now, courtside, watching us be in games up to a certain point. And at some point, you just got to get over the hump. I'm a Milwaukee person now, born and raised. And so watching that Marquette game versus Vermont, I'm going in the first half thinking we got a shot. And then you get into that second half and, ball bounces the wrong way. And you're like, man, okay, now we're moving on to the next year. But enough shots at the apple, and you're bound to get over the hump. He's got enough talent there. He's been coaching a long time there at a high level. It's just a matter of time.
Well, listen, Brad, we appreciate you jumping on. We appreciate you hanging out. And keep that pitch in mind, man. If you need me to help you put together a slide deck, whatever.
A presentation. Okay.
You being here, man. Best of luck this season.
Thanks, and I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. I'll be watching all day, guys.
You got it.
Thanks.
All right, Jeff. We're back. We're going to be hearing from some of these coaches now coming up. They say, Jeff, that Jersey Mike's is a sub above, but I would say that Jersey Grant Billmeier, the guy that we have coming on next, is a cut above it all. So we'll be joined by NJIT head coach Grant Billmeier here in just a second. And there he is, the legend, the man of the hour, Grant Billmeier.
I didn't think I would see you. I would think I would have to see you big at like Peace Jam or something. I didn't think I'd be able to see you guys. So glad you guys could squeeze me in.
Likewise.
Well, listen, Grant, to be honest, the only reason that we did this deal where we partnered with the America East was to make sure that we were able to sit here and talk to you for the next 15 minutes. That's why we got this deal done, man.
It must be an off day for UConn down, so that's it. You must have cleared your. You must have checked with the UConn staff. I know you got the UConn shirt on underneath, and so I'm glad they could take a day off.
Hurley doesn't return his texts or calls anymore. I think he's going to file a restraining order against us.
That's some good stuff.
All right, let's talk about your team, Grant. Tariq Francis, America East Rookie of the Year. He's coming back. How important was it to get this guy, your guard, your star, your freshman, to come back for another season?
Huge. I mean, I think the biggest thing at our level is, we have a hard time getting transfers. So, we're going to do it the old school way. We're going to bring in a lot of freshmen. And the thing for us going forward is going to be, player retention. The fact that he did have success, was one of the top scorers in the America East. Had 31 Vermont in a win, had 26 UMass Lowell, the two top teams. There would definitely have been opportunities for him out there, but he comes from a grounded family that understood. Kind of last spring of his high school, they were looking for a high school, they were looking for an AU team. We gave him an opportunity, and they also were in the family that first sign of success, they're going to run for something bigger, and they understand he's got a lot of things he's got to work on. So it was huge for me and obviously for the program to get a guy that, had success and that has played in, 27 games or how many games we played in last year to return.
Hey, Grant, if I didn't know better, looking at your 3-point percentage last season, I would think that you would have played on this team last year. How much did you – it was year one. I mean, listen, for anybody that wants to knock you, again, it's year one. I know you're going to do a great job rebuilding this thing, getting back. But how much of getting shooters in there, obviously, in this day and age, it's hard to win without guys who can shoot the ball from deep. But how much was that, something that you were concentrating on with this freshman class?
Yeah, definitely. I want to shoot the three. I think we're shooting too many right now. I don't think we're taking good ones. I think we got to wheel about it. But yeah, it's definitely something. I think the kid Jake Goldberg. He played out of position a lot. So he played anywhere from the 2 to the 3 to the 4. He's been shooting the heck out of the ball every day in practice. So I think he's going to make a huge jump from year one to year two. Tariq shot 36% through East play. So having those two guys, they're going to have to be on the court for me at the time. Now, I had a answer in a kid, Tristan Wennerstein, a kid from Ithaca College who shot over 40% this year and really stretched the floor. And those three guys will be on the court for me a majority of the time. And they are all shot makers. Those guys, and then being able to add some different pieces. I thought we didn't have much athleticism, so I went out and got a kid, Tim Moore, who's vertically as any kid I've ever been around. So I like the additions. We were very shooting, trying to add shooting, but also, not just getting caught up in that, getting caught up in some athleticism. Or it's Bryant, like Lowell or Vermont. Besides needing guys to shoot, you also need athletes to guard those guys at them on the glass.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting about the team you kind of have built here, and you touched on it a little bit, but you have 6 sophomores and 6 freshmen on the roster. You plug a couple holes with a couple grad transfers coming in, but you are really just building this thing in your vision. How do you – we talked about this earlier. We talked about with the commissioner. Retention has been something that's worked well in the America East in the last year or two. How do you continue that? How do you make sure that these guys that you bring in and develop stay and continue to develop?
Rob, I wish I had the answer for that. I don't. And the recruiting is so much different now. When I was at Seton Hall, it was, pretty much every player minus, an Isaiah Whitehead, someone like that. It was, a 4-year plan. When I recruit guys, I tell them this is how as freshmen. When I bring recruits on official visits in the fall, I tell them I don't know who's going to be on the team next year, because it's just kind of the reality of the situation. We develop these kids. You want to see them grow up from freshmen and walk them out and have the teary from the coaches, the players, the family, and really say, we remember you as a 17-year-old kid, us, and we've seen you grow into this young man. But unfortunately, the reality is, if guys can level up and go somewhere, and I think it's going to be very hard to keep them here. The reality of the situation. Just try to develop them, try to get the most out of them, and if they're an ability, to level up and go higher, that's great. It's great for us, and but there's nothing you can really do to really control it. Hopefully we can get some things going in the right direction. But at the end of the day, man, you have to do these kids, from a year-to-year basis and get the most out of them you can, and then at the end of the season, see things fall.
December 4th, Grant. Have you circled it on your calendar?
Not, every game, is a huge task. So, obviously, returning to Seton Hall, it will be so great there, but it's about the players, man. I had a run there, as a player, as an assistant coach. Seton Hall is obviously in great hands with Coach Holloway. But then for these, the Prudential Center is 3 minutes from here. So I got to put them in a great spot to try and go out and compete that game. But we have a loaded schedule. I mean, we open up with Penn, and, Steve's a heck of a coach, and he's got a great program. And then a few days after that, we got Villanova and so on and so forth. So if I just have that game circled, there will be a lot of L's between now and then. So I got to, prepare us. I got it for November 4th and not look ahead to December 4th, because it's a brutal non-conference. I look at my schedule up on my board every day, and I just ask myself, what the heck was I doing? But it'll be good. Being that we have a young team, we're going to have to understand that there's going to be some losses early, but we have to continue to grow from it. And hopefully, by the time January comes around, our freshmen and our sophomores know what they're doing. That's my main hope with the non-conference, that, styles to prepare us, for conference play.
So I made fun of your team's three-point shooting earlier. I think you guys ranked 335th last year in three-point percentage. I look back at your career stats, Grant. You did attempt 1-3 in your career, your junior year. The only time you shot, my guess is either shot clock was running down or it was like a heave from half. What was it?
Yeah, shot clock was winding down. I think we're up. I let it fly. had I made one, I would have made the argument that I'm 2% from three, and I would definitely would more. Yeah, I was an elbow to in guy, Jeff.
Did it hit the rim?
It did. Yeah, it definitely hit the rim.
I've done a lot of that. I've hit the rim a lot in my basketball playing days. I do want to ask you about the transfers that you brought in. You brought in a guy from Benedict, D2 transfer, and a guy from Ithaca, D3 transfer. How do you help them adjust to the Division I level? Because that's a step up in terms of competition. It's a step up in terms of attention that they're going to be getting. It's a step up in terms of athleticism. What do you do to help them make that transition to NJIT?
Yeah, the biggest thing is, I try to make my practices very competitive. Really I try to play at a fast pace. To just kind of get them acclimated to what the game speeds are going to be. We try to watch a ton of film with these guys. We're going to, after practice today, probably going to watch the first half of our scrimmage against Marist and just show these guys the differences and certain to get away with. Shot goes up at the Division 2, Division 3 level. You run to the rim and rebounding. You're the biggest guy and you're as athletic as everyone. But at this level, everyone has your speed and athleticism, and if you don't do the little things, you're going to be in trouble, because stuff like that has to translate to this level.
What have you challenged Tariq with to get? I mean, he had such a good year last year, but again, everybody talks about that freshman to sophomore jump. Where does he have to make that?
I just think overall, point percentage, very point percentage for us. We probably would be dead last in the NC if it weren't for him. Taking better twos, being more efficient around the rim, getting his assist up, on-ball defense. So there's certainly a lot of error. He did a lot of really good things for us, but there's certainly a lot of areas he's improved for himself and as well for this team to have team success.
All right, the other two sophomores I wanted to ask you about, Sebastian and Levi. They say, granted, the best thing about freshmen is that they become sophomores, right? Where are you
Absolutely.
kind of expecting a breakout from those two? Where do you want to see them improve? And if they can get up to the point where I think it was Levi was an all A-East rookie, right? If you can get
Yeah.
those guys close to that all conference level, what does that do for your program?
Oh, that would do tremendous wonders. Sebastian and Tariq, they were both my point guards last year. Sebastian played very well non-conference. I think our first win of the season, he had 25 against Delaware State. He had some really good non-conference games. He kind of hit the freshman wall, and when he hit the freshman wall, Tariq kind of started figuring things out. Tariq's game went one way, Sebastian's game went, the other way. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to play them together. I just think, if you look at our teams at Seton Hall, we always had two perimeter guys, whether it was Kadeem Carrington, Isaiah Whitehead, Miles Powell, or Quincy.
Mm-hmm.
We always had two guys that could play off one another. And just having two guys that can play pick and rolls, two guys that can pass, dribble, shoot, I just helps you. And as I play the two of those guys together, they're going to be on the court together a lot. And then Levi was kind of an interesting one because, my assistant, Tom Messenger, who was the head coach at Hargrave before coming here, he said, hey, there's mounds. I played against him like 3 times last year. The kid wants to come here and be a walk-on. I was like, all right, have him come up, play open gym. Came up, played open gym. Thought he could be a really good walk-on, and maybe eventually down the line, sophomore, junior year, he'll play. But he had a lot of injuries last year, so he went being a guy that we were scrambling a week before school, to find this kid a bed. A kid, when we got into conference play and we had injuries, that he'd be starting center. And the good that is it's going to prepare him for year 2. He had to play a lot out of position, had to me last year. And this year, he'll be able to be at the 4 spot. And from a rebounding and standpoint, we'll be able to play a guy that, played the 5 last year and be able to move him into the 4. So it should be a better opportunity to rebound the basketball more.
All right, I reached out to your former head coach, your former boss, Kevin Willard, and was looking for some dirt on you. And he told me to make sure to ask Grant, why were you the last one to leave official visit dinners?
Oh, because I know exactly what he's talking about. So it was Jared Roden's official visit, and they brought out the lava cake. I think we brought out like 3 lava cakes. It was someone's birthday. I wanted to make sure I got a little extra of that. So that was one particular time that we would go to the Chart Hall, and if you know the Chart House in Weehawken, they got the hot lava cake. It like takes 30 minutes. That was a very good dessert. It requires staying after, make sure the check got paid. And I think Jared Roden, I think he's going on his 3rd year now in the NBA. That was a very good. I think that was an official visit all around.
Wait, are you a double dessert guy? Is that official? Goodman's a double dessert guy.
No, but one of those things. It was kind of just on there on the table. I'm not a person leaving food behind, especially not at this level where every penny counts. You can't leave a good dessert behind.
I agree.
If you're ever
my
in
motto.
the area, you're in the wee.
That's my motto in life.
Exactly, man. Work hard, man.
Sorry. In the Army, they say never leave a man behind, and at NJIT, they say never leave a dessert behind.
Exactly.
All right, Grant, listen, man, we appreciate you being here. It's great to see you. Best of luck this season, all right? And I hope you get that win on December 4th.
I appreciate it. All right, fellas, be good, man. Great seeing you guys.
Thanks, Grant.
Take care, man. That was Grant Billmeier, NJIT head coach, and a big fan of the. I'm glad that you found a partner with this whole double dessert thing too. So I know that made you.
I do triple. Remember, I did triple the other day in Vegas. Still, Grant's a step behind me.
Oh man! All right, we're going to be joined next by Chris Markwood, Maine head coach, another guy that you you are friends with from the Boston College days. Like it's I don't know how many times I'm going to have to listen to you talk about Al Skinner and this coaching staff and how great they are. Chris, what's going on, man? We have your biggest fan here, Jeff Goodman.
Can't hear anything right now.
We're trying to get Chris so he can hear our audio now. But yeah, listen, Chris is one of those guys that I've said a rising star in this business. Wasn't too hard to figure that out years ago when he was an assistant, and what he's done at Maine so far has been absolutely ridiculous. 28 wins in a 2-year span. That's the most they've won in 2 years, Rob, since 2009 to 2011. Chris, can you hear us?
I can. Great to see you guys.
He's here. All right. What's going on, man? I was saying that we have your biggest fan, Jeff Goodman, here.
Me and Jeff, I've known Jeff a while. I've been very fortunate to know him over the years living down in Boston. So,
fortunate is not the word that I would use.
How about this? So, in 2 weeks from today, Chris, you will head to Durham, North Carolina, and you will face the Duke Blue Devils in what is going to be a complete circus because of a kid named Cooper Flagg, who, oh, by the way, hails from Maine. The whole family does. I think they moved out of Maine recently, a year or so ago, because like me, they couldn't take the winters anymore. What is that going to be like? Because again, I love the matchup, right? Maine playing Cooper Flagg in his college debut. It couldn't be better than that.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, I do think there's going to be a great buzz. It's going to be an electric atmosphere with Cooper's first home game at Duke against, his mother's alma mater. And just a place that, he grew up coming to games at Maine, and they're from 30 minutes south of our campus. So they know our school really well. There's a unique relationship there. So a lot of people from our state will be down there rooting for both sides, I'm sure. It's going to be a great opportunity for us. And like you said, just a great atmosphere. Anytime you go into that arena, you kind of know what it's going to be. But I think there's a little added energy coming with the whole Cooper situation.
How do you stop him, Chris? What's the scouting report? You've seen him play a ton. Go ahead, Give me the scouting report, how to stop Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, hard to do, obviously. I've watched him play since I got the job up here, since he was 15. Just a tremendous talent. Does a lot of things really well, and I think that's what makes him great. There's really not a lot of holes in his game. Everybody wants to talk about his shooting. I do think he's going to show this year that that's going to be on another level as well. But I think first and foremost with him, he's dynamic in transition. He's dynamic with the ball in his hands, getting downhill. So as best as you can, you got to try to keep him out of the paint. Keep a body in front of him in the rim and make him be a facilitator, which he's really good at too. But it's going to be a hard task for us. It's going to be a hard task for everybody this year. We haven't really dove into that scout as much yet, but we'll get there here soon.
I do like, Jeff, how the very first question on America East Media Day, where we're talking about a guy that finished tied for fourth in the league last year, is about the hometown kid that didn't stay home. Like, it's just rub it in his face. That's why you've been such good friends with Jeff Goodman for this long. Let me ask you this, Chris. You got Kellen Tynes coming back, 2-time America East Defensive Player of the Year. Where has he gotten better? Where have you developed his game on the offensive end this offseason?
Yeah, I mean, I think offensively he's gotten incrementally better every year. Obviously he's great with the ball in his hands in terms of making plays for himself off the bounce or his teammates. I think, he's a very underrated passer. He's been right around 4 assists a game for us both years he's played for us. But I think, the big steps that he has to continue to make is, can he consistently make shots from the 3-point line and stretch defenses? And once he's able to do that, I think he becomes really hard to guard because of how quick he is off the bounce and the decision making that comes with him when he does get in the paint. And he's worked really hard at it. He's in there every day. He's the leader one of the key leaders to our group, and he definitely leads by example. So excited to see a jump for him there. But I think also in terms of leadership is continuing to be a big area of growth for him. I mean, he's always been a tremendous leader naturally. But I just think heading into year 3, he's really ready to kind of really steer the ship with this group. And, he plays with an edge. It's who he is as a person. And our team definitely needs to continue to take on that identity.
I mean, I love the complexion of this team. I like it because, again, you brought back, basically 6 of your top 8 guys, right? You add a few transfers, you add a few freshmen that you're going to hope to, build and retain. I mean, is this kind of the blueprint for what – and I know you didn't – Peter leaving to go to New Mexico State, you would have loved to retain him as well, but nobody can keep everybody these days. Is this kind of the way you want to do it in the future in this day and age of college hoops?
Yeah, definitely. I've been very consistent on that. I know some people are going all the way in on the transfer portal, and it's going to be different for everybody. I think here at Maine, every school is a unique situation, and you got to kind of do it a certain way. I think for us, a mixture of a little bit of everything is going to be how we have to do it. I still want to recruit high school kids, and we basically brought in at minimum 2 freshmen a year. We'll continue to do that for the stability of the program. And try to develop those guys through their time here, and hopefully get better. But also, finding the right fits in the transfer portal. And we've been able to do that really every year. Really excited about the 3 guys that we got coming in this year too. I think they're going to be really good fits for us in what we're trying to do. But I like the group. I like the roster makeup. I think it brings good depth for us and really good versatility. And I think we have an opportunity to kind of, hurt people in different ways this year, more so than we have our first 2 years. But you said it. I think it's all going to start with our core returning guys. Those 6 guys that you mentioned. Losing Pete Filipovich and Christian Freibergs were 2 big pieces for us the last 2 years. And Jashante Wright McLeish is another guy who started for us my first 2 years here. Like, all those guys were very good for us our first 2 years. And we had to fill those spots, but we like the guys that have come in and think that they'll be able to kind of hit the ground running with our program.
You talk a little bit about retention. Who are some of the guys that are coming back that have maybe impressed you in this offseason? Who got better? Who do we need to kind of circle on the roster right now?
Yeah, we talked about Kel. I think our 2 guards are, really our foundational pieces and have been. Kellen Tynes and Jaden Clayton, both those guys have just continued to get better each year they've been here. I think we've talked about Kel already, so I'll talk about Jaden. I think he's one that has just really consistently shown growth each year, and I'm really excited about what he's going to bring to the table as a junior. He took major strides last year in terms of just his overall game, defensive side of the basketball. Offensively, I think he's, in his first 2 years, he's led our league in total assists the last 2 years. So that's kind of what he does. High IQ, great facilitator, great creator for others. But I think offensively last year, he took a big jump. And once we got in the league, shot the ball, very consistently from 3 and as well as in the mid-range. So I think you're going to see another jump from him. Excited about that. His leadership is a big part of it for us too, along with Kel. And then I think the 2 wings that transferred into us last year, AJ Lopez and Keon Burns, they're 2 long, really talented offensive players that both showed great stretches for us last year and throughout the year. AJ was playing really well for us in the non-conference before he ended up dislocating his shoulder and missed about a 5-week stretch leading into Christmas, which kind of set him back. But he was playing great before he got hurt, and we were playing well as a team at the time. And then Keon Burns was a guy that had really good stretches too and finished the year averaging in 18 minutes a game, averaged 13 points a game, shot over 40 from 3 in our last 6 games of the regular season. So he really finished the year playing really strong, and he's a very talented 6'6", 6'7" wing too. So those 2 guys, I think, internally are going to make major jumps, not only because they've worked really hard on their game, but as you guys know, you need opportunity to do that. And this year they're more prepared to be consistent on both sides of the ball, which is going to allow them to be out there more. I think they're going to play big roles, play a lot of minutes, and with that, you're going to see them shine. So excited about them. And I think we have some other guys that, internally that people don't know much about. that have gotten better. A kid like Logan Carey was a freshman for us last year, played a small role, but is going to play a bigger role this year. He's very similar to the other guards that we have, quick, athletic, can play off the bounce and get in the lane, two-way guard. I'm excited about him. He would be the one probably that a lot of people have maybe seen a little bit but don't know a lot about. And then we got some other guys that haven't played much that I think are going to actually play big roles. A kid like Keelan Steele, who's been in our program for 2 years but has had 2 foot surgeries and had the red shirt for 2 years. He's coming at the 5 spot. He's had a very productive preseason for us, and I'm expecting big things from him. So there's a bunch of guys there that we're excited about. But as you guys know, until the lights go on, you're not quite sure what you're going to get from some of those young guys.
All right, I want to play a little comparison game here with you, Chris. You played at Maine, and you graduated. You scored 303 points in your career. You also shot 32% from 3. You were 38 for 120 in your college career. So you made 38 threes and scored 303 points. Somebody else in your household scored 1,195 points and made 131 threes. That was your wife, Ashley. So
yeah.
Who's the better shooter in the family?
Definitely different pass there. As you're throwing out those numbers, Jeff, I mean, I only played about a year and a half in college, so let's.
Well, we don't need to make it fair. We don't need to make this thing fair here.
Definitely, my wife. She'll be the first one to tell you that too. But no, she had a great career, as you said, and we're definitely a basketball family. But he had a tremendous career. Went to the NCAA tournament, scored over 1,000 points. Was a great shooter and player here, and as a college coach, it's obviously amazing to have a basketball wife in the house that kind of understands what we're going through.
Hey, was she really on Survivor? Right. Was she on Survivor years ago?
Yeah, she was. She did a lot of unique things coming out of college, and ended up doing Survivor. I think it was my last year here as an assistant at Maine that she was on the show and finished 4th, was really close to making it to the finale. So, yeah.
Cool.
Last one I got for you, Chris, is you spent 3 seasons on staff at Vermont. What is it about that program that has allowed them to kind of have the sustained success that they've had? And how do you get Maine to that, maybe not to 8 straight regular season championships level, but how do you get them up to that level, the same level that Vermont is at right now?
Yeah, I mean, I was very blessed to have an opportunity to go there. When Coach Becker got the job, he gave me a call and asked me to come within league, and it was a hard decision at the time, but I think really helped change the trajectory of my career, and played a big part in my career. And he's a close friend and mentor still to this day. But I think what their program starts with is the people, and I've really tried to stress that here at Maine. I mean, and since I've been there, I can't speak for all the teams before I was there, but I know Coach Brennan did it the same way. The type of people that they attract and recruit there, just high character, hardworking, good people, good families that they've kind of built their program on over the years. And then from there, there's been a lot of stability with Coach Becker, obviously being there as long as he's been, but also him transitioning from Coach Lonergan's staff. Coach Lonergan had a great run at Vermont, and really coached up that group hard, and they won a lot of games. And Coach Becker took a lot of that accountability and toughness that had kind of been built in the program when he was there as an assistant. He brought that on and then kind of threw his own spin. I mean, you guys know JB, he's a tremendous person, just a really genuine guy. I think the relationships that he builds with his guys allows him to really, coach them hard and hold them accountable. And everybody that comes into that program understands that when they show up. And to me, that's kind of been the secret sauce: the people, the accountability and the standards that they set. Don't really let those guys fall short of that. And I think for us at Maine, I think it's, the run that they're on is historical. It's not easy to do, but I think for us, if we're to get there, it's going to be built on those same pillars, around really good people that really want to embrace what we're about here at Maine. And then developing within. I think that's been a big part of Vermont's thing. They've retained their guys, even in this new landscape. JB hasn't lost his guys. His key guys have stayed, going back to Anthony Lamb, who could have went anywhere, So I think a lot of it is that the relationship piece, the type of people you're bringing in, and then the standards and how you hold them accountable to that is kind of what's driven that program and what obviously we're trying to do here at Maine as well.
Hey, have you seen Becker in this band? Like, was he in this band back when you were an assistant for him? Is he a drummer or no?
I think I know a lot of the guys that he gets down with in this band, but they hadn't really formed a group yet. But yeah, JB's always he's got an eclectic side that he kind of keeps on the low a little bit. That us that are close with him kind of knows that's there. But again, I think that's what's great about him and kind of what makes him unique is just the person that he is, and that's definitely one piece to him. Yeah, I know they have a lot of fun with it.
Well, listen, Chris, it's great to catch up, man. It's good to see you. Best of luck this season. We'll be rooting for you guys down there in Maine. And again, I apologize for Goodman. The first thing he says to you is, "Hey, remember that kid from Maine that you couldn't get?"
Yeah, he's not the first, Rob. He's not the first, and he definitely won't be the last till the next couple of weeks. So.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
We appreciate the time, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
That's Chris Markwood, Maine head coach, heading into his third season running the Black Bears program. We're going to be joined here in just a minute by Pat Duquette, UMass Lowell head coach, coming off of a 22-10 season, 11-5 in the America East, finished tied for second in the conference. Goodman, you've been around that Lowell program. You've seen them play up close in person. 48 wins the last 2 years. If you include the America East tournament, I believe they've won 26 games against America East competition the last 2 seasons. How has he kind of gotten this thing to the point that it's at right now?
I mean, it's amazing. One of the more underrated jobs in America for what he's done there. Years ago, probably 15, 20 years ago, I ran a prep school tournament at UMass Lowell back when Ken Barra was the head coach, and they made the transition in the Division I ranks, and obviously you knew it was going to be tough early, and it was. But again, I think the key for Pat Duquette is really, really, really good coach, really, really, really good evaluator. And if you give him retention, and that's going to be the key for this, right? Like, they've done it again. I mean, they brought some of their top guys back, and that probably surprises some people. But if you give him retention and enable him to be able to develop some of these guys, they're going to be in the hunt every single year. And they've obviously been in the third title game in the last 4 years. So Duke has done an incredible job there. Not only just, the one-off, right? You thought early on it might be a one-off at UMass Lowell because it's a hard place to recruit to. And again, the resources may not be there like there are in some of the other programs in this league, but he's done an incredible job.
Yeah, and it's not just the retention. It is the fact that they've gotten old. They've stayed old. We mentioned it a little bit in the open. There's 3 fifth-year seniors that are coming back that averaged double figures last year. Cam Morris is back. He averaged double figures last season. They brought in the guy, Makai Gray, who was a fifth-year grad transfer, double figures at NJIT last season. Kayla Murphy had transferred to Paul. Quincy Clark. There's a lot of bodies and a lot of veteran pieces on this roster, Jeff.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this is a team that's built to compete for one of the top spots in the league again. This is a team with Quentin Mincy back and Max Brooks and Cam Morris. Like, they've got, a lot of their core back. Obviously, they lose some key pieces as well, but they've got enough back here where, you can add a few pieces, integrate them fairly quickly. They brought in some freshmen as well. I can't wait to ask Pat, if any of these freshmen are going to be. I think the kid Somerville is going to be an impact freshman in a time where there aren't as many impact freshmen, obviously, around the country. I think this is
it's going to be hard.
Right.
He's going to be competing with 9, 22, and 23-year-olds. Like, that's the thing about this team that Lowell has put together this year, and it's why I'm kind of bullish on them being able to give Vermont a run for their money for a regular season championship. They've done it the last 2 years. They finished second the past 2 seasons. Like I said, they made it to the championship game of the America East Tournament the last 2 years. But you have 5 guys that are going to be fifth years and another 4 seniors on the roster. Like, they lost Ayinde Hakim and Braden O'Connor, 2 guys that were key pieces. And it's like there's as much retention on this roster as anybody else in the league. It's really, really impressive.
Well, they have 4 guys who averaged in double figures back. Like, how many teams can say that, right? 4 guys. So again, I think if this kid Somerville is as good as Duke thinks he is, and you're adding a few, Division I transfers that, maybe one of these guys can step forward. Look at Quincy Clark, a senior who averaged 8 points a game at Jacksonville State last year. You get Makai Gray, a 5th-year kid, Caleb Murphy, 5th-year kid, one at DePaul, right, last year, who was Caleb Murphy was a top 100 player coming out of high school, went to South Florida, then DePaul. How much of an – they don't have to be guys that become the guy. They've just got to be good pieces that come in and honestly, more than anything, accept their role, Rob, because this program already has a culture now. Like, it never had a culture before this. Now they've got this culture that Pat Duquette has established.
Yep. The Caleb Murphy edition is one that I wanted to highlight, and when Pat is able to show up here, we will. I'll definitely ask him about electrifying athlete. He is a guy. This is how good he is on film. Goodman, that Terrence Oglesby texted me. I think it was 2 summers ago, right after Caleb transferred from South Florida to DePaul, and he texted me. He said, "Caleb's got a chance to be a pro. That's how good." That's how good he was on film. That's how electric he is as a scorer. That's how athletic he is, how good of a tough shot maker he is. But it's been injuries, man. He was banged up both the years that he was at DePaul. He had a broken wrist last season that limited him to 8 games. But you don't find athletes of that caliber in the America East all that often.
No, I mean, that's the big thing is he's getting guys that, the evaluation game is so important to him. And again, he watched Bill Cohen and Ed Cooley, and that's what they were great at, right? They were great. And I think, part of what Duke has learned too is trust your assistants. And it's a little bit different now because you look at the last couple of years, and this is why you can get a guy like Martin Somerville potentially, is because a lot of these higher level leagues and schools are taking the transfers. So a lot of these high school kids are going to slip through the cracks. And that's what I think, Martin Somerville probably did here. He slipped through the cracks because these other programs want to win immediately. And they realize they can bring in a kid like Martin Somerville. But ultimately, if you bring in Somerville, and you don't play him somewhere else, he may transfer right away.
Yeah. All right. I think we're going to bring on Jim Ferry, UMBC head coach here. Coach, it's good to see you, man. Thank you for jumping on a little bit early. How you doing? How's the team look so far this fall?
We're doing all right, man. Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate you guys. Just been sitting here listening to you. You guys got it all figured out with our league, so we'll see.
Yeah, we don't. Hey, Jim, we don't have it figured out with any league because nobody knows these days. These predicted orders of finishes. We used to thought we had a pretty good grasp on it. The only thing we know now is you put Vermont at number 1 because. You put the programs that have done it, you put high up no matter what they have until proven otherwise. Why? Okay, so for you had it going the first 2 years, you guys were great, right? 18 wins your first 2 years. Last year, it took a little bit of a step back, but you had 11 new guys last year. I mean, you knew you were going to take a step back. Now you've got a returner.
Yeah, I mean, last year obviously was really difficult. The changing times, the cultures, the type of school we are, the way I do, we had to establish the program again. We weren't just going to bring in a bunch of grad transfers every single year. So we had, 11 new guys. We started out like we had 11 new guys, all flying all over the place, turning it over. But at the end of the year, we were playing fantastic basketball at the end of the year. I mean, our last 10 games, statistically, I think we were a top 150 team, both offensively and defensively. And it wasn't even just the 11 new guys. What a lot of people forget is two of our starters who were both transfers. One was a grad transfer, another was Bryce Johnson. Those guys played like no league games. Kai Smith broke his elbow the day before league play, so he played nothing league play till the end. And Bryce tore his MCL. Those were two starters with a group of 11 new guys. It was tough to battle, but our kids did, and we got better. And we're just excited about this group right now because, having 8 guys returning, we are so far ahead of where we were last year at this point, just with concepts and foundation and culture, which makes such a huge difference. And I really like this group. We got a group of competitive dudes, man. Every day we get after each other. My staff did a fantastic job of recruiting a real versatile, athletic, quick group that fits our style of play that I think will help us out. We've had way more good practices than we've had bad practices, and with the ever-changing culture, college basketball, new kids and stuff like that, that's a pretty good thing to have. But we're plugging away. We had a pretty good scrimmage Friday night. We scored 89 points, and that was without basically our starting center. A couple other guys were injured, but we kind of scrapped it out, which I think is what we are this year. I think we're a real scrappy group of guys, real competitive group of guys, and just a great group of guys, man. They really like each other, and you can see it by the way we play.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the pace that you play, Jim, because you've kind of you're known a little bit as someone that likes to get up and down the floor like this, right? And your team finished last year 5th in pace and 5th in tempo. How long does it take players to kind of acclimate to that style, right? Or do you target guys that come from maybe other programs or maybe high school situations, junior college situations where they're used to playing at a pace like that?
A little bit of both. I've been coaching this way for too many years now. I mean, back from, when I was a Division II coach, we were tops in the country in scoring. Even at LIU Brooklyn, I mean, we were number 2 in the country in scoring, number 4 in the country in scoring. So I do kind of recruit to, this style, especially with our forwards. We like versatile forwards that can really run and cover ground. Maybe prefer to then some of these bigger, 6'10", 7-foot guys that are a little bit lumbering. And listen, a lot of different ways you can play this game and have success. It's just this is the way we do it. But it does take some time. Everybody says they want to run. Everybody says they want to play with offensive freedom until you get into practice and you see how difficult it is to do. Playing with pace, we're not a team that's trying to play with pace in regards to 7 seconds or less type of mentality like the old Phoenix Suns. Like I don't want to play that way. And I thought the beginning of the year with 11 new guys last year, that's what we did. We were just taking bad shots. We were firing shots, and that's not what we want to do. But I think this group is significantly further ahead with playing with pace, understanding what pace is. And pace isn't just playing, flying it up the court. It's also playing with pace in the court as well. But it is something that's difficult to do. You got to get these guys on the same page and understanding, shot pass selections, what's a good shot, and being able to make decisions while playing quickly. Because we're just trying to gain a quick advantage to get the defense to break down and then keep that advantage throughout the possession.
Jim, Marcus Banks, obviously he's got a chance to be one of the best players in this league this year, especially without Dion, right? Dion leaves, you're probably going to need even more from Marcus. And Marcus had a hell of a year last year. Starts out in Division I, goes JUCO, comes back. I wonder how much, because they always talk about JUCO kids needing time, needing a year. But if Marcus was already in the Division I ranks at Western Carolina, I assume that helped him significantly.
Yeah, Marcus is a great kid. I think he bought in right away. Yes, adjusting to this style of play was something that he had to get used to. But he is the kind of kid that fits into our mold and our style. And he's made great strides. I mean, what I thought was huge for Marcus was having a spring and having a summer with us. Like last year, he didn't have that. And having that this year, he's made tremendous progress. Aggressive offensive mindset, right? So we're still trying to coach him to make the right decisions on some of that stuff, which he's done a great job of. I think he's not as maybe as one-dimensional as maybe he was last year. I think he's expanded his game, and he's got more assists now, and he's really flowing within the offense. I think he has an opportunity to be a very good player in this league. He was last year, and I think now with that experience and him taking on some of the leadership role too is going to help him.
Ace Valentine, sophomore coming back. Goodman's heard me say this about 37 times over the course of the last 2 weeks that we've done these media days, but the best thing about freshmen is they become sophomores, right? What have you kind of seen from him in terms of his development and his growth? And are we going to get that stereotypical sophomore leap out of him this season?
I sure hope so. we you know what? We almost got it last year late in the season. He started about 21 games for us, and I thought he played really good basketball down the stretch for us. Throwing in a freshman, allowing him to make some mistakes, play on the fly, and play in this system, which is a little bit different than Mount St. Joe's. Obviously, Mount St. Joe's a fantastic program with Pat Clatchy and those guys, but we do play a little bit differently, so we had to get used to that and adjusted to that. He too had a fantastic spring, a fantastic summer. He's playing well right now. He's a big guard, a physical guard, and we're looking for him to take that next step for us. He's done it in the summer and the preseason, and now we need him to do it once we get to live play. So we're expecting a lot out of Ace. I think he has an opportunity to be a very good player this year.
Hey, Jim, we talk about how hard it is to retain really good players. And I don't know what the secret is. Obviously, Dion went to Boston College. A lot of other players in this league stuck around, which was great. I think there's some luck to it. And I also think it's like you – and Rob laughed when I said this, but it's true. Like you want your guy to be really good, but not too good. Not too good that somebody else is going to come in and poach him, right? Like it's really hard to figure this out, isn't it?
Yeah, if you don't have money.
Right.
Exactly. If you don't have money, and I know you're talking about Dion specifically. He's a fantastic player, but I love my guys. I take care of my guys and my kids. And when he comes in and told me what was going on and this and that, and that he was dealing with it the whole year, I respected the kid. And what are you going to do? I want guys that want to be here. You know what I mean? And listen, when Dion had that opportunity, I'd be the first one to drive him. That was a lot. It was a lot of money. It was a lot of opportunity. I love my kids, and if that's what's best for Dion, then I'm going to do that for him. But I want guys that want to be here. You're going to win with guys that want to be here. The guys that are able to retain guys, they're all, with the rules and now and what's going on, like collectives, non-collectives, and the collectives are all BS anyway. It's just, they're getting ways to pay guys to stick around, and good for those guys if they have it to do so. But, we're focusing on us every day. We're focusing on who's here. Okay. And we recruit these guys that want to be at UMBC, that want to play in this style. But at the same time, if we have the opportunity to get them involved with NIL stuff, we do, and we support our guys with it. So it's a fine line. It's a very fine line at this level. We're going to see where it goes over the next year or two. But we really take care of our guys, and we present them with a great opportunity. And, hopefully you can hold on to good players. I think in our league, it's very, very important to be able to do so, because we've actually done a really good job of making this a really good basketball league, right? Over the past couple of years, what Vermont's done, and Bryant and Lowell and ourselves, and even guys at the bottom of the league are getting better. We have great players. We have great coaches. It would be a shame if we're just a feeding ground for everybody else. So I think that's going to be a commitment from our conference and a commitment from universities to either, get in this game or new world that we're in college basketball or not.
All right, Jim, last one I got for you, man. You said that over the course of the last 10 games, you guys had kind of reached that like top 150 level in offensive and defensive efficiency. And we talked about your development throughout last year. What's the one thing you want to see this group perform better at once we get to November 4th and once we get to the actual season? Like, where on the floor, where do you actually want to see them improve the most?
Defending and rebounding. we're actually significantly better defensively than we were last year at this time. We're significantly more aggressive. We cover more ground. It's going to come down to rebounding. If we can rebound the ball, we're going to be a little bit smaller in the front court than maybe we want to be, but I really like my guys. So it's going to just come down to us being scrappier. If we can rebound the basketball, we're going to be a pretty good team this year. There's no question in my mind. I think we have the ability to do so. And we can scrap, and we do have some size, and it's going to be just a total gang rebound mentality, a team defensive rebounding mentality. But if we can do that at a high level, I think we're going to be able to compete with anybody in this league.
All right. Well, Jim, we appreciate you being here, man. Best of luck this season. Always good to see you. And yeah, we'll be back with more America East Media Day. I believe we have Pat Duquette coming up next here.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. Keep doing what you do, man.
Thanks, man.
All right.
Appreciate
you
you,
guys.
Jim. Thank you for being here.
All right.
We'll be joined by UMass Lowell head coach Pat Duquette here shortly. We talked a little bit about them.
Ferry, how good a dude is Jim Ferry? Like, just
he was honest.
He's just and again, the one thing that you hit him with, which I thought was really good about, how long he's been doing this and playing this style and been ahead of the curve. And that helps because, again, everybody says they're going to play fast, but how many actually have done it consistently over the course of their career? Not many.
Not Tony Bennett. I think he's the only guy that never – he's the only guy that just said, you know what, I'm going to do what I do, and I don't care what everybody else is doing. We're going to play as slow as humanly possible, and you're going to have to deal with it. All right, we have Pat Duquette joining us here, UMass Lowell head coach, coming off of a 22-10 season, 11-5, tied for second in the America East. Coach, good to see you, man. You've broken through the last 2 years, back-to-back 20-plus win seasons, and now you get to deal with a year where Gooden is not showing up. He's in Charleston now. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Yeah, real happy with where the program is right now. Obviously, I've been here a long time, and it always never happens as quickly as you want it to happen. But it's in a good spot. Like you said, 2 20-plus win seasons, 3 of the last 4 championship games we've played in, and we've got a really good team coming back.
Yeah, they like you, Pat. They like you. They stuck around, most of them. They're coming back. I mean, listen, it doesn't get much better than this. But you kept them, you lost me. No more lunches in Newburyport anymore, like last year at Loretta's, right? We had a good lunch last year at Loretta's.
Yeah, figure he skips out when he skips out of town when it's his turn to buy.
Well, how happy are you though with again, Quentin back, Max back, Cam, Yuri, like you got a lot back, and then you bring in some transfers, some freshmen, and I want to talk about Martin Somerville in a little bit, not yet. But how were you able to keep those guys from transferring out of the program when so many other programs right now are being ravaged by the high majors?
Yeah, I'm a credit to those kids and the things that they value. And I think they just felt it was the best place for them, and they want to be on a winning team. I do think me and my staff treat our guys well. In general, they like Lowell, they like the school. And I think it's rare that you're able to keep a kid like Max Brooks 5 years, Quentin Mincy 4 years, returning first and second team all-league guys. So we've got those 2 back along with, Cam and Yuri and Amp Blunt. So, we've got some good experience. We've got older dudes, which is important. Every coach will tell you that. We were able to tap into the portal and bring in 3 older guys there as well. So we just got to blend this thing together. But you can't do it. You can't have the continued success that we've had if you're losing your good players every year. So we're fortunate.
I wanted to ask you about Caleb Murphy. He was a highly regarded guy coming out of high school, transferred from South Florida to DePaul, banged up at DePaul, but the athleticism is there. The shot making is there. What have you seen from him throughout the fall and heading into the season?
The thing that stands out the most to me is just his athleticism. And I was at Boston College for 13 years around some high major athletes. He's above average athlete for any level. So, in our league, I think that is going to help him be really effective. Once he gets in the lane, he just kind of jumps over guys. So he has battled some health stuff that he's continuing to work through, and we hope to have him on the court, full time soon.
All right, how good is Somerville? Freshman from Bowie, Maryland, 6'3". I know he's going to figure in here, isn't he?
It's hard for me to not see that. I don't. You never want to put any undue pressure on a freshman or a first year guy, but I think he would be the first to tell you he would welcome it. He came in from day one with ultra confidence and poise, and just doesn't play like a freshman, doesn't act like a freshman. So I think he's going to be able to be impactful right away and should play significant minutes. We've never had a freshman that's come in with the entire package that he appears to have. I don't think we need to rely on him or put any pressure on him because we have enough older guys. But I think he's good enough to be impactful right away for sure.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that because he's a freshman coming into a team where you bring back, I believe it's 4 grad seniors and 2 just regular seniors, which are apparently, like, if you're a regular senior, you're young in this day and age in college basketball. And the transfer you're bringing in is a 4th-year guy and 2 fifth-year guys. You got 9 guys on this roster that are 22, 23, maybe even 24 years old. That's got to make you one of the older teams in college basketball, one. But when you have this much experience, how does that impact you on a coach? Like, is it easier to kind of put in the stuff you want to run? Do you know that these guys are going to be able to pick it up quicker when you try to implement something?
Yeah, that's a great point because I think it's easier in some ways and can be more difficult in others. I think it's easier in the sense that, they're not going to be afraid of the moment. They've played, their experience. They're not going to go in the game and have any jitters. So that part's kind of over and beyond. They've developed past that. I think the part that could be a little more difficult is the chemistry issue. When you're bringing in freshmen, they kind of fall into place and the roles are a little bit more defined to the older guys and it's not as big a shakeup. But when you bring in 3 fifth-year guys, well, they're not looking to wait their turn. So you've really got to, I think, mold and blend the group together to get the chemistry you want. And that can be trickier.
Hey, Pat. I'm not going to have you tell the whole story of the dog. I think Wilson. I remember last year.
Yeah,
you weren't a dog person, right? You were not a dog person before, but now you are a big time dog person with Wilson. Wilson's right there.
Yeah, I've come full circle on that, Jeff. Didn't really understand him. I didn't have one growing up, and they kind of bothered me for a period of my life, and then I became a little more open to them, and for unforeseen circumstances, I ended up having some experience with one, and then decided to get my own. And I'm not afraid to say he's changed my life for sure in a lot of different ways. People who have dogs, I think, can understand that. It's been great.
Yeah, you've softened up a little bit with the dog, right? You're gentler, you're kinder, all of it.
Yeah. Maybe this is a ploy from the referees and Mike Stevens.
Hey, true or false that you want your ashes when you die sprinkled in the North End in Boston? Is this true?
That wouldn't be the worst thing, Jeff. This has become home for sure. You know how much time I've been here. I've been lucky, man. All the years I've been in coaching, most coaches have to bounce around and live in crazy places. I've lived in the North End for 20-something years, man. So it's home. We miss you. We'd like to get you back close nearby, but it's been a great spot for me. Look at your partner.
It may happen. Hey, Pat, I'll tell you, it is not. Oh, there he is.
Hey, there we go. All right.
So cute. Love it. Listen, if we don't find a place here, we actually did look in the North End before we came down here, just because we're not sure we're going to move to Charleston. We may end up still going back to the Boston area. And give me the biggest advantage of living in the North End. The only disadvantage I could see, Duke, was having to live in a 1,200 square foot place just my wife and I don't think that's good for her to live in that small place with just me and not being able to get away from me.
Yeah, that might not be good for either one of you. I actually downsized a few years ago. I live in a one-bedroom, probably 600 square foot place, Jeff, but it's on the first floor and easy access for me and Wilson. I got a bike, so you got to part with space, and you've got to figure out the parking. Those are the two downsides, but everything else, life is great.
What's the best Italian spot? And I'm gonna let you go after this. The best your go-to Italian spot in the North End is what?
If you just want flat, straight Italian mom and pop style, you got to go to Benevento's on Salem Street. Yep, simple, delicious, old style, perfect.
All right. Well, listen, Coach, it's great to see you. It's great to see your dog first and foremost, but it's great to see you as well. Best of luck this season, and we're going to have to get to a game if you're going to bring the pup with you. Is that going to happen? Is he going to help you coach?
We'll see. I'm working on getting him one of those security tags where I can take him wherever I want. Emotional support, right?
Hey, Duke, you should coach with him like Leo Papil does with his dog. Have you ever seen that? He holds Leo. Leo holds his dog through the entire game.
Yeah, he'd probably be my best assistant coach.
And on that note, that was Pat Duquette, UMass Lowell head coach. They got a chance to make some noise in the America East this year. Pat, great to see you, man. Coming up next on America East Media Day here on the Field of 68, we'll have Phil Martelli Jr., Bryant's head coach, coming off of another 20-13 season. They also went 11-5 in the America East. They tied with UMass Lowell for second. And I'm very excited to ask him about Earl Timberlake and what it's like having 33-year-old power forwards, former McDonald's All-Americans on the roster.
Yeah, I think Earl might be older than Phil. I don't know.
There's a chance.
Not that far off.
Yeah. Brian's a fun program. Go ahead.
I got another dog question for our next guest as well. So this is going to be a dog heavy media day today.
Well, look, the more dogs that we can get on the show, that means the less screen time that Jeff Goodman is going to be on the broadcast, which is always going to be a good thing for the show. Phil Martelli Jr., Bryant head coach. Phil, I want to start you with this, man. You've been on the job for less than a year officially as the head coach. What has it been like learning on the fly like this? You kind of get thrown into the fire and say, hey, figure it out, and you go and you win 20
Learning
games.
On the fly. Like, dude, his dad coached for 150 years. He's okay. Trust me, he was ready for this.
Well, Rob, I don't want to hijack the interview here, but I didn't come on to talk basketball. I came on for me and you, Rob, to have a therapy session about the way the Phillies ended. I'm still not over it. I'm so glad the Mets lost. To all our Mets fans out there, I apologize, but I'm so glad you guys lost. I'm devastated is not even, and I know you're feeling it too, but
I just want to know, Phil. Here's my question. This is my biggest. They lost last night, Goodman. They lost last night. Here, look.
I know. I just wanted to put it on.
My son's little league team is the Dodgers, so there you go. How about that, Goodman?
I have a Dodgers hat also, but I just wanted to annoy Doster to put on that Mets hat for a minute. That's all.
Oh, devastating. Devastating isn't even. Hey, look, can't even.
It's football season now. Bird season.
At least they won yesterday, right?
Yeah, right. Could have been worse. I don't know where. Go ahead, Goodman. You can take it away from here.
All right. Well, let's get the transition to the dog first, and then we can start talking basketball.
Never had a dog. I'm not. I know. Pat. That was a cute looking dog, but never had a dog. Nothing.
Yeah, you're not a big dog guy, but I'm told there's like a mascot or something. Dub or like we have a picture.
That's the closest I've had to a pet mascot. There he is. That was him on his way to practice on Saturday. We had a practice at CCRI because our gym was being used for open house. But Nick Schmidt, who's Mark Schmidt's son from St. Bonaventure, joined my staff this year. His birthday was 2 weeks ago, and he gets a package in the office, and he's like, "What the heck is this?" And he's like, opening this package, this big box, and out he pulls that dog. This, I don't know if it's bronze or metal. It's some, probably weighs about 5-7 pounds. So it's sitting in the office. So they all go down for practice, and I'm sitting there just finishing my notes for practice. And as they're getting guys warmed up and stuff, and the dog's sitting there. So I pick him up and bring him down. And as I'm walking down the steps, I'm thinking, all right, this is our new dog. Like, we got to, and I'm thinking, like, we got to come up with a name. And I didn't want to leave it up to the group because God only knows what they would come up with. And as I was walking down the stairs, I said, Dub, for W's. So every time we win, Dub will come out. Hopefully he's out quite a bit. If we lose, then he's got to stay, in his cage or whatever. But I want to get I told him I want, I'm not like big time enough for this, but I want to get like a nice, like diamond chain for him, something like a gold chain, like a big gold chain to really make him fierce. But we'll see. Maybe they'll go to like Petco and get a spiked collar or something like that. But
there you go.
Yeah, Dub.
No, that's what you need. Yeah,
Anita Schmidt.
You need the spike collar.
Yeah, Anita Schmidt. She sent it. Mark Schmidt's wife. She sent it to Nick. And if we make a run here and do something special, it's going to be all credit to her and Dub.
Dub.
Yep.
But that is
All
the
right.
closest I've had to a pet dog. I do pet him every day when I walk in. I give him a little tap on the head. So
That's what Goodman's wife does to him when she walks in. She's like, "Oh, good boy, you cleaned the house. You did." The
isn't she
dishes."
usually giving him like the backhand, like get out of here, like probably more of that.
Probably.
That was when he was a writer. Now that he's on camera, he can't be showing up like that. So, all right. Earl Timberlake. We talked about him earlier in the broadcast. Both of us were shocked that he's still. It feels like he's been around forever, and I think we said part of it was, we watched him on the circuit in like 2017 and 2018. It feels like he's been around forever. What is the value of having a player that is that old and that experienced and has that much just kind of institutional knowledge of college basketball?
Yeah, it's huge. Really, the biggest thing, Rob, is the person that he is. I talk to guys all the time about, everybody wants to be a pro. I'm like, you don't become a pro the day you sign a pro contract. You either are a professional or you're not. He has handled every day since he's been here like a professional. The way that he works, going, in the gym all day, every day, extra sessions in the weight room, extra sessions in the training room, going to do hot yoga on his own, whatever it is, like he finds something to do that's going to better himself. And so because of the person he is and he's become a growing leader, that's something I've challenged him a lot about the last year and a half is using his voice more. Everybody respects the hell out of Earl. I mean, everybody in the building, from administrators, trainers, whatever, especially his teammates, really respect Earl. So he needs to use his voice more, and he's been great at doing that. But yeah, to keep him, I mean, he came in, one point during this year, and one of those like, Coach, can we talk? And you never know what that's going to be. And we're talking and we're going through some different things. And he kind of had this smile on his face. I said, "What's up? Like, you want to say something? What's up?" And he said, "I want to thank you. Like, you helped me get my love for the game back." And he always treated it as a professional, but for him to say that, because he was through tough situations, got injured at Miami, was at Memphis, they were good, but it was, the Imani Bates stuff. And so it was kind of crazy, and Earl's not a crazy guy. And his first year here wasn't all that he wanted it to be. So, for him to come back, it really speaks volumes to who he is more than I think who we are, to be honest with you, because he understood that. He's been through tough situations. He said, "Look, I want this. I want to do something special here. I want to go back to the NCAA tournament. I want to do those things, and I think we can do that here." So, to be candid, and I've said this to the staff a lot, and I feel an obligation to all these guys to try and get us to the highest level that we can get. But it's even more so with Earl. It's even more so with him. The days where the standard's not good enough, I feel myself going I'm letting him down, and I got to make sure that the standard is better. And there's nobody I'd rather. I probably shouldn't say it out loud, but he should have been Player of the Year last year. Plain and simple, he should have been Player of the Year. And he dominated the kid that was Player of the Year. And all due respect, he was a great player, but he was top 10 in all the major categories. First player since Marcus Blakely to do that. I mean, 15 years. Again, that probably doesn't make me a lot of friends, but and I know we're all biased with our own guys, but there's nobody I would trade him for. Nobody.
Phil, what's the key? Obviously, you had a great year in your first year, especially under the circumstances. that you took over. What is the key to knocking off Vermont? I mean, honestly, like that's the big question, right? Like they've been on top for so long. You've got Timberlake back. You've got Pinzone back. You got a bunch of other guys back, which is nice. But like if there's one thing, if I said to you, what's that one thing that has to happen, what would it be?
It's just discipline, to be honest with you. You know, I don't, you know, I have tremendous amount of respect for Becker, you know, for John and that program. Like I love winning. I love seeing programs that do it like that at a high level. But it drives you, you know, and it drives you every day. I mean, you know, the only two teams we haven't beaten are Vermont and UMass Lowell, you know, and that's the reason they're picked ahead of us, because they've been better than us and they deserve to be there. So with Vermont specifically, it's discipline. Like both of our games last year, tight game, really 3 of our 4 games with them were really back and forth tight games until the last couple minutes. And they found a way to make the plays, and we cracked a little bit. And that's what can't happen with them, because the moment that you show your weakness is when they really pounce on you. And, you know, that's a big thing. We've been preaching that since the spring about being more disciplined, being sharper and staying together. And that, hey, when something happens that doesn't go our way, that we're able to bounce back and get to the next play.
How are you molding what you guys do in your image? You know, when you take over a program that was built by in the vision of a different head coach, right? I don't want to say by someone else, but in the vision of a different head coach. Is that kind of what you want to do? Or are you just trying to extend what Jared's concepts were? And how are you, like, what are we going to see differently now that this is your team, your program? It's got your fingerprints on it. You've had a year to kind of make decisions. You have an off season to work with the guys that you have on the roster already.
Well, the one thing that we really put a lot of time into and saw results from was more of a defensive focus. You know, we still want to play fair. And really, there was a lot of things that we were very in line with basketball-wise. You know, playing up tempo, playing in space. You know, I really like playing off of concepts, you know, offensively rather than plays. I don't want to get stuck and bogged down into running a lot of plays like Taylor Jenks talked about the other day from the Grizzlies about, you know, less plays and more concepts. That's what you know, I want us to do. So we spend a lot of time with that. So that's a little different. But the defensive thing, I think, is the biggest thing. You know, we've spent a lot of time last year and this year really honing our defense, because the thing for us is if we can get enough stops, we've been very good in transition, and we were very good last year in transition. That it really boils down to, can we get stops, rebound the ball, and go. The thing that we're working on this year that we were really low last year, offensive rebounding. We didn't have the personnel really for it, and it wasn't something that, of all the things we were trying to emphasize, that was not really one of them. But with this group, it is, with our length and athleticism. I'm not sure if we're going to shoot the ball. You know, I wasn't confident about us shooting the ball really well coming in. Now through practice and through our scrimmages, we have shot it really, really well. So hopefully that continues. But you know, really trying to be a menace on the offensive glass as well as defensively. Those are two things that we're really spending a lot of time talking about right now.
Hey, you didn't want to bring your dad on as like a special assistant to the head coach this year, now that he's not coaching right now?
He's got no time. Every time I say to him, you know, we have a coaches versus cancer breakfast next Friday, and he's, you know, you guys know he's coaches versus cancer, like everything. I said, why don't you come up? I got this speaking thing. I got to do this. I got that. Like he's got one, he wants to be back in Philadelphia. Back to the original part of this. I think he wanted to be back in Philadelphia this fall because he thought there was going to be a parade, which unfortunately there's not. You know, maybe he'll go to the Thanksgiving Day parade or something. But I really, you know, he's a monster Phillies fan too. So I really think, you know, that was part of it. He wanted to be back in Philadelphia, be back home. But man, when I tell you, like, he's as busy as anybody, it's insane. I'm like, what are you doing? He's doing a podcast. He's got TV contracts with 2 different networks. He's got corporate speaking stuff he's doing. I think he's spoken to every school district in like a, you know, 30-mile radius of the city of Philadelphia. But every time I say to him, hey, you coming up? Why don't you come up for whatever. Now I have this, I have that, blah, 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 blah. My mom came up. My wife had to go to a family wedding. Her cousin got married in Indiana a couple of weeks ago. My mom was coming up for the weekend. Kids have all kinds of events. Nate's playing soccer. Mara's got got 3 basketball games. Philip's got 4 basketball games. Like, why don't you come up? Now I have this event and that event. I go, none of that stuff is stuff you have to do. Like, you could easily say,
I'm going to get on him. I'm going to get on him.
It's crazy. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know when they're coming up. I'm waiting for him to come up. He's been at other schools. He's doing some consulting stuff with and mentor things of like younger coaches.
Maybe you have to pay him. Maybe you have to pay him to get him there.
And he's been there. So I don't know if he's expecting me to pay him. Certainly I've taken a lot more from him than I've ever given him. But hopefully we'll get him up here soon, and he can tell me all the ways I need to be better. So.
Listen, Phil, it's great to see you, man. Hopefully next year is the Phil's year, man. I'm telling you, next year's the year. Finally,
I'm already on to it. My sons were like, my oldest Philip turned 15 yesterday, and all he's talked about is Juan Soto. And every time Juan Soto hits a home run for the Yankees, I'm like, well, they're not getting Juan Soto. So like, hopefully there's another guy. Who it is, I don't know, but I'm counting on it because I live and die with them through the summer. So.
Yes, yeah. My son is a diehard the Philly everything. Loves the Phillies. I probably watched 160 of the 162 games.
Yeah, I was on that
this season. I don't even want to know how much money I spent on tickets and food and snacks and shirts every time we go to the games. It is what it is. Listen, man, it's great to see you. I could sit here and talk Phillies with you all day, but we got to keep it moving.
No, thanks, guys.
I appreciate you being here. That's Phil Martelli, Bryant head coach. Coming up next, America East Media Day here on the Field of 68. We are going to hear from Shamir Bogues, the Vermont point guard, 5th-year guy. One note, Service Credit Union is the official credit union of the America East Conference. They are presenting sponsors here of America East Media Day. I think we got Shamir Bogues coming in now, and there he is. Player of the Year preseason in the America East. Shamir, first and foremost, congratulations, man. But it's preseason Player of the Year. Does it mean anything?
I mean, it means a little, but not too much. Not too much to me. I mean, we as a team, we have a bigger goal to focus on, and that's what I'm here to do.
That's a good answer. I like that answer, Jeff.
Your road is crazy. Like how you ended up in Vermont. I want to know because, again, I mean, you're a Texas kid. You play your first 3 years for Billy Clyde at Tarleton State. We'll get into that. I want your favorite Billy Clyde story at some point before we finish this interview. The PG-13 version, if you can. But how'd you get to Vermont of all places?
I went to the transfer portal after my 3rd year at Tarleton, and Coach Schneid, he seen my film. He said, "We really like you." Went up for a visit. The guys were really good. Guys were a family. He showed me some of the clips of the players that were before me, and I really liked how they played. They played. I wanted to fix the defensive end, in which I think I've done a pretty good job on that, which is why I came here.
So you're coming from Texas, which is warm, and you're going to Vermont, which is not warm, especially in the winters. I want to know, what kind of winter apparel did you have when you made it up there? Or was this one of those things where you get to the store once you make it up to Burlington and it's like you are just breaking the bank, making sure you got hoodies and sweatshirts and parkas and jackets and scarves and hats and gloves? How much money did you spend building out a wardrobe for cold weather?
Well, I didn't really get to spend much. Vermont has issued big coats for us. And I think I've worn that last year for 8 weeks straight, just grinding that one jacket every day.
So what's going to be? I mean, you're a veteran here. You played 4 years in Division I basketball. What's going to be the biggest difference, or what has Coach Becker kind of asked more of you for this season?
Taking in more of that leadership role. Now that AD, Matt, they're left. Nick Ferrillo and Leary and Sam Alamutu are our main 3 guys are returning. Just giving them an extra voice, he's been really on me about that.
You're coming from Tarleton State, which was a good program. You guys won some games there, and you're going into, I would argue, one of the best and most successful mid-major programs that I think we've ever seen in college basketball when it comes to regular season championships and winning league tournament championships. What is it about Vermont? Now that you're kind of in here, you've been here for a year, you've seen other programs, right? What is it about Vermont that allows them to be able to have this kind of success? And why are they winning games at the level? Is it just as simple as John Becker may be the best college basketball coach than John Wooden?
I think it's the culture. It's kind of like what you said, JB being one of the better coaches in college basketball. But it's also the fact that like he brings in guys that have a winning culture and like that can buy into us being successful.
So what's going to be the biggest difference from last year's team to this year's team, or maybe somebody that's taken a huge jump from a year ago?
I won't give out everything, but I think our pace is going to be a big difference in how we play this year. And that's what I'm going to say. Our pace is going to be really good.
That sounds like that's something that you're excited about.
He's smiling. Yeah, he's smiling. You know he is, because Billy Clyde didn't. Right, they didn't play fast at Tarleton, and you didn't play overly fast right last year. So to be able to that suits your style much better, does it not?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, you know what the other part of it is, Jeff? When you're walking up walking the ball up the floor, it's a little bit cold. When you're sprinting the ball up and down the floor, you can get warm quicker in the gym like that, right?
Quick. Yeah, get warm quick.
What's the food that you miss the most from back home that you can't get in Vermont?
Now this isn't a free sponsorship, but Whataburger is the best restaurant by far for me. I miss that so much. I miss it. I miss Whataburger.
Yeah,
what's your order there? What's your order?
Sweet and spicy bacon burger with no onions, large Powerade.
There you go.
Ice.
See.
Yeah, no Whataburgers in Burlington. No Whataburgers in Burlington. What's the go-to burger spot in Burlington? You find one?
I don't really know the go-to burger spot, but I really like KKD, Country Car Deli. I really like their subs, and their shiners are really good.
Is there an NIL deal there or no? Not yet.
Not yet. I got to.
We're working on it. We're working on it. All right, so
let me
got a great.
Shamir. Go ahead, Jeff.
Go.
Let me ask you this: you got 4 starters back, okay? You've seen them for a year. You've got to work with them for the offseason. Who's improved? Who's kind of taken a step forward this offseason where you're like, oh, wow, I didn't know he had that in his game, or I didn't know he was going to be able to do that, or UVM fans need to pay attention to this kid because he just added something else to his game.
I think everybody has improved. I feel like one of the main guys who really did the most is O'Leary. He put in his time in his shooting, and he's playing a lot faster. I feel like all of our new guys, like Sean, Ben Weston, Sincere, they're all putting in the work, and they're doing really good as a freshman. As far as the transfers, Shy, Gavin, they're really good players, and we really need them. I feel like everybody has put in the work to be a really successful team this year.
All right, Shamir, you want to hear my favorite Billy Clyde Gillespie story before I hear yours?
Yeah, let me hear it.
No, this is a good one. This is back when he was at Ranger College, junior college. Yeah. They were practicing in the heat. It was outdoors. They were running at first, and they went like 2.5 hours, like 90 degrees. And one kid ended up passing out and having to go to the hospital. And I have a picture of him in the hospital bed, actually. They came back after that 2.5 hour workout, and they practiced another 2.5 hours. And then he brought him back a third time for another 2+ hours. So there were no rules in junior college. Yeah. You could practice as much. It wasn't against the rules, but he literally went in one day, I believe, something like 7+ hours of practice and workouts. And again, it was hot as hell out there in Ranger.
Yeah, that sounds like Coach G right there for sure. That sounds like Coach G.
Right.
But I mean,
what do you got?
It made me who I am today, so that's really good. But my story is kind of similar. We lost a pretty big game, we got smacked by probably 30, 40 points one time. And obviously he was mad. He's a coach. And we actually practiced outside too, but we practiced outside on like a little tree. We were doing like all the little shooting and stuff just on the tree, and that was probably one of the craziest moments ever.
Wait, you were shooting on a tree?
Yeah, like an air basketball, just shooting on the tree.
Yeah, he had some mind games, did he not? Right, a lot of mind games going on with Billy Clark.
Yeah, but that, like going through that and like looking back on it, it really did help me become the person I am today. Just staying level-headed in those tough moments.
Here's my question, Shamir. You shot 24% from three this past season in Vermont. What was your 3-point percentage shooting on the tree?
0. I missed every shot. I missed every shot in his eyes. Yeah.
What? In all seriousness, though, what has Coach? And he's going to come on after you, so we'll get his take on this as well. But what has he challenged you on? Right? What has he said? I need you to improve here. Or I need you to do this. I need you to be better in this area.
Well, obviously, shooting is probably the main focus. I've been shooting the ball pretty well in this off season. Coach and I being in the gym with me, Coach Nate, all them guys just being in the gym, helping me critique the little stuff. Also, just taking control of the game, like being that leader, like I said before, just like putting people in the right spots and demanding change and things like that. So, that's what they've been challenging me to do.
Has that been hard to be more vocal?
No, I'm a pretty vocal guy, like in practice or anything. I'm a really high energy guy. It's just now being that stern factor that we need.
So the perimeter shooting, Shamir, how is that more? Because they say like it's about reps, right? Get in the gym. I assume though, knowing you've been in the gym. That's not something that you haven't done. Is it more a mental thing than a reps thing for you? How would you kind of assess why you haven't been able to really, really get going from three?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a lot of mental things. I think at Tarleton and stuff, I really didn't shoot the ball as much. I think I shot probably only a little bit of threes. And then coming into Vermont where everybody's a shooter, just, kind of being that backup kind of iffy guy. But now, like, coming into this season, like, shooting is probably the main thing, and I'm really confident in my shot and how it's looking.
How's your snow shoveling technique? Have you perfected that yet?
Hey, I don't have a car, so I don't shovel snow, but I make a good snowball though for sure. I make a good snowball. I hit Nick with one the other day.
Would you throw a snowball at John Becker? Would you, if he was walking out of his house, would you nail John Becker with a snowball?
Absolutely not.
Smart man.
Hey, what about Ryan Schneider? You would though, right?
I might with Coach Schneider. I might Coach Schneider.
Listen, Shamir, it's great to see you, man. Congratulations on getting the preseason player of the year award. It's nice to get that kind of acknowledgement and the respect from other people in the league, but a preseason award means nothing when you get to February and March. So best of luck this season. We'll be rooting for you guys. And what is it? Is it Go Cats? Is that what the saying is? Go Cats?
Go Cats.
Go Cats go. All right, listen, great to see you, man. Best of luck this year. We're going to be joined by Shamir Bogues head coach John Becker here in just a minute on America East Media Day here on the field of 68 and shooting air balls on a tree. Goodman, I think that's a new one. I don't know that I've heard that before. That's pretty funny.
It really does not surprise me when you're talking about Billy Clark Gillespie. Like nothing anybody can say about playing for him would surprise
me. Yeah, I'm glad Ryan Schneider caught a stray there. I felt that was a good question when you hit John Becker with a snowball. I'd definitely fire a snowball at the back of Ryan Schneider's head.
Wow, it's a little harsh. Don't you think?
I like him. That's my guy. 8 straight regular season titles for the Catamounts. 5 of the last 7 America East tournament titles. Are they, and I think I know what your answer to this is going to be, but are they the most dominant mid-major program that we have in college basketball right now?
Yeah, because you know what you're going to get out of them. every single year. I mean, how many teams can you say that, especially over the last couple years?
I don't know. Shamir just teased it. Do we know what we're going to get out of Vermont this season?
Yes, we do.
I don't know.
We know we're going to get winning. We know we're going to get winning because they've got one of the best coaches in America. They've got, the tradition, right? They've got the history to prove it. And they've got good resources within their league to keep it going as well. And I think, that's the other key piece that has changed it for a lot of teams.
Yep. All right. And we're bringing in Coach Becker now, UVM head coach, coming off of a 28-7 season, 15-1 in the America East. The 8-time reigning regular season champions in the America East, the Vermont Catamounts. Coach, what's going on, man? I'm glad you were able to take some time away from your jam band to be able to join us.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, we'll get to that later. But Shamir Bogues, man, we enjoyed that. Like he's a fun, honest, transparent kid who honestly – I wasn't sure was going to have the impact he had last year for you. Coming from Tarleton State, you just don't know. You knew the defense was going to be there, but taking a kid from Texas, bringing him to Burlington, Vermont, did you know how good he was going to be?
I mean, yeah, like you said, the defense, the athleticism, the size, those things we knew about. The biggest part for him last year was transitioning to a full-time point guard, and that took a little bit of time for him to make that transition. And then, we figured out how to use him best, as kind of a post-up point guard. We didn't have a lot of back to the basket ability last year with our bigs. And so we used Shamir in that role. And, he really became dynamic and especially as the season went on and then into the NCAA tournament, he had a great game against Duke.
John, I want to ask you, so you guys have won 8 straight regular season titles, right? But this kind of sustained level of success that we've seen out of UVM dates back to the early 2000s. It dates back to the Tom Brennan days, even before TJ Sorensen, even before Taylor Coppenrath, right? And it's been consistent and it's been sustained and it's been for 25 years. Why has Vermont been a place where this has been able to happen? Because I don't think you would look at a map and you would think Vermont is the place where we're going to have one of the best mid-major programs in all of college basketball. How have you guys been able to kind of develop and sustain this?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. This dates back to Tom Brennan and Mike Lonergan. And, I was fortunate to take over a program that had some history of success and I've been really fortunate to be the head coach here this is my 14th season as a head coach. But, I think a big part of it is our community, is our fan base, is the support here. Basketball really matters here. And so guys have a high major experience here with the interest level in our program and the winning, those two things have really been the two things that have sustained us. And then, we don't have the nicest facilities and a lot of the bells and whistles maybe some other programs have. So the kids that are coming here now care about the winning and care about playing in front of people and having it matter. And, our administration has continued to do everything they can to help us be successful.
You've been in this a long time. What is, if I told you could be commissioner right now of college hoops, what would be the first thing you change? What would be the thing right now that you're most concerned about?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's this NIL stuff, transfer portal combination. The player empowerment's great, but it's starting to affect our level. But certainly, when you see guys like Tony Bennett and Jay Wright getting out of the business because of the chaos that's at their level, that doesn't seem. You don't want to lose guys like that, and I hear a lot from my colleagues at the highest level of just how difficult it is now to navigate. So we need to have, some guardrails to make sure that, whether it's a salary cap or however it's going to play out. But, the NCAA has kind of thrown their hands up, and now it's just kind of the wild, wild west. And like I said, it's trickling down to our level. I mean, we lost, we had four high school kids on campus this fall that went to other schools because they were going to get paid. And we don't have NIL right now. And so, you're seeing kids even at our level making decisions based on, getting paid. And so, and maybe not the right fit or going to the best basketball school or the best academic school. And so, we've got to get our arms around that and, make sure we keep what's good in college athletics and make sure that, the NCAA tournament stays the way it is and things like that, which I know a lot of people at our level are very concerned about.
Well, now, TJ Sorrentine's in the NBA, not at Brown. So why not hit him up for some NIL? I mean, come on, like he's making big money over there now.
Oh no, I'm staying in touch with him. I'm working that. Yeah. At some point. Yeah. But I'm really happy for TJ. He's loving it in the NBA and we're really proud of him.
So you guys bring back basically like 4.5 starters. You bring back a lot of experience, as much as probably any program in college basketball this season. What is the value of that retention? Like, why does it matter bringing back guys that kind of already know what you want to do?
It's a big deal. And like you said, we basically, we lost 2 of our 9 guys in our rotation last year, and Matt Ferretto and Aaron Deloney. But, with starting 5 basically returning, Jace Rockmore and Sammy Alamutu that played significant roles off the bench. It's a big, big deal. And it's the first time we've had this in a couple years. I mean, we've replaced 4 out of 5 starters each of the past 2 seasons. So to have that kind of continuity this year is a big deal. They just, it takes a year to figure out what we do here. And I'm sure it's true of any school when it came transfers, but we have our system here and we're very specific about the things we do. And so it takes a little while for guys to get acclimated to that. And so to have them come back is a big deal. And you can just see it with, and the chemistry, with guys like TJ Long and Shamir and Jace, guys that transferred in last year. You saw, I noticed it almost immediately this summer, just the level of ease that they were at and the relationships and chemistry that they had created. It was really cool to see. And it's a good reminder, for me, as we get into the transfer portal, to try to get kids with multiple years so that there is some continuity.
So as Rob said, you return, or you said, I think 7 of your top 9. You were 15-1 last year in the league. So everything looks good, right? I mean, everything looks set up that Vermont's going to dominate the league again. What's your biggest concern with this year's team?
Just that, I think it's just a complacency or just thinking, hey, it's going to happen, and our league has gotten really, we've had good continuity with the coaches and their programs and our league last year. You can look at the Ken Palm ratings and net ratings. Our league, I think, was 21st, which is as high as it's been. And again, in the preseason Ken Palm numbers, I think it's 20th. And so, it's going to be challenging, our league. And the other piece is that we've been really banged up and injured this off season. And so we haven't had our starting 5 play together yet in practice. And we've had 3 to 4 starters out for a majority of the preseason. And so, none of the injuries are season ending or, and should be resolved by the first game, but there hasn't been a lot of practice time with those guys together. And it's forced freshmen and walk-ons to kind of play every rep in practice. And so as a coach, it's hard to gauge where you're at, and it is good that they, that the top 7 guys all played here last year. But, we've got to start to, get healthy and figure that out. But yeah, the complacency, the expectation, and, we're attempting to win our 4th straight, or go to our 4th straight NCAA tournament is the goal, which is which has never been done in our conference or at our school. And so, that's a challenge. And so, the complacency, the expectation, those are things that, and the health, at least right now, the health issues, those are things that concern me.
So you guys have been, like you mentioned, to the last 3 NCAA tournaments. You've been to 6 in your Vermont tenure. What has to happen for you to break through and maybe pick up that win? Because we were talking about this earlier. It feels like you guys are kind of in that same conversation that Belmont was at one point, where it's like, yeah, they're going to keep banging on that door. They're going to keep having a chance. They just haven't gotten the right matchup, haven't gotten the right breaks. How do you get yourself a win in the dance this year? What has to happen?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we talk about all the time. And it's interesting in a 1-bid league, right? Because you can't build your team to win NCAA tournament games because you got to win your conference first. So it's like, what do we need to do to win the conference? That's really how we've approached this. And maybe that hasn't, prepared us to win games in the tournament. And you can talk about matchups and this, that, and the other thing, but we haven't been able to do it. We've been there, like you said, we've been there quite a bit. And so, because, we're not like a team that, is going to press or play zone or does something that's super unique that in the tournament you may be able to catch a higher level team off guard because they haven't played against a style like that. And so we're trying to, we think about all off season, like what are things that we can do to kind of accomplish both goals if we're fortunate enough to get to the NCAA tournament. And so, we've had those games in the tournament where we make 18, 19 threes, it's kept us close. This year we're going to play with more pace. We're hoping that the pace can be something that can help us, translate to every type of situation, so to speak. And so, but I don't know if I had the answer, I would have, we would have hopefully got some wins by now. But we're constantly, it's just one of those things. You can't look too far ahead. Because you have to win your conference and you have to win those 3 games in March, which is, I've always said is the most stressful thing you can do in college basketball to me is win a conference tournament in a 1-bid league as the favorite. I think that's a lot of stress and pressure and, why I've aged so quickly.
All right. So what's on the schedule Thursday night, John?
Band practice, every Thursday down in the basement with the boys, and we're doing it on Wednesday this week. So we're that's something that we've been doing. I've been doing for the last 5-6 years now, and it's been a great fun and great release and something I really enjoy.
Who are these guys? This band, we have a picture of you playing the drums. There you are. I mean, I did not know that you had this skill and talent in you. I had no idea.
Yeah. Something I've been doing for a long time and played in a lot of bands through the years. And it's just a group of guys that I've gotten to know here in Burlington and friends of mine. And we just kind of put it together. The band's called The Cats. It's they're really good. I mean, we're actually pretty good. And the guys that playing my band, playing other bands that play out quite a bit. And so, but it's just good fun and something I look forward to every week.
Are you a cover band or are you playing original songs?
We're basically a cover band. One guy in the group writes his own songs, so we play his songs, and it's just kind of a round robin thing. There's about 7 guys in the band, and 5 of them sing. So they just, we just go round robin, and so the one guy plays all his own original stuff, but otherwise we're a cover band, classic rock, 70s type music.
I like it. I might try to get up to Burlington one day and check it out. All right, last thing, quickly, give me your advice for Maureen Magarity, who's making, I don't know if it's her media debut in the women's portion of the America East Media Day here coming up right after us. What do you got? You got any good advice for her?
Well, I think this is her media debut, yes. And as you know, she was an incredible coach and is now we're engaged to be married, and her and the girls moved up a couple months ago. And so, she's it's been great having her up here and having her around, and that she comes to practice all the time. And I was excited for this opportunity for her. I know she's been working hard, kind of studying up and calling the coaches in the league, and I'm sure she'll be terrific. And I told her, don't be too nice, though. She tends to be too nice, and so that's a hard hitting question. So keep it interesting. So, but no, she's excited, and she's. I hope she does. I'm sure she'll do great, and who knows? Maybe it's another career path for her.
That's right.
All right. Well, listen, John. It's been a pleasure, man. It's great to see you. Best of luck this season. And if Goodman shows up at the door for your next show, just tell him no. You don't want him in the venue. You don't want him there.
I tip well. Okay, I Venmo tip any of the bands.
No. We'll invite him in, bring him down, sit him on the couch, give him a nice cold beer, and make him listen.
Yeah, there you go. Coach, it's been a pleasure, man. Best of luck this season. Coming up next, Field of 68, America East Media Day. We have Albany head coach Dwayne Killings, who will be joining us here in just a second. 13-19 last year, finished 5-11 in the America East. They were picked 7th this year. And there he is, Coach Killings. Dwayne, what's going on, man? It's good to see you. How you doing?
What's going on, guys, man? How's everything going? It's almost that time of year.
2 weeks. 2 weeks from today. And the good thing is for you got 3 starters back. So it must make you feel a little bit more at ease than some with us just 2 weeks away.
Yeah, obviously, I think, 2 of the guys that have been, huge for us over the last couple of years or last season, I should say, is, Aaron Reddish, what he was able to do down the stretch, in the season. And then Amari Marshall, being one of the top scorers returning in the league and being able to retain him, it gives you comfort. We got to grow him, but it's a big year for us. I thought we did a really good job in the portal. We've had a really good preseason, went on a foreign tour to Montreal, played 3 games. We played well out there. We're just in a process of becoming a team with 9 new players. It's a lot, but it's an exciting year for us.
How important was it to get Amari out of the portal? You saw Sebastian, you lost him, and we'll ask you about him in a little bit. But the guy you got coming back went, tested the waters, looked on, saw what else was out there, and said, you know what, I'm coming back to UAlbany.
Yeah, I think it's a hard time in college athletics. There's just so many different voices, so many different things going on. And I think the kids' world today is that they look at their friends, they look at their peers, look at their doing, it puts pressure on them. I think Amari, we had a lot of conversations with his family, with him graduating from the university was very important. I think they really valued the opportunity that he has here. They saw the growth in what he was able to do this past year. And then, we all kind of agreed, okay, they learned, they talked as a family, and this is the best place for him. And we embraced having him back. And it's been fun watching his maturity grow into his leadership opportunity, where I think Amari now can help lead our team and then also be what I think is one of the better scorers in mid-major basketball because of his versatility.
DeMar Langford is somebody I've seen play for years, right? Going back to his prep school days. Undersized, tough, doesn't shoot it great, but does all those other things. Does the intangibles. You bring him in from UCF. He played at Boston College for 3 years, so started a bunch of games in the ACC. What are your expectations for him? Because I think in your league, he could be a beast.
Yeah, I think, when you look at what Vermont's been able to do, I think they have, always have a guy on the floor that's hard to guard and can guard anybody. And I think we have a guy like that in DeMar. And he's old, he's very mature. He's played a lot of basketball. When he speaks about his experience, he does it from a position of like playing high level. He's talking ACC, Big 12, and, he started in the Big 12. So now we're learning like how to put him in the right spots and use him. I mean, he's a guy who's a point forward. He can play the 4. He can play the point guard position. He can guard anybody on the floor. I think when you get in the league, he's got to take out a lot of different guys on the floor. We're working on his conditioning, getting him to a point where, he can handle the ball, guard guys, and have the stamina to close a game. And that's what you need to be able to, win games at a high level in this league.
Yeah, he averaged, I think it was in 21-22, 11 and a half points in the ACC at Boston College. What is the key to getting him back to that level? Is it just getting in shape? Is it getting healthy? Is it getting him acclimated to the system that you run? How do you get him back to the gut? Because if you could average 12 in the ACC, you could put up big numbers in the America East.
Yeah, I think it's all those things that you said, but then also add confidence. I think we played him actually my first year here, and we were fortunate to win the game. And I think knowing DeMar over the years and had a chance to recruit his brother when I was at Connecticut, when you watch him take the floor, you saw a very confident person. And I think when he got here, he's like relearning himself. And sometimes we're telling him, just go, use your physical attributes to make plays. And then part of it is get his conditioning back. He was injured through part of the year last year. So, him getting back on the floor, the level of minutes he's playing right now, he hasn't done since November of last year. And then the other part is I think, we're learning how to use him the right way, using him as a point guard, then posting him up, getting him out in transition, giving him some freedom at the same time. So it's really good that we were able to play the games, this past summer. And then, we have a scrimmage opportunity and we're playing an exhibition game. I think we need those minutes really to learn each other and also help him get confidence, leading a team.
Hey, Dwayne, how much time do you spend on NIL? How much has it hit your level? We heard, I think it was John Becker say they have no NIL, which I'm not sure no NIL means no NIL, but how much does it really impact right now? Because obviously we see the numbers at the high major level, UConn, where you were at, guys making close to $2 million, whatnot. What's it like for you?
I think it's at the doorstep, in our league at our level. I think everybody's approaching it very different. I know a few teams in our league, that they've established collectives. We are fortunate that we do have one. Chris Wyatt, former basketball player, launched it earlier in September. So we're fortunate that we do have something there. And I think, our idea is that for retention, and then obviously you want to continue to grow the program. And I think with so much uncertainty of where college athletics is going, you want to make sure you have things in place to be able to have success. And you don't want to be chasing it. You want to have things established. So, we've had some really good conversations in the community. We're trying to stay committed to it and make sure we're building really healthy relationships and partnerships within the community for the future of the program.
So you mentioned the 9 new guys, 4 Division I transfers. You got 2 guys coming in from JUCO and 3 freshmen in the program. What is the most difficult part about trying to get all of these different pieces to come together and instead of just developing a roster, like building an actual team out of it? What's the most difficult step in that?
Yeah, I think when you first start out, it's like leadership. When you look at Amari, yes, he can lead, but this is a whole new experience for him. DeMar Langford, yes, he can lead, but this is a whole new team and program. We do a transition drill all the time. It's called Laker drill. You yell it out the first time, 3 guys know the drill. It's just you're doing so many new things to reestablish yourself. And then I think you have really good days. And I think you learn new things about your team, but you haven't gone through real adversity yet. So what is it going to look like? How are guys going to respond to adversity? We actually started a book club. We're reading Chop Wood, Carry Water. We're almost through it. But the book really is about process. And I think the part that we're focusing on right now is surrender. It's a chapter in the book where you got to give yourself up, for the program and the greater good of the team. And I think that's really hard for kids when they're getting to a new environment. Byron Joshua, he won a lot of games at Alcorn State. I mean, they were at the doorstep of going to the NCAA tournament during his time there. They played kind of slow. We played fast. I mean, we had the 6th fastest pace in college basketball last year. So we're giving him that freedom. He's learning how to do that. But then also you're talking about taking a kid that grew up in New Orleans and dropping him off in Albany. There's so many new things you have to learn that, we just got to stay in the process, stay patient, and become the best team that we can. But can we grow and can we peak late? We don't want to peak early. Because I heard a little bit of what Coach Becker said. It's hard to win late in the year. I mean, we gave Vermont, everything we had on the road last year in the playoffs. And I think we're going to have to learn how to redo that and teach these guys what it's like to play at Vermont, what it's like to play against a really good Maine team, and so on and so forth, because we have so many new players.
All right. I'm a huge fan. I might be the biggest fan of Amir Lindsay in the league. You have no idea why, I bet. Do you have any idea why?
New England ties partly, but go ahead, tell me.
Yeah, we grew up in Framingham. I grew up in Framingham, Mass. How about that? So he went to the Rivers School, but I think he grew up in Framingham.
He did.
What's his game like? Point guard. Obviously, he played at BABC. Will he be a guy that could impact this year, or like most freshmen these days, is he going to have to probably wait his turn and be kind of a piece right now?
Yeah, I think, I'm not big into the preseason things, but I saw the projections. I think Amari Marshall's a first-team All-League guy, and I think Amir Lindsay got a chance to be Rookie of the Year in the league. I mean, he's good. I mean, I'm not putting no pressure on him. He's a good player. I think what he is, he's consistent. He doesn't get too high. He doesn't get too low. His father was the football coach at Rivers. Amir played football at Rivers, tough kid. I think he's been battle tested when you talk about being at Rivers, playing at BABC. He knows how to win. I think he's a winner, and I think he's got really good leadership qualities. Now we got to let him grow, playing as a point guard, as a freshman, hard to do. But I think he's going to excel at it. He's going to really grow in the position. He's a really good player. I'm happy he's here.
Good.
What is the one thing that has to happen for this group for us to look up in February, and it's Vermont and Lowell and Bryant and UAlbany is right there. You're competing for an American East regular season championship.
Yeah, I think we have to establish our pace. We want to play fast. I mean, that's part of what we do. I think the growth of guys like Casper Kresge and DeMar Langford in their roles right here are going to be really important. They have to grow into those roles. We're going to have to rebound the ball. Limit turnovers, and I think really find our defensive identity. Last year, we could really score it, and I think our guys really excel with the freedom that we gave them. But we have to find a way to guard, and I don't think we did that at a good enough level, or a level where you could really win, on the road, win big games at home. We have to grow, and we have to accept that. But I do think, where the energy of Amari, what he's been able to do, what he's been able to say in the locker room, I think the focus is there. We talked about DeMar. I think guys like, Byron and Amir, they can really change the complexion of a game with their ability to get in the ball and change defenses. So I'm excited about it all.
Dwayne, how long did it take you to accept where college basketball is at now and where it's headed, with more, again, not NIL, but more of the portal, right? More of the portal, and the fact that, let's face it, when you were coming up, it was, evaluate, develop, get a chance to know these kids, spend a ton of time with them. Now it's all kind of, you're looking at like a 1-year plan. It's kind of a year-by-year plan, which kind of sucks, but that's the reality of where we're at.
Yeah, one of the things that we talked about at the beginning of the year is like, hey, this could be the best basketball experience for everybody involved. And then when you say that, you have no idea where these individuals in the locker room are going to be the following year, because I think they have so much freedom, right? And we've allowed that to happen in our sport, where it used to be athletics was kind of the model of retention, right, on a college campus. You keep your kids, you grow them, you go from year 1 to year 2. The relationships and recruiting, like you mentioned, it was kind of like who could build the best relationships. That's not where this business is. We've lost some kids, and I think at the beginning it stung a little bit, but then I take a step back, and last year we had a point guard, and you look at like his growth throughout the course of the year. We did really good work, he makes his decision. We got to move on. And I think to your earlier question about the collective stuff, I mean, you got to jump right in. I mean, you can't fight it. The business has grown. It's going in a different direction. Now, my questions are like, what's next? Are we going to 15 scholarships? Okay, what is our plan if we do that? How do we grow our collective? How can we recruit different? We're looking in the junior college market. We're looking in the international markets because I think you got to be able to adapt. Because if you don't adapt, you're going to get left behind.
All right. Well, Dwayne, best of luck this season, man. It's great to see you. Hoping you guys pull off a really, really good year. And I'll tell you this, the lighting that you have in the background of your shot has been probably the best that we've had on the show so far today.
I think operates on a battery, so it's all good.
Yeah, it looks good, man.
Thanks,
Dwayne. Come see us, man. Come root for those Massachusetts guys.
That's right. Framingham, baby.
There you go. Right, appreciate your time, man. Thank you for being here. Coming up next on America East Media Day here on the Field of 68, we have Nathan Davis, the New Hampshire head coach, will be joining us here in just a second. 16-15 last season, 7-9 in the America East, and there he is, Coach Davis. I want to hit you with this right off the bat. You were a two-time Patriot League Coach of the Year at Bucknell. The America East and the Patriot League are pretty similar in terms of, some of the kind of schools that are there and the players that you're going to target. How do you kind of translate some of the success that you had in the Patriot League and bring that over to UNH?
Well, first off, thanks for having me on. It's great to speak with you guys. Good to see everybody. It's a good question. I think that the biggest difference, obviously, is I think we have a wider pool of guys we can recruit from. We can recruit junior college, we can recruit high school, we can recruit transfers, we can recruit grad transfers. You can't do all those things in the Patriot League. So I think we got a wider pool to recruit from, which means there's a lot of good players we can attract. Now we got to go out and find them and get them to come to New Hampshire.
Hey, I don't know if you know, the reason I haven't been there, haven't stopped by, is because I'm down in Charleston already. I felt bad, telling you, but we came down early. We sold our house in Newburyport. Rob, I'm only about a half an hour from UNH, where I was in Newburyport. So Nathan and I hung out a little bit last year. I was planning on coming by again this year, but we'll see. I haven't bought here yet.
That's why Nathan's been celebrating good. I mean, he's been sitting there. He's been fired up. This is the best fall that UNH has ever had.
Hey, Durham and Portsmouth are wonderful, but Charleston is one of the probably 5 or 10 best cities in the country, so I can't really blame you.
Yeah, it's like 78 here every day right now in October. So I'm not – yeah, I don't feel bad about leaving. Obviously, Clarence Daniels is gone, and that's a much bigger hit than losing me. He averaged almost 20 points a game last year, and it was an absolute stud in the league. Man, you have a lot of turnover. You've never had this turnover in your career. What's it been like, first of all, to bring in 8 new guys and a couple of returners, but not guys that made a huge impact in the program in year one for you?
Well, I think it's kind of invigorating. It's like start a new team every year. We got guys that are hungry. For whatever reason, it may not have worked out where they were before, but they're excited for the opportunity to get here. So they're sponges. They want to learn. I think we're bigger. We're stronger. We're more athletic. I think across the board, we're way more talented than we were a year ago. Obviously, losing a guy like Clarence and things he can do is a big loss, but I feel confident that we've got the guys that can answer all the questions we have.
I just asked Dwayne Killings the same question, but I'm curious your response as well. You have 4 Division I transfers. You have 2 JUCO guys. You have 5 freshmen coming in. That is 11 new faces into a program. As you are trying to establish, kind of who you guys are as a team, like what's the most difficult part of that, of having all of these new faces that are coming together at the same time?
Well, I think the biggest thing is getting them on the same page, both the offensive and the defensive. We have new guys that come from different systems, they come from different programs with different ideas. And so getting them on the same page together so that we're playing as one is the biggest challenge. But with the rules the way they are, I mean, you got summer school, you got 6 weeks where they're here together. So you got that work. We're in our 4th week here now. So we've had 8 or 10 weeks together. I think that we should be in good shape when the season rolls around.
All right, give me no coach speak here. Give me a couple of guys that have stood out among the newcomers who are If I said to you, one of these dudes will make an all-league team this year, who do you think it'll be?
If to pick just one, I think we've got several that could do it, to be honest with you. I'm going to start with a returner because Trey Woodyard had a huge improvement last year. Has really taken another step this year with what we're doing physically. I think he can play 1 through 4. He's a guy that can do a lot of things for us. So I think he's going to have another improvement this year and take a big step. For the newcomers, I think you're looking at Anthony McComb, who's coming from Bowling Green. He's a dynamic scorer, can put the ball on the floor and create more than anyone we had last year. I think both of the junior college point guards, Sammy Pieces and Jawari Hamlin, both can step in and play at a really high level. So, like I said, I'm really excited about this group. I think we are way more talented than we were a year ago. I think we're way more physical. I think we're more skilled. We're going to be able to play faster. I think we'll be able to defend better. So, no, I think this is an exciting group, and I'm looking forward to getting out.
Play faster. They were top 25 in the country in tempo last season, Goodman. So it's going to are you saying that UNH is going to be the most electric team in college basketball to watch next year, Nathan?
Hopefully it will be electric because we're making shots and scoring and not turning it over and those things. But I think that if we can play the way we want to play, we'll be able to get the ball up and down the floor and put pressure.
Let me ask you this. So we've done a lot of these media days, right? And one of the things that I found in these preseason polls is that it's basically just a ranking of the most successful programs and then the programs that have the most guys coming back, right? And I think a lot of it ends up being a crapshoot because you have so many different faces and so many new faces. You guys were picked 9th in the preseason poll, but you're sitting here talking like you feel like you have a group here that can make a run at this thing. Is that when you see that number 9 next to your name in the preseason, is that a motivating thing? Is that something where you're going to hang it up in the locker room, make sure every single guy sees that? Like, how do you kind of handle these preseason polls and preseason rankings in the new era of what college basketball is in 2024?
You know, that's an interesting question. I might be different than most people. I could care less. I've been in the NCAA tournament now as a head coach 6 times. 4 times. No, 8 times counting Division III. I've been, 10 times if you count as an assistant. In those 10 times, my teams were picked first twice. I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter where you're picked. It's about who plays. I think right now, especially this time of year and this environment, rosters turn over so much. No one has any idea. I mean, obviously, Vermont's got a lot back. They've been winning it every year. Until someone beats them, they're the team to beat. Beyond that, I don't know that it matters. And it's about us becoming the best team we can be, going out there and putting the work in every day. And like I said, I feel confident that we're in a better place at this point last year now than we were at this point last year as far as what we're capable of doing. And so I'm excited about this group.
All right, let's have a little fun, Nathan. I got a couple things I want to ask you about because, as Rob knows, I like to kind of take them off the rails a little bit here. Tell me about the time one of your former bosses, and I don't know who it was. I was just told that one of your former bosses got you and your staff to help move a tree.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh yeah. Working for Don DeVoe at the Naval Academy. We would go to lunch every day, and for some reason that day he said we couldn't go to lunch. We would go to Johnny Rockets. We're going to Johnny Rockets by his house. He comes running out. We're in the car. Can you take these shoes home for us so I can put them in the mail? So sure, yeah. We ran by his house as we're ringing the doorbell. No one's answering. We're walking back down the street. Here comes his wife in her Suburban. Hey guys, surprised to see you here. Can you help me with something? Pulls in the back, and she's got a tree in the back that we had to plant. So I think it was a setup. I'm confident we were set up.
Move a tree. All right. Number 2. And I want to know like what the situation was with this that got you. You kicked a chair and you thought you broke your foot once. Was that during a game?
That was during a game. You got good sources. So that was my first year as an assistant at Bucknell for Pat Flannery, and we were playing Penn. We ended up winning the league the next year. We're really good, but that year we struggled early. Ended up playing Penn, and they had a kid Bagley who was their best player. And we were down, I think, 2. And we had a player you might have heard of named Charles Lee, who's now the head coach of the Bobcats at the time. And as we're going out, we're like, Charles, you cannot let Bagley catch the ball on the inbounds. Someone else has got to get it. Charles stands behind him. He runs up, catches the ball. We have to foul him. I turned around and kicked the chair, and I thought I broke my foot. It did go about 5 feet. Yeah, almost went in the stands.
I would ask you of your best Pat Flannery stories, but most of those are not capable of being repeated on the show. We know that. Last one I have for you. the Jordan versus MJ debate. I believe Doster is on the Jordan versus LeBron debate. I believe Doster is on the LeBron side, believe it or not. I don't know. Where are you? Where are you on this thing?
I think let me preface it by saying I think there's about 10 guys you can claim are the best player of all time.
10? 10?
Yeah, 10.
No, you're out of your mind.
Ready? Jordan, James, Bird, Magic, Chamberlain, Robertson, Duncan, Jabbar, O'Neal. Yeah, so I think you can make a case for all those guys. For me personally, I have never seen a basketball player play better than LeBron James did from 2012 to 2020 when they went to 9 straight finals.
See,
wow.
He knows.
Wow,
You're
old like me, Nathan. You can't go LeBron. You got to go MJ. Come on, what are we doing here?
I'll say this: if I had either one of them, I like our chances this year. I'd take them all.
I might take one of them instead of your 9 newcomers.
I would take one of them instead of anyone in the league. Give me him and the last 5 guys in the league, and we'll be all right.
That's right.
All right. So you this is a little bit of a throwback question, but you played at Randolph-Macon, and then you took over in 2009, and the guy that you took over for was Mike Rhodes, who had been there for a decade. How many like office chairs did you have to replace in there? How much stuff had he brought? How many broken whiteboards were around? How much stuff did you have to replace from Mike Rhodes, and what was it like taking over that program?
Oh, Mike's very mild-mannered. He's not intense. He's not intense at all.
Not even a little bit.
I think I was very fortunate that I played there. So people don't realize this. Mike and I are really good friends. His first job as an assistant was at Randolph-Macon, and I was staying as a student assistant. So that was our first year in coaching together. So we got to work for Howland and experience a lot of interesting stuff the first time. But the programs have been in great shape for years. I think that Coach Webb and Coach Nunley done a tremendous job. Mike took it to another level. I think we came in and we went to 6 straight NCAA tournaments and a Final Four, and then got to give Josh Merkel their credit. Now he's won a national championship. So it was in good shape, and fortunately they replaced everything that was broken before I got there.
Hey, let me get it back here before we let you go in a minute. You mentioned Trey and his versatility earlier, and again we talked about all these newcomers, but he's probably the most important guy for you because he can help teach those newcomers. He knows what you expect. What's going to be the biggest? He averaged about 8 points a game. But again, listen, when you had Clarence and Robinson, like those are 2 guys that took up a lot of the shots, and they were the big pieces of the offense. How is Trey's role going to change? How much more are you going to expect out of him, especially in the offensive end?
Well, I think it's going to be across the board with everybody. I think everybody will have more opportunities. I think the ball will move better. I think that we have more interchangeable pieces, even more guys that can do more things. We talked about playing faster. One of the things we had last year was really had, 1.5 guys that could push the ball. I think now we've got 6 of them. So we can do some different things in transition that will speed us up. So I think between the ball being shared, being able to space the floor more, having a real presence, the 5 that we can throw it into and do some things with, is going to open up a lot of stuff for everybody.
What is the one thing that's got to happen this year, Coach, for UNH to be up there with the likes of Vermont and Lowell and Bryant and whoever? What's the biggest thing that has to happen for you guys to have a chance to win this league this year?
We have to defend, we have to rebound, and we have to take care of the ball so we can get shots and then take quality shots. I mean, that's what everyone's going to say, but basketball, it's not overcomplicated. It's the team that gets the most good shots is going to win. And you get the most good shots by not turning it over, by taking good ones when you get it, and by rebounding the ball and giving yourself extra opportunity. So that's the key. Now, how do we go about doing it? There'll be some things in there, but I think we've certainly got the pieces to be very competitive.
All right, last thing I got for you. I was kidding. There's one more. You were an assistant at Emory and Henry University for Bob Johnson back in the day. I think it was your first full-time assistant gig.
That is correct.
There were
yes.
five assistants for Bob Johnson went from Emory and Henry to Division I head coaching jobs. It was you, it was John Kaufman, it was Jimmy Allen, it was Jamie and Christian, and it was Mike Young. I want you to power rank those 5 guys in terms of who were the best coaches.
Well, Mike Young makes by far the most money. So he's clearly number one. Jamian lives in Italy now, so that's pretty good. He might be number two. and I'm going to leave the rest of the three of us out. You can figure it out. But I think those two are clearly winning a lot more than the rest of us.
Oh, listen, man. Nathan, we appreciate the time. It's always great to catch up. Best of luck this season, and congratulations on being able to go through an entire fall without having to deal with Jeff. I've been with him nonstop for the last 2 weeks, and let's just say I wish we could trade spots right now.
You can only see the parties we're having up here. I appreciate it.
Can you send me a popover? Can you go down to Portsmouth, and can you ship me a whole thing of popovers, please? I'll pay you double.
Absolutely. Also, it is 75 degrees here today, just so you know.
Oh, all right. Okay. Try to rub it in. I'm going to take pictures of me on the beach next week, though.
I'm going to the beach right now. We just finished practice. I'm heading out there to relax and let it down.
You're going to practice. Who are you kidding?
Good seeing you, Coach. Coming up next on America East Media Day here on the Field of 68, we have Levell Sanders, Binghamton head coach off of 15-15 in season, 7-9 last year in the America East. He's going to be joining us here right now. There he is. Coach, what's going on, man? First and foremost, good to see you. Second of all, you guys lost some pieces last year, but you still got some starters coming back, some rotation guys coming back. What's the key to Binghamton basketball this upcoming season?
Well, for the past few years, our biggest Achilles heel was we weren't able to shoot the ball and make shots consistently. Not shoot the ball. We were able to shoot, but we weren't able to make shots consistently. And so we really tried to address that in off season. I think if we can continue to defend, I think we were top 3 in the league in points allowed per game last year. So if we can continue to do that, but also make some shots, I think we give ourselves a chance to be even better than we were last year. Even though I think our team was more talented last year, I think we can be a better team this year.
Yeah, I mean, you bring 2 starters back, obviously Benson and Chenery, who are older, and that's the key, right? I mean, let's face it. Right now, the key is Beal, Stale, retention, all of that. You lost some other guys, but you also bring back some of those complementary pieces as well. Gavin Walsh, Evan, Chris Walker. How good do you feel about, again, that combination of retention and then bringing in a couple high school kids, some transfers? To me, it's like the perfect mix, especially at your level, to be able to win and keep this thing and building on it.
Yeah, I think the thing about Taimu and Nehemiah, Benson and Chenery, is that they're older, but the roles that they're going to have this year are going to be new, right? And we've had some struggles with that already because, as I tell these guys, like everybody wants to come back and everybody wants, to get money and all those kind of things, but they don't understand the things that come with that, right? And we don't have money, so let me just say that right away. But Taimu, for example, had an opportunity to go and go somewhere else, right? And he had schools reaching out to him, and he wanted to come back and be the number 1 option. Well, to start the summer, he's not performing or being the leader that he needed to be, right? And so I had to, many times address him. I had to address Nehemiah and let these guys know, like, you guys want to be the number 1 option, but you didn't. And when you was making that decision to come back, you didn't think about, I have to work the hardest in the weight room. I have to, get these guys to gel together as a team. I have to be a playmaker. I just can't worry about myself now. And so, yes, we have guys that are coming back, but we have guys that's going to be in new roles. And so we've had some growing pains with that. But I do like, some of the new guys that we added. We've added some guys that, like I said, that can make some shots and should take some pressure off of these guys. Inside, Nehemiah is going to be a guy that we're going to count on to score for us inside. Taimu is going to be a guy that we're going to count on to be a playmaker and make plays for not just for himself, but for others. And so some of the new guys we got coming in should be able to make shots and keep the defense honest.
How do you develop leadership in a player? If you want to get better as a shooter, just get on the gun and get some shots up, right? You want to improve your ball handling, go out and do dribbling drills. You want to jump higher, go do some squats, right? How do you develop leadership in these 21 and 22-year-old kids?
Yeah, it's by, number one, making them aware of it. A lot of times, and our guys, I think this is the quietest team I've ever been around, even as a player. Like, I've never been around a team that's this quiet, right? It's kind of like, it's almost, when I come into practice sometime, it just makes me feel weird, because we're so quiet. So Taimu, for example, is a quiet guy, kind of goes about his business, but you have to make him aware of, like, this is how you need to behave as a leader, right? This is what you need to do. And then you have to hold him accountable to that, right? I was talking to him before practice. Just before practice, I talked to him. We had we scrimmaged against each other on Saturday, and I thought he could have did, some things better, leadership wise, just by, when things are not going right, like bringing guys together, and not going separate ways. And so you just have to make these guys aware of what a leader is and how they go about their business. And leadership looks different for a lot of different people. But I think that the one thing that's constant is that you have to go out and do it by your actions. And then you have to be able, once you do it by your actions, because people see you're doing it, then you can go out and hold people accountable, like hold your teammates accountable. So I think it's awareness, and then it's accountability.
All right, give me an example of a play call in Czech.
Bexa.
And what does Bexa mean?
Bexa is it was the not mascot, but it was almost like what the team that I played for and coached in Czech, it was what they called themselves, Bexa. So we also have Jedna. Jedna is one in Czech. We also have Pivo. Pivo is beer in Czech. So we
So what do your
we have
players? What do your players think when all of a sudden you throw out these words? They have no idea. Do they know you played in the Czech Republic first, and you speak basically almost fluent Czech, right?
Yeah, they know. So what happens is when I first took over, I kind of wanted to just. It was still kind of like, because my wife is Czech, all right. So I hear a lot of Czech in the house. She speaks to our kids in Czech, and so it was just something it was on my mind. And I know how important scouting is, right? I know how important it is for coaches to be looking down and listening to what you're saying and writing it down. And so it's always interesting to really know if these guys are doing that and they're writing it down, what they are writing, because it's not some of the stuff is not in English, and so I'm always kind of interested in that.
Trying to throw them off. So this was all a ploy to throw other coaches off.
Right. Because coaches worry too much about scouting. So I try to pick easy, simple words, 1 or 2 syllables, where we can catch it. Sometimes they ask me what it means. A lot of times they ask my daughter. I have a 10-year-old, and she's fluent in English and Czech, and so a lot of times they ask her what it means, because a lot of times I haven't even told them, what the words mean. So, but yeah, we have some new ones this year that we'll use, and it's just something to keep it light and keep it fun.
Masood Stewart, stepping into a little bit more of a point guard role this year. What have you seen out of him? Where has his development been? And do you think he's going to be ready for the larger responsibility that might be thrust on his shoulders in that spot?
Yeah, he hasn't developed the way that we expected. I think he could work a lot harder than he works. And so he knows that nothing is going to be given to him. We brought in a kid, Jaden Lamont from William & Mary, who's playing his butt off. And so Masood is going to have to earn it if he is going to get the role. But he needs to work a little hard. He's injured right now, so that's another thing, is he's been injured a lot. He misses a lot of the preseason, and so it's hard to kind of just throw him right in when he misses so much practice. But he will play. He's going to have to play. And I think that he knows exactly what he needs to do. And now it's just a matter of him. We talk a lot about execution. Now it's just a matter of him going out and execute it, and being able to do the things we need him to do. And that's push the ball in transition. That's guard. That's run the team, not turn the ball over.
Hey, Levell, I don't know if you knew, but Doster is a huge UConn guy. Huge. And I don't know if Doster knows this, but you played a couple years with Dan Hurley back at Seton Hall. You were, I can't remember if you were young. Are you younger than him or older than him?
Yeah, I'm younger than him. I was a freshman. He was a junior, I think, junior, I think.
Right, you played two. Yeah. So you played your freshman and sophomore year. He was a junior and senior. All right, give me your best Dan Hurley story playing alongside Dan Hurley. Please give me something.
It's probably
great.
I don't know if it's I don't know how great it is, but it's probably the one thing that he always says to me as soon as I see him, and he be like, "Can I curse on here?"
Yeah, you can.
Okay. He'd be like, "Man, you're an asshole," and I'd be like, "What you talking about?" Because when my sophomore year, his senior year, we played against Allen Iverson at Georgetown. He scored 40 points on us, and I picked up 2 early fouls, and so my responsibility as a sophomore was like to guard all of the other team's best perimeter players. So Danny was taking all of the shots, and then he had to guard Iverson for a good portion of the first half, and he scored. He got a lot of that 40 points were scored on him, and so he always, every time he sees me, he's like, "Hey, you're an asshole. You picked those 2 early fouls, so I would have to guard Iverson, So that's the thing he always says to me every time I see him.
I'm writing that down right now because I'm going to be asking him about that. I heard Allen Iverson put 40 on your head.
Yeah, man. And I remember we were leaving the arena, and he was just like, "Man, God is not fair." And I'm like, "What you talking about?" He was like, "Man, that kid is way too talented, So I was like, "Yeah, you're right."
He was.
Not fair. All right. You mentioned Jaden Lamond. Who else of the the transfers that you have coming in have surprised you or maybe impressed you or you think could end up having a big role on this team?
Yeah, besides Jaden, Ben Callahan Gold coming from Trinity, he's a really good shooter. Again, something that we really desperately needed. He's been a pleasant surprise. Coming from the Division III level, you never kind of know how guys are gonna, get along at the Division I level. But he's been really good. And then the kid Wes Peterson from Delaware, who didn't really play much there, he's been a pleasant surprise. I mean, he can guard, he can play multiple positions, kind of like the guys we like to recruit. Just a guy that can play multiple positions, that can guard. Really good kid. He came in early and had some health issues, but he's probably been with us about a month and a half now, and he's getting better and better and better. So those 3 guys, and obviously we brought in a kid, Jackson Benigni from Stonehill, who averaged 11 points a game at Stonehill, but he's had some health issues, and so he's actually just getting back and being with us. So he's looked pretty good since he's been back. And then we got a kid from Houston Christian, Dominic Capriati, who's a really good shooter. And so again, he's another guy that's going to be able to create some space for us and knock some shots down.
All right, I got one more, and only because there's no BS with you. You're a Brooklyn guy. You could tell, like, you're not capable of BSing anybody. I just want to know overall your thoughts on the way that, especially as a former player at Seton Hall, the way the game has gone right now. And, again, NIL hasn't probably affected you yet because, like you said, you don't have the money. But overall, players transfer and realignment, you see what some of these kids are getting. Good, bad, what do you like, what do you hate?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I was playing right now. That's one thing I wish.
Of course you do.
But no, I'm really excited that guys are able to and girls are able to get paid and make some money. I think it's long overdue. I just think that a lot of times when the NCAA kind of does things, it's I don't know if things are really thought through. I think they just kind of throw things out there and expect the universities to kind of manage it all. So you can see a ton of coaches are leaving the game and are leaving college sports because it's not in the right place. And so I obviously I think there needs to be some type of regulations and the system needs to be fixed a little bit in terms of what can and can't happen. So I mean, I'm all for guys transferring. I just think that I think everybody's kind of saying the same thing. It's not teaching these student athletes to struggle a little bit. Have some ups and downs. That's what life is about. Life is not easy. I didn't have it easy. I'm pretty sure you guys didn't have it easy, and so we had to struggle and get through all of the struggles. But there's always lessons to be learned, and I think the kids are missing a lot of those valuable lessons that can happen. And I remember with me my freshman year. I mean, PJ Carlson recruited me to Seton Hall. He leaves that summer, goes to the Portland Trailblazers. Coach George Blaney comes in, have Coach Blaney for 3 years, and then after that, he gets let go, and then Coach Amica comes in, right? So that's 3 different staffs you're dealing with, and so I could have easily, jump ship every time, right? But I'm happy I was able to stick it out and go through, and then all of those relationships that I've built with those different coaching staffs and different people is probably the reason why I'm in a place where I'm at today. So I think there needs to be some correction, and hopefully something will come sooner rather than later.
I just want to clarify one thing, Levell. The most difficult thing that Goodman's ever dealt with in his life is having to leave the pool to make it to class at the University of Arizona in his
hard.
6th season, in his 6th year as an undergrad. So let's put
Right.
that into context. Okay. Listen, man, we appreciate the time.
6 years now, that's 6 years now is nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Why didn't I go
Goodman-
another year? I mean, come on.
Goodman had a COVID year before COVID existed. We appreciate the time, man. Always great to hear from you, and
Thanks, man.
I will definitely be using that little bit of dirt that you just gave me on Dan Hurley at some point this season. So I do appreciate that greatly. This has been America East Media Day here on the Field of 68. Coming up in about an hour, we will have Brendan Glasheen and Maureen Magarity breaking down the women's side of the America East. They will be joined by all of the head coaches and the America East preseason player of the year. That is coming up at 1 p.m. on the dot. We will see you guys then. And until then, I'm going to go get some lunch, man. I'm hungry. I've been sitting here talking to you all day. I've worked up an appetite. So appreciate you guys being here. Jersey Mike's a sub above. That's my lunch.
All right, welcome in, folks, to America East Women's Basketball Media Day, a production courtesy of the Field of 68. My name is Brendan Glasheen, and with Maureen Magarity, we unite. We come back together after a long time at the University of New Hampshire years ago. Maureen, I've been looking forward to this. We're going to have a lot of fun today. How's it going with you?
Oh, great. Thanks for having me. I like I said, I mean, you're like a legend now. I'm surprised you remember my name from so many years back, but it's an honor to be here. Some of my best years of my life were in the America East, so I can't wait to get on with a lot of these amazing, talented coaches.
Maureen was at UNH from 2010 to 2020, then took over at Holy Cross, had a great success there, two-time Conference Coach of the Year, once in the America East, once in the Patriot League, and a couple of trips to the NCAA Tournament. And I did call some of her games. So we were excited when we found out we were going to work together. So this will be a lot of fun. We'll talk to all 9 head coaches at some point over the next couple of hours and run through the conference and get you folks set. Service Credit Union, Jersey Mike's, they are presenting sponsors of America East Women's Basketball Media Day. And thanks again to the fine folks at the Field of 68. They have been very busy around the entire landscape of college basketball. The men's side went earlier today in the morning into the afternoon. So they've had all their bases covered as it pertains to the America East. We'll also have the commissioner of the America East, Brad Walker, joining us shortly as well. All right, Maureen, let's dive into the nitty gritty. We'll start with the preseason poll. I'm curious as a head coach how much you loved these going into a particular season. But the America East in women's basketball, Maine with 60 points as the favorite coming into the year with 5 first-place votes. UAlbany files in next, not far behind, 56 points. Vermont, Bryant, Binghamton with 1 first-place vote, UMBC, and then rounding out the 9, UMass, Lowell, NJIT, and New Hampshire. Your takeaways here from this preseason poll.
Yeah, I think there's always a lot of parity in the America East, but no surprise there. Maine, Albany, Vermont, and the top in the lead. And I think obviously just the tradition and what an amazing job that those 3 programs have done over the years, just kind of sustaining and being successful. But I think there's going to be some dark horses there. I think Mary Grimes is a tremendous coach. Just was hired from Lemoyne at Binghamton and return a lot of really, really talented players. And I think at Bryant, I think that they have some really great transfers as well. So I think with the transfer portal and the newcomers and all that good stuff, you just never know what's going to happen.
You mentioned the parity, 4 different conference championship winners each of the last 4 years, and Maine back on top for the first time since 2019. Adriana Smith, we'll talk to Amy Vachon, one of our first coach guests, coming up shortly. That's a big loss. They also lost another all-conference performer. So some new faces, but is Maine the rightful favorite coming in as reigning champions?
Yeah, I think it's usually it goes through Orono, the championship. And I think just what they've done year in and year out and just the consistency that she's had with her program, not only with her players, they just kind of battled back. They've been through some really tough injuries, season ending injuries, and they always seem to figure it out. So I think, for sure, people have to be prepared to play there and to win there, which is a really, really hard place to play and win. I know firsthand. But, I think, Colleen at UAlbany and Alisa, at UVM, I mean, have also really created an amazing atmosphere on their home courts. And, obviously with America East, that's a huge push in the regular season is to win at home, and you get rewarded at the end to be able to host the playoff games.
Yeah, even going into your recent success at Holy Cross, you've had some non-conference games against UMass Lowell, against Colleen, Mullen in UAlbany. Number 1 scoring defense in the women's college basketball period last year, never mind the conference. So we'll talk to Colleen about this. But hey, if you're playing on the defensive end of the floor, come conference tournament time, a 1-bid league, defense travels, right? So I'm sure that they pose a threat, right, to Maine.
Absolutely. And it's funny enough, you're looking at some stats and there's UVM right behind, UAlbany, number 2 in the nation. So, I mean, how amazing is that just to have 2 teams that are nationally ranked, so high in the nation in one conference. And, we can all talk about a few years back with that championship game with UVM and UAlbany, and there weren't very many points scored, but, defense, I'm a big believer in the last couple of years, even at Holy Cross. And look on the men's side of the America East, what what UVM men have done. Defense wins championships. So I think that's going to be huge, and to be able to host and reward the regular season, to host those championship games, and you play defense like that, it's hard to beat teams.
A couple of first-year head coaches in the America East and women's basketball this year. You mentioned Mary Grimes, a lot of success at Lemoyne, a champion, reigning coach of the year in the NEC, coming over to the America East. Maureen, when you look at just like for a new coach, having an abbreviated time period, a spring, a summer, figuring out who's on your team, an influx of transfers, maybe freshmen, establishing a culture, a program. When you look at some of those teams towards the bottom of the poll that are trying to figure it out and establish who they are, right, when do you get the sense, how important is that non-conference slate to kind of figure it out before you get into that nitty-gritty of league play?
Yeah, it's huge. And I even look at some of the scrimmages and the exhibition games you're allowed to play now, and those are so valuable and so important. And a lot of times what happens, you take over a program, and not only do you inherit the players that are yours now, but you also inherit a schedule that you did not probably schedule. So sometimes you just have to go and you just have to play games, and really it's that first year is really just a buy-in and getting your players to play hard for you, get to know them, they get to know you, the trust value. And, and a huge piece, I think, in that first year is your staff, and be able to really surround yourself with, really talented individuals that are really bought into, your style, your philosophy, but, also complement you really well, and some of your strengths or weaknesses. And so you look at some of these new coaches in the league, and wow, like they just really did a great job of hiring fantastic staffs around them and their assistant coaches. And I'm really excited about some of these young coaches.
Yeah, to credit to Mary, on the line.
Sorry.
Head coach is on the line. You're good. Mary did a really nice job retaining 9 letter winners from a year ago at Binghamton, including Jaden Welch, who was an all-conference pick last year. That's really fascinating to see that she got so much to come back, and then looking to carry that over in her first year with some fabric of what they had established. That's a good call out there on the schedule. I didn't even think of the schedule portion. Never mind trying to figure out who's on your team. Any other sleepers towards the bottom of the league that might surprise some folks?
I think UMass Lowell, I think, Denise King, she has a lot of kids back, and some, some leaders and some players with some experience at UMass Lowell. And, they're always really athletic, and she gets them to play really hard. And, just being at UNH and at Holy Cross, I've played UMass Lowell a lot, pretty much every year, probably since I've been a head coach. And, Denise always gets those players, whether they're down or they have some injuries, they always play hard, really athletic style, really get up into you and defend. And so I'm really excited to see, their growth this year, having, I believe 3 starters back, some all conference players back, and just for her to be able to take that next step, in the league and to get to that top half of the league.
Yeah. And their last game last year, their game last year, they gave Maine some trouble in that America East tournament in the quarters, so they didn't go out easy. So Lowell has Denise King in her 4th year coming in after just a 4-win season, but they were competitive down the stretch in league play. So there you go. Maine, your first place team in the preseason poll, not far behind UAlbany, 56 points. Vermont, you're close with Coach Kresge. What about UVM? You mentioned their defense, but I'm sure they're feeling like, maybe folks are sleeping on us a bit because it seems like it's Maine, UAlbany, but not too long ago, Vermont was in the thick of the conference at the top of the league.
Absolutely. And it'll be really interesting to see how they kind of maybe change a little bit of their style of play, graduating, one of the all-time greats in Emma Utterback and Delaney Richardson, that, you'll look at those 2 players that stayed for 5 years here at UVM. And I think that really speaks volumes to the culture that Alisa has created here. And, obviously a lot of opportunities to go into the portal and go to other places, maybe with bigger names. And, I give a lot of credit to Emma and Delaney for sticking it out for 5 years. And I think a lot of the players that are returning, it'll be interesting to see kind of where they pick up now that those 2 are gone. 5 years playing at one school is a long time. I think Kat Gilwey coming back is is a huge plus for Alisa. I know how excited she is. She sat out last year with a season-ending injury, and Kat is a great leader, and they really missed her shooting, I think, from the perimeter a lot last year. So, Anna Olsen is one of the best bigs in the league. She's a great player. I think, just having the sixth man of the year, Kiera's back. And Bella, I think Bella is just one of the hardest working players that I've ever coached against. She's all over the place. So Vermont has a really strong core back. And I can always say this about Alisa because we were college teammates. She gets those players to play really hard. So I'm excited to see what they can do this year.
Yeah, a lot of players back, but also with some of that core, some new roles, right? When you go from a sixth woman of the year potentially to a starter, and there's some uncertainty for Vermont in the sense around the league where we have to see how it looks, but I think Vermont almost might use that to their advantage, right? How are we going to look? We do retain some of our talent, but some players are going to have newer roles and ascend in new roles. So that should be fun to watch this year as well. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the preseason all-conference team in America East women's basketball. Some of the common customers, including Kayla Cooper from UAlbany, coming back for another season. We'll have an exclusive one-on-one sit-down with Kayla later on in the program here today. You mentioned Anna Olsen being back. Adriana Smith did earn all-conference preseason all-conference honors, but she will be out for the season due to injury, a huge blow from Maine. Talked about Welts a little bit. What about Mia Mancini at Bryant?
Mia Mancini obviously was the rookie of the year this past year, and a lot of credit to Lynn. I mean, she kind of found her in the transfer portal, and I think a lot of people really looked past Mia, over the years with recruiting. And what a great year, and what a great get for Lynn. Just a tremendous scorer, and just all around kind of a scorer. And to come in your freshman year for a first-time head coach, I mean, that's really speaks volumes about Lynn and what she was able to get out of Mia. And I think just that I've always, from experience, when you're the rookie of the year, that sophomore year is a big year. You're not going to really surprise a lot of people. People are going to know who you are right away on scouting reports, but Mia is so versatile. So, they really return a lot, and they're young. And again, Lynn just did a tremendous job this year in her first year. I believe they had the most wins since 2016 in her very first year. So she's doing a great job as a Bryant alum. I know how proud she is to be the head coach there.
It doesn't hurt to have a sophomore coming in like Mancini to sort of take the reins of the program. 13 points a game last year, hit 69 threes to lead the Bulldogs. Was solid on the glass as well, just over 3 a game, and had 22 steals, 78 assists, second on the squad, only behind Kimara Reynolds. So we're taking a look. We'll have Kayla Cooper, as I mentioned. We'll have her later on in the show to discuss her season upcoming with UAlbany, some other common customers. Is there anybody not on the preseason all-conference team that might kind of make you raise an eyebrow and wonder who could maybe, at the end of the year, be that player to be on the first team?
That's a really great question. I think, honestly, I think Kiera, on UVM, who was the sixth person of the year last year, I think she can really surprise a lot of people, especially with Kat Gilby back. And at UAlbany have some great newcomers, some transfers that played a lot of minutes at their former schools that I think could surprise a lot of people. But I think it's up for grabs right now, and I think hopefully talking to some of these coaches here shortly, there's going to be a lot of new faces, and there's a lot of opportunities. So I'm really excited to see people step up this year.
Yeah, Alejandra Zuniga as well at NJIT. Shot the ball well last year, 14 points per game, 38% from three. She's back. Curious, how Mike Lane might think she factors in as a junior this year and what she might bring to the table. We're going to talk to all 9 head coaches. Before we get the commissioner on, Brad Walker, the America East commissioner, Maureen, I can't help but go there. An amazing WNBA finals last night to wrap up the WNBA season. The momentum from the end of the college season into the pro season, but just where is your mind at? What's the first thing that comes to mind now with where women's college basketball is, considering the amazing year across the board? I don't care what division, what conference. It was an unbelievable year for women's college basketball. What would you say as in terms of where we're going into this next year with that momentum coming in?
Oh, it's been electric, and I saw firsthand this year. We were at Holy Cross. We played at Iowa. Got to play against Caitlin Clark, and just to actually to hear about it and see Caitlin Clark, and just to kind of see the whole, fanfare around her, but to actually live it and see it with my own eyes was absolutely incredible. Just the buzz that, everybody from kids to grandparents. I mean, everybody wants to watch women's basketball right now, and it's just an electric time, I think. And I think, and I'm excited, for these young women to experience what I was able to experience with my team this year, in front of 15,000 people that were there 2 hours before a game. Like last night with the WNBA finals, everybody was locked in. We were at a birthday party. Everybody's watching football. It's all everybody talked about. We got to get home, to stand and tune in for the WNBA finals. And the people that we were with maybe a year or two ago wouldn't have said that. So it's really, really exciting. I think it's entertaining, obviously, but these women, are everywhere too. I think that they've really branded themselves in the right way. They're at the advertising, really stepping outside, I think, of their comfort zones and getting the respect I think that women's basketball deserves. And it's, obviously with two young daughters, I couldn't be more thrilled for them to experience this. And this is the norm for them. And I think that's really a special, unique thing, thinking about how I grew up. It's just completely different. So obviously it's a really exciting time for women's basketball.
Yeah, good stuff. I think what we've learned is in my time with you and now working, my experience in the WNBA, just access for folks to get to games, to see games, and even doing a show like this. It might seem so simple, but full coverage, men's and women's basketball. Field of 68 deserves a lot of credit for all these media days they've been doing with both the men and the women. We want to learn more about these players, these personalities, these coaches, what they're putting into it each and every day. Some insights in the preseason, so that way when we get into the season, we have something to latch onto and follow along. So I think shows like this are really important, and access absolutely matters. So it's a great time for women's college basketball. And that's great stuff for your daughters, too, being right along for the ride with you. Let's welcome in the Commissioner, Brad Walker. He was with the guys earlier today on the men's side. Commissioner Walker, thanks for stopping by. How's everything going? It's been a busy day for you.
Everything's been going great. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to partner with us and talk about some America East basketball. So it's been a good day so far.
Where are you? We'll just kind of pick up where we were just talking. It's an exciting time right now for women's college basketball across the table, women's basketball in general. So what's your take on that as we head into a season that had so many eyeballs and so much attention last year?
It's been really exciting to see. I was at the championship game a couple years ago when it was Caitlin Clark and Iowa versus Angel Reese and LSU, and to see that excitement down in Dallas, it was amazing. I was tuned into the game last night, which was amazing, and it was such an incredible series. And it's funny, the owner, I think it was Claire Sy, who came on at the end and talked about when they were playing in the Westchester County gym, which for those of you who haven't had the opportunity to go to that gym is almost like a theater that they built into a gym with the way the viewing experience. And for them now to be playing in that beautiful facility in Brooklyn in front of all those people excited and getting there early, it's just amazing what can happen in a few years' time.
Absolutely. It's so funny. I played my sectional finals in high school at that gym in Westchester. Oh, wow. And it's so true. I mean, that's really where I think WNBA and where we were at with women's basketball. A lot of times these amazing, world-renowned athletes were playing in the same gyms as high school kids. And I think, you're so right, Brad. And I think a lot of praise goes to the commissioners like you. I think you've done a great job of really putting our women's basketball programs, on the national stage. And, I can say firsthand, Maine has always been, an amazing place to go to, and, one of the hardest places to go to in the country for mid-major programs. But now you can honestly, UAlbany, UVM, you can go on. And I think this year with some of these younger coaches, it's going to be the same. And the America East is just, it's on the national stage right now for women's basketball, not just men's. And it's a really exciting time. And, you've really done a great job since you've taken over.
I really appreciate that. One of the things, and I'll tell you, I'm going into year 4, and we play our conference championship on campus sites with the highest seed. And we've been fortunate to have it at some facilities where you really get to see the support within the league. I've been up to Maine when they've hosted championships in the last 2 years, and it's just an incredible environment. You get to see the community kind of come together and really support this sport there in particular. But that's not the only place where it happens. You can see it at Albany as well. The other championship in my 3 years was at Vermont at Burlington, which was an amazing game up there as well. So you can really see it even grow within our league locally, not just on a national scale, but within America East.
Brad, where are you at right now as it pertains to the conference and women's college basketball? I was talking to Maureen. We're going through the preseason poll, and you've had 4 different champions each of the last 4 years. Maine, UAlbany, Vermont, they're in that conversation in the preseason poll. But what do you make of just the league, the product on the floor heading into another year in 24-25?
Yeah, I'm optimistic about what we have this year. We've got such a great group of coaches here. I mean, the 3 that you mentioned that have been at the top of our league over the last 3 years with Alisa and Amy and Colleen have done great jobs building their programs. But you can see some of our new coaches and what they're building in our league as well. I know we have 3 new coaches at Binghamton, UNH, and UMBC, and there's a lot of enthusiasm on those campuses. And Lynn-Ann at Bryant obviously has done an incredible job only in year 2. And, what's interesting is to see on the women's basketball side, the transfer movement on the men's side had been a little bit quicker. I think you see institutions on the women's basketball side starting to build their programs a little bit more through the transfer portal, and that's been fascinating to me. Also with us, we have a good percentage of our kids that are international students, and I see a lot of our programs, dip into that recruiting bucket a lot to find some talent to really make them competitive, not only in league but against non-conference competition.
And what are some more goals and initiatives that you think with women's basketball specifically, but as a conference as a whole, moving into this year, what are some goals you have for the conference?
Well, I think for us, knowing that we're going to be voting on a women's basketball unit nationally, there's going to be more investment in the sport as we try to keep up with the trend of how people are engaging with women's basketball. I think we're going to need to be strategic as a conference as to how do we continue to build. We're not that far away from having multiple teams in the sub 100 in RPI and now net. We're not that far away from when we were considered to have more than one team be considered for the postseason. So I think we need to think strategically about how we can get back to that, because especially in women's basketball, we have a history there of being that good at the national level, where we're considered a 2-bid league at some point in the last decade.
Brad Walker of the America East, the commissioner, is joining us here on the Field of 68 production of America East Women's Basketball Media Day. He was with the men's on the men's side earlier today with Rob and Jeff. Maybe they asked you this, so I apologize if this is a repeat question. In your time, you were at the WCC. Now you're here in the America East. You've had experience elsewhere, but just what about the America East to you now entering year 4? What stood out to you as far as different experiences from other conferences and other college experience you've had?
Yeah, what stood out to me when I first got here, and you're going around and you're doing your tour of each of the campuses and stuff. Yeah. The investment in both facilities, the willingness to support these student athletes in all facets of their experience in participating in college athletics is unmatched. We do such a great job, and I think the WCC and the OBC at my time there was a commitment to it, but it's been unique to come to a different part of the country and see the way that we invest in other sports but prioritize basketball at the same time, trying to provide this broad-based collegiate experience. But then also, just the enjoyment of the sport of women's basketball in this region has been amazing. For example, we're gonna spend a lot of time talking with our athletic directors today about what else do we need to be doing to get us back to where we used to be, and just the commitment to thinking strategically about the sport has been great to see, and the way that our people have been very proactive about it.
You're a busy guy. You got a lot going on today. 2 media days, and you've got athletic director meetings. How do you make all the time?
We got commissioner meetings this afternoon too. We keep the days packed, but I'm not going to surprise you guys in that there's a lot going on in college athletics, so we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I still rock my old school America East logo shirts all the time. They're like retro ones, but I will say I really enjoy. I love the new logo. It looks really sharp, and But that's how long ago I was in the league. So sometimes I'll just wear my retro America East gear. I should have pulled it out for a minute.
It all comes back around. It's retro, right? I got you.
No, it looks great. It really does. That was unveiled this year. This is the first year with this logo.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was a really collaborative process. We rolled it out during basketball season this year, taking advantage of the people engaging with America East basketball this past spring, and we got great reception. I mean, it's probably, you're going to say, a little bit on the nose, but we want people to know it's America East, and this time we're not going to miss on that one. But I think it's pretty bold, and I think it shows up really well, and our student athletes have really loved it too.
Yeah. I tried to do my part and wore a little red and a navy sweater to adjust to the colors. Admittedly, I was looking for light blue before the day started, but then my brain got back on track with the new logo.
Hey, we'll figure out how to get you some gear so we can make sure you got that right blue and red.
Maureen, nice job. You worked that in well to work on getting gear. That's what's great about not coaching, Maureen. You can get gear now and wear whatever gear you want.
I know. I need some other gear besides one school in the league, so I'll take whatever I can.
That's right.
Brad Walker, we'll let you go on this. Anything you can relay to fans of these programs, fans of your league, anyone involved with women's basketball, anything that we can be keeping an eye on here as we get closer? Because I know this is a busy time with non-conference play. We're building towards that. But then once we get to league play, it gets pretty crazy. So anything that you can share as far as what happens when we get to the winter?
Yeah, I think it's going to be competitive top to bottom. We talk about it. We've been talking about it a lot recently, and I apologize if I missed earlier. But with some of the injuries that have taken place in league, and I think this is going to be one of the more competitive seasons that we've had in America East women's basketball. A lot of coaches, shooting for the top and trying to get that best seeding position so they can be hosting heading into the playoffs. So I'm really excited about what we can show this year.
All right, excellent. America East Commissioner Brad Walker, thanks for coming by America East Women's Basketball Media Day. And keep your eyes on that Google Calendar, because I don't know how you do it with all these meetings you have going on.
I appreciate it, guys. It's nice talking to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Brad.
All right, great stuff from the commissioner. And he's going to work on getting us some gear, which I don't know if I have any room. But, I mean, that's a good point by you, though. You've got one school covered. The other 8, you might have some work to do.
I hopefully still have enough friends in the league, that I'll have some other stuff. But same thing. I didn't know what color to wear today. It's hard. America East has a lot of different colors, Yeah. Got to be somewhat. I mean, this, I guess, is navy-ish, but can't rock the green, the purple, or it's hard I like what you picked out, though. It's very neutral.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Maureen Magarity's first test in the media waters post-coaching, 10 years at UNH and then 4 years at Holy Cross. We've got Coach Vachon coming on very shortly. I was listening to the men's media day, and John Becker did make mention that he wants you to ask the hard-hitting questions when it comes to the coaches. So I hope you've mentally prepared yourself for that.
Yeah. I also told him I don't think this is the correct platform to be asking hard-hitting questions. This is like preseason. You're supposed to be helping. Trust me, I was in that seat for 20 plus years. You're supposed to be making the coaches feel good about this time of year. A lot of times this time of year, the coaches are like, oh man, where are we right now? A lot of times coaches are a little bit pessimist this time of year, so it's not my role right now to ask the hard questions. We'll just, we'll ask some good ones. That's what you're here for. I just take the lead from you.
Really, really quick. I actually think this is a good talking point before we get Amy on. Can you take us a little bit, if you can elaborate a little more on, when you do these kinds of things, when you talk to coaches, and you've been, like you said, you've been doing this, 15 years between UNH and Holy Cross in a head coaching role. Mm-hmm. When you're wrapping your head around your team, no matter if you've got a team that you feel can win the league or you're rebuilding, how do you put it all into the blender and figure it out? I'm curious.
Yeah, I think it's also changed a lot, with the summer access, and so you feel like you're practicing all the time. So by the time this time of year comes around, you're so excited and so grateful to be able to play somebody else. And I think just from my experience, in my opinion, obviously really proud of how hard your players work, but you start to just watch your players over and over and over. And that's just, that's human nature. You start to just nitpick too many things. And it's just time to start playing games. I always felt like this time of year, like, I don't think I could have gone for a couple more weeks of practice because I would have thought we were the worst team in America if by that point, So, and for the players, I think that's why I always had amazing assistants that would keep it positive. And so what always amazes me, like coaches like Amy coming up, always super positive and upbeat, and have been dealt some tough blows with season-ending injuries, and she always seems to say, next person up, we're a team, we're not just one person. And but that's hard to do. It's hard to do sometimes. But yeah, I was always really grateful when I saw like, we're three practices away from a scrimmage. Like, thank God.
Yeah, you're at a point you just want to tip the ball up and get going. And we're 2 weeks away from the start of the season as of today, Monday, right. October 21st. All right, first of 9 head coaches around the conference joining us. We'll start with the reigning champions, preseason poll number 1, Amy Vachon of the Maine Black Bears joining us now. Amy, thank you very much for stopping by. You're our first guest, so how's everything going?
It's going well. Thanks for having me.
Hi, Amy. It's good to see you.
Hey, how are you? You too. Right now, I think I'd rather be in your chair than my chair, Maureen. But
we were actually right before you came on. We were just talking about that. I said this time of year, it's like, thank goodness when you start to have scrimmages or exhibition games, because if you go any longer in practice, you really start to nitpick everything, and you're like, I don't think we're going to be very good this year. Or even the years where you return, everybody, it's like, I don't know, so yeah, it's a little different.
Amy, how is your group embracing coming off a championship, your first since 2019, just getting set for a title defense year?
Yeah, it's kind of been a whirlwind, to be quite honest with you. We've lost 2 really good players to season-ending injuries, which it is what it is. It's part of the game, but it definitely changes how we're approaching things, and especially losing a player like Addie. It's not just, I've talked a lot about this, but it's not just her points or her rebounds it's really, we ran everything through her. So she touched the ball every possession. So really trying to just reconfigure what we're doing and how we're doing it. Last year was great, but that's way in the past, and we've enjoyed our time with that, but we're really focused on getting better every day. And fortunately, we have a pretty experienced group coming back. And so that definitely helps with what we're kind of facing right now.
Yeah. That's tough. But you've always seemed, right before you came on, I was just saying, you've always seemed to, you had some really tough season-ending injuries, with Ann, and somebody always steps up. And I think just with how positive you are, and obviously you've coached long enough to know it isn't just one player. But I'm sorry, it's tough. It's tough for everyone, because especially when you get to this point, you get through the summer, you get through everything, and it takes, I'm sure it does take a while just to kind of process that. Even as a head coach, it's a lot.
Yeah. They're definitely, I don't want to sound dramatic by any means, but there is a grieving part of that, when she found out and when our team found out, it took time to kind of process it. And, but we've done that. We're past it. Like you said, unfortunately, we've been through this before. We lost Blanca Milan to a season-ending knee injury 4 or 5 years ago. We lost Ann Simon a couple years ago. So it's something that, unfortunately, we've had experience with. And like I said, I think the difference now is that our team is much more experienced. We have 6 seniors on our team who have played a lot of minutes, and some younger kids who have played minutes too. So I think we're in a better spot than we have been in before, and we're really just excited to get going and to challenge ourselves.
Yeah, Olivia Rockwood, Caroline Bornman, Sarah Talon, those are some players that are coming back, right, that are expected to have big roles. How do you see those 3 and your other seniors as ascending with some players out to spin this into a positive? What are they made of to make up for that missed production?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the cupboard is bare by any means. We're not going to sugarcoat it and say it doesn't hurt, but the reality is no one's going to feel bad for us, and we have really good players on our team. So, like you said, Olivia Rockwood and Caroline Borman have come back using their COVID year for their 5th year, and that's really exciting. I mean, they're a great lead, and they know how we operate on and off the court. And so that's awesome. Sarah Hodgson is another senior, Paula Gallego. Paula's come in the best she's been since she's been here. And so that's really exciting. And, she can play a lot of different positions that helps us. And you mentioned Sarah Talon, she's a kid I think I'm hoping takes a really big step forward this year on both ends of the ball, on both sides of the ball. We talked today about, look, Sarah, you have the talent, you have the ability to be the defensive player of the year in the conference. Whether you do it or not is a whole another situation, but you could, she's long, she's athletic, she's quick, she's smart. And then we have, Esta Blumenfeld from a transfer from Denmark, who was at Seattle University. We've been in dire need of a point guard the last couple of years, and she really fills that need really well for us. We're excited. And, Sarah Hodgson, I think I said her, but yeah, just a lot of different kids who honestly are fighting for time now. I told them we've lost about 75 minutes out of 200, since last year. And so there's a lot of minutes to be had, and who's going to compete and earn those minutes.
Yeah, just kind of changing gears a little bit. A positive, I think, is, it's always amazing to me in our business when you're able to kind of retain assistant coaches as long as you have. And I think that, obviously you're a tremendous coach, 5-time coach of the year. I know firsthand how how hard it is to prepare to play your teams. But just having your assistant coaches with Courtney, and Tom being with you for as long as they've been with you, I think that just speaks volumes about, working for you, obviously, and how that's hard. It's hard to keep people on your staff that long. But just kind of touch upon that. I think just being an alum and now actually having another alum on your staff. So not only you, Courtney, but now with Tanisha Sutton on staff, which I was thrilled to see. She was one of the toughest players that I think I've ever coached against when I was at UNH. So just kind of talk about that and the importance that you feel for your overall success with the program.
Yeah, it's critical. And I'm so glad you asked that, Maureen, because we don't do what we do without our staff. And I've been so fortunate, Tom and Courtney and Matt Payton, who's our sports performance coach, who's on our staff pretty much. Those 3 have been with me since day one, and so for us to be together, I think we're going on year 8. Doesn't happen a lot, and look, it's not like we get paid, our assistant coaches get paid what other assistant coaches get paid. It's not, they could go somewhere else and get paid a lot more money, but they love it here. They love our program. They love our kids. They're all Tanisha, Tom and Court are alums of Maine. They're from Maine, and that means a lot too, and then I always joke. I say Matt Payton's a Mainer now. He married a Mainer, so he has no choice. He's a Mainer now. And then, of course, Tanisha, like you said, she was one of my favorite players to coach, and to have her back on staff is just amazing. I trust them with everything. If I'm not there, I know the operation is going to continue to run because of who they are and what they do. And yes, you mentioned the coaches of the year. That's nothing. That's the whole staff. We've done it together every step of the way, and so I can't say enough. I could go on and on and on about them, but I won't. But yeah, they're special people and fantastic coaches for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, 1,000%, no matter what level, right? Continuity in a staff is hard to do at any level, any league, any women, men, it doesn't matter. That's impressive. Amy Vachon, the head coach in her 9th year at Maine, joining us here at America East Women's Basketball Media Day. You get another crack at Indiana this year on your schedule in non-conference play. You hosted them in Portland last winter. Now you get a chance to go to Bloomington December 1st. Excitement behind that after having some momentum carry over from that meeting last year.
Yeah, we're thrilled. I mean, that game in Portland was so fun. We had it. We were so close and really ran out of gas. And Indiana made some shots, and they made big plays and they won it. But what a tremendous game that was for the state of Maine and the university and just our girl. It was so one of the funnest games I've been. Funnest probably isn't a word, but one of the greatest games I've been involved with as a coach. It was fantastic. And we're excited to go to Bloomington. I've honestly never been to the Indiana University, so I'm excited about that. We have a challenge ahead of us. We play them, and then we're going to continue that road trip with Purdue. So, 2 Big Ten teams right there will come at us. And look, we like to try and play whoever we can, try and get a really tough schedule to prepare us for a conference because we know our conference is going to be really good, as it always is. But I think this year, that the parity in the league is probably at the highest it's been in a long time. So really wanting to prepare as best we can for that. And those 2 games will really, help us with that.
I think just we were talking about the state of women's basketball right now and just how the excitement with last night's WNBA final game. And, I go back years and years going up to Maine and playing at Maine. And I've always said that about you. Maine has always been ahead of their time as far as, their love for women's basketball and how hard it is to play there. And obviously being an alum and experiencing that not only as a player, but as a coach. What do you think makes Maine so special? Why do you think people in the state of Maine love women's basketball so much?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's part of it's tradition. I mean, we've been good for a long time, way before I was around. Back in the '80s. Before that, we had Trish Roberts was the coach, Peter Gavitt was the coach, Coach Palumbo was here, Coach Versup. I mean, we've been good for a really long time, and so that helps. But I think Mainers and Maine people really appreciate a good product, and they see a good product. They see great basketball. I think they appreciate really hard work. And I think that's something our team always does is really work hard. And they just love it. And that's what we tell our kids when we're recruiting them, when they get here. You're right. There aren't a lot of places like Maine. I mean, we can travel to a lot of schools and there might be 30, 50, maybe 100 people in the crowd, and I always said when I was getting recruited, I was like, I work too hard to play in front of 100 people, right? I work too hard. I want people to watch me. I want to be in front of people. And so we're just really fortunate, and it's fun, like our games in the pit. It's a great atmosphere and I think people really enjoy it and we're just really fortunate.
It's great.
All right. Amy Vachon, thanks so much. Excited for another year. The Black Bears look to continue their championship aspirations, try to defend their title, and some new faces that you might not have expected in the summer coming in that could surprise and make some noise this year. So, Amy, thanks so much for stopping by, and best of luck.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Amy.
All right.
Hey, thanks. Nice to see you. How are you doing?
Good. Different.
Yeah. I bet it's a big change, huh?
Yeah. I seem a little bit more well rested these days, but
I bet. Well, it's good to see you. Bye, guys.
This is great fodder between two head coaches in the business and 2 competitors head to head. But I know I felt like that hurt a little bit to have to ask about when you had to play and game plan for that Maine Black Bears team going back a few years now.
Yeah, I knew you were going to bring it up. There's many games that were really rough, but the one that you were probably remember too. We had a really great year that year. Had like 7 seniors, played up there. They had all freshmen. Amy did her magic. We got upset in the semis. And I think we were like undefeated that year, or I don't know. We were picked first and won like 26 games, and they got us. Still to this day. Never. Yeah. I mean, Amy's just incredible. I think with the talent that she brings in and year out, not only the talent, but just the system that she runs. And it's hard. It's really hard to prepare for offensively. There's just such a fundamentally sound team. And they change up their defenses. She's obviously a 5-time coach of the year for a reason.
She's good. All right. Amy Vachon, thanks so much. Excited for another year. The Black Bears look to continue their championship aspirations, try to defend their title, and some new faces that you might not have expected in the summer coming in that could surprise and make some noise this year. So, Amy, thanks so much for stopping by, and best of luck. led the league in scoring last year, number 1 in 3-pointers made per game, number 1 in assists, and they take care of the ball too. They did not turn the ball over that much as well. Let's welcome in our next guest. He is the head coach at NJIT, Mr. Mike Lane of NJIT, now joining us here at America East Women's Basketball Media Day. Entering year 7, Mike, thanks so much for the time. You've got a lot of experience coming back to your team this year. You better be excited about some continuity heading into year 7.
For sure. Thanks for having me today. We're obviously excited to get going, and it's always a luxury to have some experience to lean on, for sure.
It's great to see you, Mike. I can come to games and cheer for everybody now. This is like a completely different role for me.
Or give us pointers. You can give us pointers as well.
I don't think anybody needs pointers from me, but it's it's great to see you, and I'm really rooting for you guys this year. I know you have some really tremendous players back. Talk a little bit about like the summer, and anybody really surprise you this summer, and some maybe an underclassman that's really kind of taken that next step for you.
Yeah. Well, obviously, we had a really good summer, a busy summer. These kids here at NJIT were very busy with basketball, but also some internships, which so even then we're dealing with some practice conflicts, even in the summer. But, so we actually missed some older kids that had some internships during the week, which really allowed the younger kids to, kind of be on main stage, which was really good. A lot of our returning sophomores, they kind of had a banged up freshman year, unfortunately. I don't think we got a full picture. I don't think the league got a full picture of our freshman class last year. Audrey Corman, Maddie Dogs, were banged up. Mackenzie Wright was dealing with plantar fasciitis all year. And then again, Marissa Gingrich made a run there at the end of our year and started in February. And that's kind of what we expected out of that freshman class. And unfortunately, we just didn't see it last winter. But they had a great summer. And I think, that class, along with Angie Manis, I thought they really started to at least exert themselves in this program, which they didn't really get a chance to do last winter. But this summer afforded them that.
Yeah.
Since you went there, really quick to go back to the classroom, 227 NJIT students named to the America East Academic Honor Roll, 61 student athletes with a GPA of at least 4.0, or maybe 4.0 is the max. That proves I didn't have a 4.0 when I was at Syracuse University. But anyway, if 4.0 is the max, your students, never mind your team, but the whole school's getting it done in the classroom. Yeah, no, it's an incredible academic experience. They are committed, certainly both on the court and off. But that's why they're choosing a place like this. They know where it's putting them for their adult life, and they put the work in. I can't. Like you, I did not get a 4.0. I can hardly name some of these classes that they're taking. So I'm not the person to come to for help on a lot of that engineering stuff. They're just killing it in the classroom and getting great opportunities and internships. And then obviously their outcomes upon graduation are impressive.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll jump back in here to basketball. I couldn't help that when I saw it on the website. 227 student athletes. That is very impressive. Alejandra Zuniga, I hope I'm pronouncing her name right, coming off a great year shooting the three, 38%, 14 points a game. I asked Maureen, we were going through the preseason all-conference team, and I'm wondering, all right, who might have been someone left off that could have made a case? Who might end up on that first team, maybe high second team when we get to the end of the year? Coming off a really impressive year, what about Alejandra that could be expected here this coming season?
Yeah, it's definitely a disappointment and certainly a surprise that she didn't make first team, quite honestly. She was fifth in the league in scoring. I don't know what else you have to do to get a first team preseason league. But again, we have to earn that respect. We have not certainly gotten that yet, but it gives us something to play with. And I'm sure Alejandra is going to be disappointed, but she was and has been for 2 years certainly a centerpiece of our program. She has a certain flair to her game. She can get other people involved. That's something I'd like to see a little bit more. Certainly she's not in that assist leader category where I would like her to be. And I think that's been a real conversation that we've had through the summer and through the preseason to get more people involved, because she's very good at that. But again, she's also a scoring point guard. So she's going to look for herself. She can draw too. She just doesn't have to force a lot of those, some shots or even some passes. And when she plays like that, once she starts to distribute, the driving lanes are going to be there for her. So we're super excited for her junior season. And, she's one of the top players in the league, no doubt.
And like you said, it's good motivation. Now that she's upperclassman, right? Sometimes things like that, I'm sure she's really excited for the season to begin with. But I've always felt, we were talking about preseason polls as a coach and all that stuff. Most of the time, I know we usually just say, preseason polls. But when it comes to the players, it's always, from my experience, been interesting, because the players that sometimes feel that they maybe got snubbed off of a team here or there, they get ultra focused sometimes. So I'm sure she'll do that. Take that big leap now that she's an upperclassman. Talk about even with Trinity and Aria, being you have some experience, a lot of leaders. Have they really kind of taken? They might have been the ones that you maybe weren't there for the summer doing internships, because I know that from experience is usually the seniors that always miss in the summer. But have they kind of taken some of the younger players under their wing a little bit?
Yeah, and I will have to say, the league has done me a favor. To your point, Maureen, there's no better motivation for Ale right now. So that was news to me when I just saw it recently. And like you said, the kids care about that more than the coaches do. So we'll certainly get her in the right space. But they probably did me a favor of it. It's an easy motivational ploy that I don't have to. Even I'm smart enough to figure that one out. But Trinity and Reese, and we also have a grad transfer, Enya McGuire, came in. And I think that our super seniors with Aria, who's in her 5th year, her COVID year, she's in grad school with Enya, and then Reese and Trinity are regular seniors. And, they have shown great leadership. I think Reese Vaughn has had probably one of the breakout kids of the certainly the preseason. I think she's been playing very well. And you're correct. They were seniors and they had some internship commitments this summer. But, those two kids are really hard workers. So they may not have been with the team a whole lot, but they were still getting in the gym with our coaches at kind of off hours, around their internship program. So it worked out. They're ready to go. And, that as a coach, seniors understand, they embrace that this is, the last go around. So there's a little bit more urgency. There's a little bit more ownership from them, and they've shown that throughout. So, I'm excited that we have, because we did lose 3 captains, Kenna Squire, Lizzie Litwinko, and Lily Anderson were 3 captains. That's a lot of leadership. So I think this senior class has stepped up brilliantly so far.
Pretty cool news for Kenna Squire in the offseason, signing a pro deal with Portugal. I'm sure that's kind of a needle mover for the program, something you can share with your current players. Hey, look what we're building here, and we can set you up. Never mind, we talk about the classroom, but maybe play at the next level.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great place. She was able to kind of even choose where she wanted to go, which is a great luxury. And, so she turned down some other opportunities and really wanted to be in a place that she wanted to live. Obviously, Portugal is beautiful and wonderful. And she's been over there for a couple of weeks, killing it and having a great time.
So filling some of those gaps, you mentioned some of those departures. Enya McGuire comes over from Houston Christian, another backcourt piece. How does she fit in, especially with Zuniga? Another shooter, so you got some shooting back.
Yeah, and that was a big piece for us. We obviously losing Litwinko had been a point guard here, and Kenna, who was on the ball so much. So that was a definite need. And we recruited Enya 4 years ago. She was at the Hun School at Princeton. So we knew her, saw her on the portal. It was maybe the easiest, portal conversation ever, because she had already visited here twice when she was in prep school. So exactly what we needed. Provides that shooting, provides that leadership, sees the floor really well, gets us a little faster up and down the court, and obviously takes a little bit of weight off of Ale. So Ale doesn't always have the ball in her hands. Obviously, like you mentioned earlier, she's one of our best 3-point shooters. So maybe that gets Enya and Marissa, bringing the ball up with a little bit more speed and allowing Ale to spot up next to him. So really helps our guard unit tremendously.
That's great. And looking ahead to your non-conference, I'm excited to see you're going to Florida Gulf Coast for a tournament. That sounds pretty great. But besides that, playing at Rutgers, is that a game that your players, just being a big name in the state, do they really get up for game? I mean, obviously we all get up for bigger name games, but just being, in state, is that something that they kind of circle on the schedule?
Yeah, absolutely. Those are those experience games. You're playing somebody in the Big Ten. You're playing a program that has gone to Final Fours. They're right down the street. So, the travel is kind of nice for us. We don't have to fly out to Indiana to play a Big Ten team, which is really nice. And so that's certainly one that's, circled. Florida Gulf Coast is great. We were in the A-Sun for 5 years. I coached in the A-Sun for 2 years. Carl's program is unbelievable. Their environment down there is great for mid-major. They always have a great crowd. And, they're one of the best mid-major teams in the country year in and year out. I just loved playing them when we were in the A-Sun, and I always said, hey, we're going to find our way to get back there. So that's going to be a great test at our level, but also just a great trip. Get some weather in November when sometimes Newark can get a little gray there. So we're those two games are certainly the circled games for sure. Everything else is what I like to say our other conference. We play a lot of games that are basically just a day trip, kind of like our Metro New York conference, as it were, playing playing St. Peter's, playing FDU generally, and LIU, and those are just really nice bus trips, easy day trips, and feel like conference games because we do generally play all these teams just about every year.
Right.
Mike Lane, head coach at NJIT, joining us here on America East Women's Basketball Media Day. Thanks to the folks at Field of 68 for producing. So when we talked to the commissioner, we talked to Amy moments ago. So you've got Maine, UAlbany, Vermont, rightfully so, talking the league. What's it going to take with this younger group with some new pieces to take down some of the top teams in the league?
Yeah, I think it's every coach says it, but it's attitude and effort. I think we have certainly shrunk the talent gap that maybe we had in previous years and since we entered the league. So I think our girls, we've been able to get Maine a couple times over the last few years. We've fallen short against Albany. We've fallen short against Vermont, but they are clearly at the top of the league. But our girls should be confident. I think they're not scared of anybody anymore. There's no intimidation there. We just have to prove it, and we have to prove it with a little bit more positive attitude. Sometimes when we can get down, we can get real down on ourselves, and we got to keep that up. And then our effort, we're just still striving for consistent effort night in and night out. And certainly those top three programs have shown, how to do it over the last few years. But I think this is an experienced group, as we've talked about. I think we have talent in the sophomore class, certainly in our freshmen coming in, that we feel like we can make the jump in this league. Last year was a disappointment, certainly a step back for us. Just a one terrible month of January of 2024. That was a tough one, but we did rebound, get into the championship. Didn't have the effort against Albany we wanted in the first round, but I think we at least ended that year with some positivity. And, this program's hungry to get at least to that top half, which we feel like we can get to.
Okay. All right, Mike, thanks so much. And if you want to, offline, you can chat with Maureen if she wants to give you some pointers throughout the year. She is available.
He doesn't need any of my pointers. I'm excited for you guys. Mike, I think you're going to have a great year, like you said. I mean, it sounds like everybody's hungry, and, that happens. Unfortunately, obviously, we all know that. It's a lot of luck, and just don't have to stay healthy at the right time. And I'm going to say an extra prayer for you. Everybody stays healthy, especially in the month of January, because January is a tough month to be injured.
It is.
So you guys are going to have a great year.
I will take all prayers and pointers. Well, my emails are open.
Well, good luck.
All right, Mike. Thanks a lot for coming on. Good stuff from Mike Lane, head coach at NJIT. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
See you, Mike.
All right. It's good stuff. Good stuff from Mike Lane. Yeah, they've got some young up-and-coming talent that another kind of unknown that could – even Amy bringing this up. I know she'll do it because she's picked to win the league again, but with some injuries too. She even said this. We didn't really have a chance to react to it, but Amy even said in her 9th year, the longest tenured coach going right now, to say this is the most parity she's seen in the league. Would you agree with that, Maureen? Right. I mean, thinking of your time?
Absolutely. Yeah, I do. And even just talking to Mike, I think, I really do believe that. I mean, I think a lot of the players that maybe were out, injured, some of the younger players. And then some of the newcomers that you might not even know maybe necessarily about, where they're transferring in from, but, how those players are utilized. And there's some, pretty big name transfers that have transferred into a lot of different programs that I think will make immediate impact. And as we all know in the college landscape, all it takes is one or two really good transfers, and that can just change completely, change the whole cycle of, of your winning. And I think, Mike does a tremendous job. I mean, no question they'll be, I do believe they're going to be in the top half of the league this year.
Thanks to our fine friends at Service Credit Union, official credit union of the America East. Jersey Mike's are presenting sponsors today of America East Women's Basketball Media Day, and the fine folks at Field of 68. They have been very, very busy. I keep bringing that up because I'm so impressed with their coverage and what they've been bringing to college basketball. They had the men's side earlier today, and we delivered the women's side. Let's welcome in our next guest, our third coach joining us now. It's Bryant women's basketball head coach Lynn-Ann Kokoski, now joining us in her second year at her alma mater, Bryant. Lynn-Ann, thanks so much for being here. How are things going there in Rhode Island?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Lynn.
Hey, how are you, Mo?
Good to see you. Good.
You too.
Congrats on everything. Your first year, to be a first-time head coach, it's pressure enough, but to be at your alma mater, I'm sure, hopefully all your college teammates and friends were blowing you up. You did an amazing job. And I think winning the most wins since 2016 in your first year is a really huge accomplishment. So congrats. I can't wait to see. We'll talk about all the new kids you got coming back, and I'm really excited for you.
Thank you so much.
15 wins for Bryant last year, 8-8 in the league, finished fourth in your first year, Lynn-Ann. Now having, when you got the job, you had some time, I think, to acclimate yourself, a place you're familiar with, of course, but now having a full off season, a spring, a summer, to really establish what you brought in season, to then sort of maybe work out some of the things you wanted to have time with in the off season. How was that to get even more buy-in heading into your second year?
Well, it's funny because, everyone thinks in, year two, it's going to be an automatic, quick, turnaround. And honestly.
Did I make it sound like that? I'm sorry.
A little bit.
Okay.
But no, I mean, we graduated 6. We only had 6 returners. I think our staff did a tremendous job bringing in 8 newcomers, 5 which are transfers, and 3 of those 5 are grad students. So I call this kind of year 1A. It's brand new again. It really is. And it's a lot of teaching. It's a lot of, reestablishing culture, while elevating standards.
Absolutely. And, in year 2, it is interesting, right? Like, I think sometimes that first year is kind of like a little bit of a honeymoon stage, and you feel like the pressure's not really on you. And then year 2 comes. But I think, just bringing in Mia and having, Nia Scott and having some really good young kids. I mean, kudos to you, to be able to find Mia, and now obviously you and your staff bringing in some tremendous transfers. How do you think all those transfers will complement, those sophomores?
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're trying to work on now, is getting to us. We talk a lot about, the sophomores who have some tremendous playing experience. We have some grad students that come from some really well-established and winning programs. And obviously we brought in a couple more transfers. So, right now it's trying to just mesh everyone together, create some healthy competition, while, going towards the same goal.
Yeah, Mia had quite the year. What's next for Mia? So you mentioned, so you have a great year, and it's a fair call out by you. Yeah, everyone makes it sound so easy. We'll just be better next year because they're just going to be another year experience. But for Mia specifically, what's the next step in her game? Is it a leadership quality? That's pretty demanding as just a sophomore. But where is it as far as her makeup that's next for her?
The big thing that we talked about was, congratulations, great freshman year. I thought she did a tremendous job stepping up for us. She took on a ton of responsibility, and she owned it. And once the season was over, gave them a couple weeks off. And when we turned the page, I said, okay, no one cares anymore. No one cares. So what else are you going to do to elevate your game? I said, you're going to be on the scouting report, front and center more so than ever now. People respect you in the league. So what's next? And, so we talked a lot about, level fitness, expanding her game to become more of a 3-level scorer, and then really stepping up on the defensive end. And that's, I'm hopeful. She's had a tremendous, month and a half here of preseason. And I'm more impressed with her effort on the defensive side of the ball than anything.
7th in the league in scoring last year, played on some winning teams at Wheeler High School, going back to her high school days. So just a winner, some winning habits coming into your program. Maybe someone other than Mia that we haven't talked about. So where are the other expectations for some specific players entering this year?
Yeah, well, I'm really looking forward to the 5 transfers that we brought in. I think each brings a different, aspect and fulfilled some needs that we had that were empty last year, especially in the post with replacing Mariona Planes Fortuny, who did a tremendous job for us last year. Hopefully you'll see kind of picking up where she left off with Miranda Nyborg transferring from Fordham, and then, Allie Brigham from Penn State.
And just kind of talking about your staff, that's a lot of transfers to bring in 1 year. And obviously I know how hard that can be, to kind of get in the portal takes a lot of time and energy to recruit anyways. But in your first year, how you put together a fantastic staff. I obviously know them a little bit and how hard they do work, on the road, and just kind of talk about that, because I think a lot of people take that for granted sometimes in your first year. I think one of the hardest things is putting together a staff. Sometimes the schedule's already done for you. You already inherit a lot of players. It's a little different now with the transfer portal, but how was that for you? That experience of putting together a staff?
Yeah, no, when I first got the job, I knew the thing I was looking for most was really good people first. I didn't care, what their background was, where they came from, et cetera, whether they were a recruiter, whether they were a specialist. For me, it was people first. So then, obviously I thought, Sarah Asante and Christina Centeno had a tremendous year for us last year, building relationships with the addition of Gaddy Left, who we stole in our conference from Maine, who's accustomed to winning, has been a tremendous addition. And so I think, our staff chemistry, the relationships that we have, a lot of competitive people, but at the same time, we're a united front, and it's the same thing that we talk about as a team. So, I'm really fortunate to have them. They did work their butts off in the postseason to, help elevate this program in many ways. We took a deep dive into, a 360 review of our program, from all the intricacies on the court to some, things off the court, as well as obviously recruiting was a major key for us.
Again, we have head coach at Bryant, Lynn-Ann Kokoski, joining us here at America East Women's Basketball Media Day. You mentioned all those transfers, so you've kind of reaped the benefits, but also you felt the portal and what it can do as it pertains to the transfers and how you want to play. How do they fit into what you've already established and how they fit your playing style? Because I'm sure that's something that's keeping you up at night, right? To make sure it all fits.
Yes.
Well, now I'm trying to be more honest after I made it all sound, like flowers and dandelions, right? So.
I appreciate that. No, like I said, we addressed the needs with, Mariona Planes Fortuny leaving with the 2 bigs that we brought in.
Yeah.
And then obviously I'm very, very excited about the guard play that we've brought in. Breezy Williams is no stranger to the America East. She's been tremendous from day one since she stepped on campus. Really, really excited for Jada Leonard from St. Peter's. She led them in scoring last season. Lanky wing that can get out in transition. Really excited for her. And then another key player, I think, for us will be another guard we brought in from Fairfield who just knows how to win. Love Mimi Rubino's, mentality. She's shown some good leadership so far here. And again, just that winner's mentality and mindset that we're looking for here at Bryant.
What game do you have as the head coach kind of circled on your schedule? It doesn't have to be like a big name. Is it a big rivalry game? Is it a trip? What is that looking like for you right now, Lynn-Ann?
Mo, I focus on the first one. I really do.
Dude,
I know it's probably
nothing
cliche.
warm,
No, we don't have anything warm this year. We went down to Florida last year. So, honestly, I'm just, trying to take it one day at a time here. And like I said, I mean, we're still trying to mesh everyone together, get our chemistry. So, we've talked a lot about that, not getting ahead of ourselves. I do think we have enough talent in the room. But again, that's on us to come together and work together one day at a time.
Lynn-Ann, I'll tell you what, I mean this as a compliment. You give me Joe Mazzulla vibes. It must be something about Rhode Island. You've got turning the page to the next season. We were good last year. You talked about your freshmen. Great. No one cares anymore. On to a new season. We could be good, but Joe Mazzulla was just quoted the other day, just using a Celtics parallel. Well, the 24-25 Celtics could be great. We're not great yet. We could be, but I'm giving you a compliment there. It must be that Rhode Island thing.
It must be in the water here. No, I appreciate that. That's some good company to be in. So but I think, as soon as you get ahead of yourself, you stop focusing on the little things, the little details, the things that matter. And to be honest with you, it's, one day at a time, from practice to the first game to, the next practice. And, I think that's something that I got from Tori Verdi when I was at UMass is, you can't look too far ahead because too many, variables and too many factors can happen.
So just to kind of piggyback off that, looking at the rest of the league. So 4 different winners each of the last 4 years, but Vermont, Maine last year, UAlbany a couple years ago. What's it going to take to take down those teams that have been pretty consistent top of the league the last handful of years?
I think a lot of it comes down to toughness and belief. And I think we showed some of that at the end of the year, had a big win against a team like Vermont on our senior day last year. And you just got to believe. I tell them all the time, talent without toughness doesn't win. You can have a lot of talent in the room, but if you're not tough, and especially a league like this, and those top 3 teams that you just mentioned, they have a strong winning tradition. And, so you got to be extra, tough, and you got to give everything, especially on those games. I mean, the rest of the nights as well, but, those guys, they're accustomed to winning. It's a mindset. They have that mentality. They've had, great history of it. So, and that's what I'm trying to get our guys to understand that, obviously anyone can win on any given night, but, it's a mindset to come in with that toughness.
I'm excited. I wish I would have be able to watch you before I left Sutton. I would live where I used to live when I worked at Holy Cross was literally 15, 20 minutes from Bryant. I actually was going to bring my kids to your camp. That's how close we were.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then we moved. But I'm really excited for your team this year. And, you're super competitive. And I think that you lead by example and they follow. And already this year, it was really, really fun to see your success this year. I remember how hard that first year can be and didn't seem to phase you one bit. So I think year 2 got big things coming. I can't wait to cheer you guys on.
Thanks, Mo. That means a lot coming from you. So appreciate it.
And enjoy this summer-like weather right now in Rhode Island.
Warm.
Go to the beach. What am I talking about? Probably.
I know. It has been absolutely pleasant. We've got lucky. We're waiting for that kind of other shoe to drop here. So, but no, lots of good things happening here. I mean, campus is buzzing, and obviously our fall sports are doing really well too. So, just trying to represent the best we can in the right way, and hopefully see a very tough product that plays some really good team basketball this year.
Give it time. You'll be up at Maine, up at Vermont, up at UNH, and you'll be tiptoeing on ice into the arena. It'll be here soon enough. Lynn-Ann, Kokoski.
Don't worry about that now. Go to the beach, Lynn-Ann.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your time. Great stuff, and best of luck this season.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good luck, Lynn-Ann. See ya.
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
She was a treat. I loved the intensity from Coach. She was she established right away, Maureen, like, hey, we had a good year last year. It's all well and good, but there's no guarantee going into year 2 that it's all just going to go swimmingly again.
Yeah, absolutely. And she had a tremendous first year, but I think, just remembering how long ago that was, you do as a first-time head coach that year 2, you kind of get that little competitiveness with yourself too. Like you still feel like you have a lot to prove, and you want to continue. I think her drive and who she is. It really has trickled down into the players that she's recruited and that she coaches. And she's a fierce competitor. I've coached against her a lot, and I've always just respected who she is, and I'm really excited that her first opportunity to be a head coach is at her alma mater too. I think that's a really, really special opportunity for her. She's doing a great job.
Really good stuff from Coach Lynn-Ann Kokoski at Bryant, entering her second year. Our next guest will be someone who's been in and around the conference now for a while. Year 7 upcoming for Colleen Mullen at UAlbany. Boasted the #1 scoring defense in the nation last year. Kayla Cooper is back for another season, the grad student, a 2-time all-conference selection, first-team selection. Kayla will be doing an exclusive interview with Ben Stockwell from the America East later on in our Media Day coverage, which is presented by Jersey Mike's and Service Credit Union. And again, thanks to the folks over at Field of 68 for putting on this production today for both men's and women's basketball Media Days. Maureen Magarity, the former head coach at UNH, also Holy Cross. My name is Brendan Glasheen. We worked together back at UNH. So we're just like old times doing conference calls before America East on ESPN3. Those are the days.
I'm wearing navy blue. I'm wearing blue, I think. I feel like it's kind of like deja vu.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, we haven't aged a bit. Not one bit.
No. You haven't.
All right, we've got Colleen Mullen joining us now here on America East Women's Basketball
There she
Media Day.
is.
Go ahead, Maureen. You've got the connection here.
I said, here comes the grandma of the league. She's been in the league the longest. Here we go, Grams. Let's talk about.
Can you believe this?
No, I'm so excited to see you, Call. So great to
I
see.
know,
So Colleen
Maureen.
and I go way back. So she survived working for my father. God bless her. She should be Saint Colleen.
That was some great memories, some great one-liners, and an
Those were
amazing
the days.
experience. So yeah,
No.
it was awesome.
So happy to see you. So excited to talk
Good to
about
see
your
you.
team. You guys, I know you got a lot of new faces to talk about, but you're going to keep doing your magic and just keep winning championships. That's what you do, Carl.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. It's exciting. We got 9 new players, so a lot going on for us for sure.
So Colleen Mullen at UAlbany, trying to get back to that conference championship game. You've been in 2 of the last 3, not the case last year, but with some new faces. Let's start with the familiar face, Kayla Cooper, another season in your program. What more can be said? 2-time first-team selection in the league. Where is her hunger at, her motor, another year in your program? What now to set the expectations even higher? What to expect from another season out of Kayla Cooper at UAlbany?
I mean, finally, this is a unique experience because she actually went through the summer and went through the preseason, and it's been, a really great opportunity for her to be able to practice for the first time over the summer, having her be healthy. So she's in great shape. She's excited. I can't believe I was able to keep her here, with everything that's crazy with the transfer portal and everything. So she's a great kid. She's shown a lot of leadership. She's got a lot of excitement for this year with our new faces and really setting the tone for what we're trying to do. And we're just really excited that she's healthy and excited to kind of lead the way for us.
And obviously, just talking about those 9 new players, you return significant players, in Kayla, Lily Phillips, Meg Herter. How has that transition been with so many new faces, but still some, significant newcomers? Is it meshing? Like, how has that looked? I know you've been doing a tremendous job with that. I feel like every time we talk, it's like, oh, I have X amount of new players this year. But has that been pretty smooth in the off season?
Yeah, it's well, we've had some injuries, and I'm sure, across the league we've heard of some major injuries, but we've had some injuries, with players in and out. So that's been, a little difficult to try to get an understanding of where everybody's at. But luckily, we've had a couple of inter squad scrimmages and a scrimmage to kind of get people a little bit more in the mix. So adding to Megan and Lily and Kayla, and that kind of core coming back along with Abby Ray and Gabby Falco, So only 5 returners. We added some nice pieces, but they've certainly set the tone in terms of my expectation and what I'm looking for in terms of our defense, just the standards that we have of how we want to do things and how we want to operate on and off the court. So that's allowed the newcomers, our 5 freshmen, our 4 transfers, to kind of have a good idea of, okay, this is what UAlbany basketball looks like. This is what our expectations are in terms of how we're going to defend, how we're going to practice, how we're going to prepare. And with 5 young freshmen like we had last year, we got 9 new players like we did last year as well. We've got some really promising young kids, really excited about some of our freshmen. Our transfers, I really think we were able to get some really talented, versatile players out of the transfer portal that have been part of a lot of success at their previous institutions, won championships. Casey Donovan at Monmouth won a championship. Jess Tomasetti at Mount St. Mary's won a championship. So these are championship caliber players. They know what it takes to be successful. And I think their experience, along with adding Bella Stewart from UNH, our all connections to UNH, and Lacey Drake from UMBC, who's coming off an ACL, who's still getting kind of back into it. But we just have a nice mix of players that have added to that core coming back.
The nature of the intra-conference transfer is fascinating to me, because it's the ultimate compliment, right? If you're calling them, you're like, well, I hated playing against you. Now I want you to come play for me. What are those conversations like when you go out and get Stewart and Drake to come over from other schools in the league? I'm just curious that dialogue.
Well, this is actually the first time I've had any players transfer in league, and both went through coaching changes. So both were kind of in that limbo of getting new coaches. Bella had graduated from New Hampshire and was looking at some of the programs that we had for our graduate program, and she's a local kid, so being able to come home and play in front of her home crowd was really, important to her. And then, certainly with the addition to Lacey Drake, who didn't play last year, she tore ACL in her first game, just had a tremendous career at UMBC, and I had so much respect for the way that she played, in addition to Bella's work ethic, and every time we faced UNH. But when, there was that coaching change and they went in the portal, I knew that Lacey Drake was certainly somebody that we were going to go after, just in terms of how she carried herself. And, they've seen me on the sidelines marching up and down. I might be short, but I'm loud. So, I certainly think that is a compliment to our program. So, I appreciate you saying that, because, for other teams to want to be a part of our program and see what we're doing, it makes me feel really proud that my staff and I are trying to do things the right way.
And just talking about defensively, Colleen, what an amazing year you guys had last year. First in the nation in defensive points per game at 51.3, which is just incredible. Do you think it's amazing to me, because you did have 9 new players last year and you still were able to accomplish that? Looking ahead to this year with 9 more new players, what does that learning curve look like, trying to teach that high level of defense? And do you think that'll be your identity again? I mean, is that kind of what you were looking for? Obviously, you want to find kids from championship programs to be part of in the transfer portal, but is that, maybe that's one to win championships, and 1A, they have to be a good defender to play for you?
Certainly. I mean, I think, you could be answering this question, Maureen, because you were also always had amazing defensive teams. And I learned from your dad just the value of, especially defense in the beginning of the year, but just you can compete with anybody when you defend. And then, of course, Vermont having the next best defense. We were very a defensive oriented league, I guess you could say. But I think my philosophy has just always been to do the things that take no talent, and to be able to defend. You can compete with anybody. And having players that understand, our terminology, the way that we do things, the way that I'm teaching, certain pieces of our philosophies of our defense, that's really just morphed over time. And last year we were blessed with a lot of size. I think Deja Evans was a huge piece to our defense. Any kind of mistakes that we had in rotation, she really cleaned it up. And of course, we lost her, unfortunately, to the transfer portal. So, but she was a big anchor to that defense. But overall, it's just that it's the mindset that we have. It's the mindset. It's the focus on defense. We practice defense a lot, and I think my commitment on the defensive end is just something that the players understand. Like, you can put up a lot of points, but if you're not going to defend, or at least try to, be an on-ball defender, an off-ball defender, both, but you can't be neither. So pick kind of what your identity is. And certainly, from there, it's just continue to be able to have them understand that if we defend and rebound, we're gonna have a lot of success, and we can compete with anybody.
Yeah, I think you may have been selling yourself short a little bit there. I mean, that's hard to do. We hear that word. I hear coaches now, pro, college, being connected. That when you get 9 faces in the last year, 9 new faces this year, that's really impressive how you've been able to do that these last couple of years. And you mentioned Evans with the block shots. Well, Cooper was like 9th in the league in steals. So it's not even that you're gambling and getting steals all the time. You're just playing sound, full shot clock, 30-second shot clock defense. So looking to do it again this year. Colleen Mullen at UAlbany joining us here on America East Women's Basketball Media Day. I'm sure the defensive end of the floor will be important in some of your non-conference games this year. Some challenges where you're going to go on the road. You're going to go to Syracuse, Wisconsin, LSU. Why those programs, as far as from a basketball standpoint, why are those particular games helpful for you come league play?
Well, I think there's a variety of strategies in terms of, when you're doing your guarantee games. I think for our players, it's just being able to have them be exposed to, a various level of experience, different leagues, just to enhance their overall experience. Like, playing LSU actually wasn't on the schedule. This was a late add because we ended up getting kind of dropped late. So this was one of those things that happened pretty recently, actually. But to be able to play, a team that is picked in the top, the 14th or their top 4, Final Four team from last year. Mullen versus Mulkey should be interesting. I'll bring maybe I'll ask her for her outfit as part of my guarantee. Yeah, maybe I'll ask for the blazer after. How you sign the blazer. But I just think it's one of those things. I know when I was a player, I had the chance to play UConn, and it was an amazing experience just to compete and challenge yourself against some of the best athletes and players in the country. And it certainly prepares you to understand, okay, the speed and the strength of what, if you really want to become, a mid-major powerhouse and win games in the NCAA tournament, what type of level of play you have to be at. And I think being able to play Wisconsin, I know Marissa Mosley, Maureen and I both know her for many years. So going out to Wisconsin to play her and what she's done, I played against her at BU. So that's kind of a fun thing for us to go out to the Midwest. And certainly Syracuse is traditionally, we played them often, and they're very talented and very athletic. So that's going to challenge us in terms of how we handle pressure and just really good defense and size. And of course, LSU is just the experience going down there, going to Louisiana, playing in that type of environment, sellout crowd. I think it's just going to be really exciting for the players.
It'll be fun. I played at Baylor when Mulkey was at Baylor. So I learned to tell the story.
You're still here.
It wasn't pretty.
Tell the story.
I think we scored like 4 points in the first half, but it was cool. It was actually really, like you said. I mean, I think that's a huge responsibility as coaches in the mid-major level to have your players experience some really cool things. We went to Magnolia Farms. That's what the players remember probably more than playing Baylor.
So cool.
So it's a lot of things off the court as well. But it'll be fun.
Yeah,
we'll see where our defense is at after that game. We'll talk about our defense.
Oh, and Maureen, you had a phenomenal game against Iowa. You guys are hanging in there against Caitlin Clark in Iowa. And by the way, LSU picked 7th in the AP women's preseason poll.
7th.
Great. Yeah, I'm looking for So, well, I knew what you meant. I knew you were trying to get around to what their preseason ranking was. We'll get you out on this, Colleen. Look, Amy Vachon was on earlier. She talked about the parity of the league, but I'm sure that's a team you're going after. Vermont, you mentioned how you're both top tier defensive teams. Like, what's it going to take this year when you look at the top of the league and even some of these other teams What's your opinion of the league as far as the parity is concerned? Is it up there as far as best it's been in your tenure?
I mean, it's so wide open, I think, and I think certainly Maine, it brings back so many players, and of course with the loss of Smith, that's a big loss for them. But Amy's a terrific coach, and their team is certainly going to rise in her absence. I'm sure of that. And then, Vermont's lost some key players, but they returned Gilwee, who was out with an injury. They've got some nice additions. They've got some nice returners. And then, of course, Bryant added some really nice players out of the transfer portal. They've got good, solid players coming back. Binghamton's got guard. I mean, and then you just keep going down the list. And it's just, that, when it gets to league play time, it's you really throw the ball up in the air, and you got to compete, and you got to scratch and claw for every win. So, I'm really excited for the season. I think we've got some really terrific coaches. There's some new coaches in the league, so that's exciting, and that'll be a new challenge for us to scout differently. Certainly against UMBC and UNH, and that always poses a challenge with when you incorporate some new fresh ideas and stuff. So, I'm really excited. I think it's going to be a different year where it's really it's gonna come down to the wire yet again.
It's gonna be great, Kyle. You guys will be
Thanks,
do your thing. Got we didn't even talk about your new assistants that you have. I'm so excited for your program. You've done an incredible job over the years of just sustaining success. And I think at this level, it's hard with the parity, and you just year in and year out, you have amazing staff, players that just play really hard for you, and you're always just such a great, fundamentally sound team to watch, and we're always rooting for you. So good luck this year.
Thanks, Mo. Appreciate it.
Maureen learned everything she knows from her dad and from Colleen at Army, right? It may be more Colleen than her dad, based on some of that tone at the start of the
Colleen was my first friend at UNH when I got the UNH job, because she played at UNH. She was the only alum that would actually take my phone call, I think.
Well, I was working for her dad, but no,
True.
Mo did an amazing job at UNH, and having her, at the helm of my alma mater, it was really, really, really cool. Really cool for me to have played for her dad and have her be at UNH, and then going on to have an amazing, really historic run at Holy Cross. So been really appreciated our friendship over the years, and certainly all the influence her dad and her family's had on me in my career. I certainly wouldn't be here without the Magaritys. So, that's a special name to me, even though Big Dave thinks my last name is McMullen, McMulligan. And I kind of like that better than Mullen. So I kind of will go with that.
That was nice. That was a nice way to wrap it. We'll let you go on that. Colleen Mullen at UAlbany. Best of luck this season. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Carl.
Right.
Good job.
Excellent. That's good stuff. Going back in the archives there, the Magarity Mullen connection.
I know. She was a great player. She started at URI, transferred to UNH, and was a great player at UNH. And like I said, from the moment I took that job, took over the program, she was so supportive. And she's gone on to do incredible. I mean, UAlbany has that tradition that goes back years and years, back to Katie Abrahamson Henderson and that amazing run that she had. Actually, when Mary Grimes was an assistant at UAlbany, that was right when I got the job at UNH, and they won five straight titles. It's a fun time to coach in the league. And Colleen, Colleen has really, continued that tradition, and she's just done an incredible job. I'm really proud to call her my friend. She's just a great coach.
2013 through 2017, and then the Great Danes got there in 2022, looking to get back to the conference championship game after missing it out last year. Maybe a team that could play spoiler in the America East this year. The Binghamton Bearcats. We are joined by first-year head coach Mary Grimes. Thanks so much for being here. How's everything going there in Binghamton?
Everything's great. It's sunny and 70 as always.
Hi there. So happy to see you. Congratulations.
How are you?
Oh,
Thank
good.
you.
It's so great to see you. And we're going to talk a little bit more, but I didn't tell you this, Brendan. Mary and I go back even farther than coaching. We played against each other as players. We were in the same league. Mary's teams beat up on my poor Red Foxes for a while. Mary played at Siena for the legendary Gina Castelli, one of the best coaches of all time. But look you've just, I can't wait to talk about all your success. It's just awesome to see you, Mary. I'm so happy for you and so happy for Binghamton. Mr. Marshall did a great job by hiring you. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I hope he's listening.
So
awesome.
Mary, you get to stay in New York some more after a nice run at Lemoyne. You were the NEC Coach of the Year last year. I don't want to make this all about Lemoyne, but I want to know, just to kind of make that transition as we chat about your program. Why was this the right fit for you at the time to go to Binghamton? How was that Lemoyne tenure? How did that set you up to be ready now for this new chapter of your career at Binghamton?
Yeah, so as most people know, we were a Division II institution, and then they transitioned to a Division I. So we got to play a lot of top dogs, Colorado, USC. So it kind of last year was a little bit rough in the non-conference, but the transition, from D2 to D1, it was something that I wasn't unfamiliar with. I've been at Syracuse, Xavier, UAlbany, so I understood the lay of the land. It was just getting the players to understand that lay of the land as well. And so I think I've always wanted to be a head coach. I've always wanted to coach at the highest level possible. So it seemed like a seamless transition to go from Division II, Division I head coach, and then, just having this success in the NEC that we did. I think people took notice. Like Maureen said, Gene Marshall was just down the road and he wasn't, had his nose in a book. He had his ear to the ground. He knew what was going on. And for me, it fit. I still can kind of make it back to Syracuse a little bit and, see friends and family in Syracuse. So it was a good time to transition to the next step.
And how has it been, since you took over? I mean, I know that those first couple weeks, months, especially, we'll talk about your kids later on, but I know it's kind of a whirlwind. Are you excited to start playing games? You feel like, finally it's here. How's the summer been for you, just transitioning?
Yeah, for me personally, the whirlwind hasn't ended. We're still going. There's lots of things to do. There's a lot more media. There's a lot more, for example, this, call we got to be on for, conference things and media appearances. So not only I have to coach my team, but I also have to, be out in the community a lot more. And so our SID office has been awesome, just getting me out there. And I mean, this community, I knew before when I was at Albany that they supported the team, but now living here and seeing the fans and hearing the season ticket holders and telling me where their seats are, it's been amazing, so people are watching, it's got a feel of a small town vibe, but when you come in this arena, it gets rocking. So for me personally, it's been exciting. I'll sleep in April or May at some point.
That's the adage, right? We're getting close to that time where we'll sleep come April and May. Mary Grimes, first-year head coach at Binghamton. So let's dive into the team. And from what you can share, you retain 9 players. You get Jaden Welts to come back, who was an all-conference selection last year. Take us through some of the dialogue you had with the players from the program last year, and how are you selling them? Hey, you're the right coach for you, and we can still be successful together at Binghamton, because I think that's fascinating to maintain some core and some cohesion from last year.
Yeah, for me, I just presented it as we're all new, we're all learning. We don't have some people on 90 and some people on 81. We're all on 81 together, So everything that they're learning, I'm lucky enough to have kids and understand that, they don't know what they don't know. So I just approach it as a teaching, position where we're all learning, even the players that transferred in. I just present it as new information every single day, and getting better at the little things. I think there was some things that I did, in my previous places, as far as culture, as far as hanging your loops on your locker, or, things like that, and, shaking people's hand when they walk in the gym. So some of those things are cultural things that we change, but basketball wise, we just, are all learning together.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and I think a lot of times with players, just with the landscape, I'm sure with the transfer portal, kids don't always want to leave, right? They've picked a school. They want to feel at home. And I think I give a lot of credit to players that stick it out. And like you said, like keep an open mind, and let's work together. And, even just watching a couple of the videos that were up, and just to kind of go off what you said, it is true. Binghamton is incredible when it comes to media coverage. And even just preparing for this, I forgot almost how many interviews we've already done, and the media days, and I think your players are just so well spoken, and I've really enjoyed all the interviews I watched. But there's a buzz. I feel like even just watching those videos of the players, they believe, like you're right there, and I just think with your success and who you are, and just your track record, not only as a player but as a coach, they just already seem to me, just from watching that they've really bought in. But if you had to say right now, like, obviously it's super early in the season, but what do you think your identity will be? Like more defensive minded, offensive minded?
Yeah, I would say we've been working on a lot of offense. I'm hoping to score in the 70s. And defensively, I just want to do whatever it takes to win, whatever that is, man, zone, it changes every single game. It just depends on our opponent. So, the best teams that I've been a part of have held teams defensively to top 10 in the country. And I know we have two of them here in our conference with Albany and Vermont. So that's what I hung my hat on at Lemoyne. We in conference, we held teams to 51 points per game. And I know, Albany did that overall. So, our identity is going to be able to score, get up and down, but also hold teams as well.
70s. I hope so. I mean, last year was 62. Maine was 64. I mean, the whole, like you said, defense is really the theme of the league. But Binghamton's second leading scoring offense in the league last year. You knocked down the three. I know I mentioned her name a few moments ago, but having Welts come back for another year, what steps can we expect? Leadership on the court. What are your expectations?
Yeah, my expectations for Jaden are really, really high. She is one of our captains. She's been a leader right from the get-go. If there's something on campus that I need to know, I call her first, actually. So it's been pretty cool that she is so informative and understands Binghamton first and foremost. But as far as like her on the court, I just given her a lot of freedom to be who she is. I think that's why players like playing for me, is they can be who they are and work their way into our system. I'm not asking her to go down and post up unless, she expands her game that way. But, I just want her to be who she is, and we'll figure it out from there. And I think that's been a welcome surprise for her, that I just given her so much freedom to have where she can shoot, she can drive, and she's a prolific passer. I've seen it, in drills where she's throwing it behind the back and whatnot. So just an electric player that I'm excited to coach.
Yeah, and some exciting news on the home team front. Your 8-year-old Mia made her basketball team, so I'm super pumped about that. I'm sure you taught her everything she knows. I have a third grader as well. So if I can get my third grader Caroline to play basketball this year, you must be so excited. And your son, with the learner's permit, that's wild. You got a lot going on, and taking over a program. How do you, being a mom with kids and taking over a program? It's like just tell me about like a normal day for you, right?
I'm not sure there are normal days, Maureen. What are you talking about?
Getting to practice feels like you've accomplished a lot, but I was just talking to her. Yeah. I think that's awesome. Like you got two ends of the spectrum here, your 8-year-old and your 16-year-old. Like, God bless you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really awesome, because they say if you have kids that far apart, it's like they're an only child, So my son had his time, and then now my daughter's having her time. But she's super pumped about making the team. They have the teams that play at halftime during games, and she came up to me after one game and was like, "Mommy, how do I do that? How do I get to play?" And so I was like, "Well, you got to be on a team." So, so it's been her mission since last basketball season to get on a team. And you can't see my gray hair from all the breaking and white knuckle. dashboard. But I mean, he's just an unbelievable kid, just growing so fast. And, hopefully he wants to study engineering. Binghamton's a great engineering school, so he can drive himself here.
Learning new roads too at 16 years old has got to be a huge challenge. That would, as a mom, I'm sure that keeps you up a little bit. I will say, I went to Syracuse. I went to school at Syracuse. 81 is a nightmare trying to merge on those highways. I think he's actually catching a break from being away from 81. Just my take.
Yeah. And they don't pay attention nowadays. So, and I'm like, hey, well, let's go to Target. And he's like, is that right or left? And, it's like, we've been there a million times, but, it's 2 minutes away. So it's been awesome.
That's so great. And if anybody can do it, it's you, Mary. You've always just been so admired you as a player, as a coach. And we were talking before you came on, where you're assistant at Albany. That's right when I got into the league at UNH, and you guys won 5 straight titles. I said that was a great time to become a head coach and join the league. It wasn't easy going up against you guys every year. And just your success as a head coach, and I think it's just juggling being a mom in any profession, but especially doing this and starting over and taking over a program. You're awesome. You're just a special person, and you guys I'm really excited to watch your team this year too. You guys are going to have a great year, and I just love the kids that stuck around. I can't wait to see, you put your own spin on things. It's going to be great.
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent. Love it. Jaden Welch, preseason all-conference selection, Binghamton, in that conversation to maybe give the top of the league some challenges. And David O'Brien, the SID at Binghamton. Shout out to David. I know he does a tremendous job getting all the media coverage out there. You guys were talking about that. So, all right, Mary, thanks so much for being here, and best of luck. Make sure your son wears a seatbelt.
Yes, everyone in the car, right? You guys have a good one. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Good luck.
Excellent. Good stuff. And so you played against her going back in the day, Marist, Siena.
Back in the day. I was at Marist and she was at Siena. Same age and everything. And Siena had it rolling. So Gina Castelli, who ended up, she was the head coach at Siena at the time and then took over at Lemoyne. And Mary worked for her too for a little bit. She was a great coach in the MAC, won a bunch of, she went to the NCAAs a couple times, and it was always such a huge rivalry. Siena usually beat us, but we got the best of them one year. But she was a great competitor, just a really tough player. So it's been really cool. When you're as old as we are, it's cool to see everybody's successes as we grow up.
Yeah. Yeah, love the energy too. All the energy from the coaches so far. We're more than halfway through. We've had 5 coach visits. We still have Vermont, UMass Lowell, UMBC, and we're waiting on Megan Shoniker from UNH to join us here shortly. This is the America East Women's Basketball Media Day show here on the Field of 68 platform. So thanks for watching. Maureen Magarity, former head coach at New Hampshire, Holy Cross. Brendan Glasheen, broadcaster in the league. We're back together here doing this. So thanks again to Service Credit Union, the official union of the America East, as well as Jersey Mike's, for putting this day on. And again, I can't say enough great things about the Field of 68, what they do to pull off these productions and put these kinds of shows together for men's and women's basketball. The access, this is fantastic. We're keeping up with the times now with social media and digital streaming. It's like you got to be doing this stuff, but they've been pulling it off. So I think it's fantastic what they've been able to do for not just this conference, but for all conferences. So thanks for those of you that have been with us here today. Making our way through, we'll head to we're going to Durham next. Megan Shoniker at UNH is now joining us here at our America East Women's Basketball Media Day. Another first-year head coach in the program. We're both familiar, Megan. Thanks for being here. We're both familiar with Durham. We're excited for you, your first year. What have these past few months been like getting acclimated and trying to set a culture, set a tone for the upcoming year?
Yeah, they've been a whirlwind of emotions, exciting, chaotic, but for most part, all positive. There's moments where I'm just sit back and reflect, like, I'm really here. I'm really getting my shot. And it's been a humbling experience. But just really a positive one overall. I mean, the people in Durham, the people at UNH have just been so inviting and so supportive, and just really happy to be here.
I'm so excited for you, Megan. Congratulations officially. I know I've congratulated you a few times, but
Yeah.
UNH is really, really lucky to have you in the community. I'm sure has already gotten to know you a little bit. And like you mentioned, that's super important, I think, at any school. But just because obviously I have experience there, I think the alums are just some of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Just that community, the coaches. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of those coaches probably are retired now from when I was there, but stay there for 25 plus years because it's just such a place. So they're really, really lucky to have you. So just talking about like being a head coach for the first time, super overwhelming. We've kind of talked to a few people about this, but from my experience, one of the hardest things when you first get the job is your staff and trying to figure that out. And what's really important to you, and is it finding somebody X's and O's, somebody defensively, recruiting coordinator, all that. So you've put together a fantastic staff, by the way. I mean, just amazing, awesome people. Kennedy was on my staff years ago. She's my girl. But we just want to talk about your staff a little bit and how and how excited you are about having them and what you were looking for.
Yeah, I feel really lucky, to be honest with you. I think I've developed pretty good relationships with my entire staff kind of years prior to, really getting this job. And I had a idea in mind of the people I would hire when I got my first shot. And really what I was looking for is people who have the same, values as I do as a coach, which is take care of the student athletes, provide a positive student athlete experience, and then develop and help them grow as young women. And those things are really important to me. So I knew that already, speaking to, some of, Joe and Kennedy and, Jess and I's relationship got going, a little bit later on in the process. And then I lucked out with Alexa Brody, unbelievable player at Colgate. But really those were kind of the three areas. I just wanted people who, values aligned with mine, didn't necessarily care about the experience or X's and O's or anything like that. I'm just a really big people person. I believe in like loyalty and trust. And I thought, all of my assistants embody those things. And I couldn't be any more lucky. I mean, they're unbelievable. They work their butts off. The student athletes love them. They keep me in check when I need to be kept in check. And it's been a fun couple months with them.
You've got some ties, of course, to the league. You were at Binghamton in 2019, and then the run you just experienced at Rhode Island. I mean, amazing success at the highest level, playing in some big games with that program. How did that tenure there, that run, that half decade or so at Rhode Island, get you kind of ready for this moment? And like you said, you were doing some reflecting, having this opportunity. But what exactly at Rhode Island has you ready for this moment now?
I couldn't have been, any more lucky to have been assistant coach, associate head coach under Tammy Reese. Tammy is a great mentor. She gives you a big voice, a lot of say, a lot of hands-on. Really, she gives you an area and she expects you to become an expert in that area, and she expects you to, go kind of full throttle in whatever responsibility she gives you, knowing that a lot of her assistants, have the goals and the dreams to become a head coach. And I was pretty vocal with her pretty early on about my, dreams to do that. And again, she just gave me a lot of responsibility, and it prepared me, right? Because in practices, I'm standing in there and I have to own our defense from start to finish. I do all the film breakdown, I do all the, in-game adjustments, things like that. And there's no better, teacher than in the moment and on your own feet and learning to kind of take the highs and the lows and the punches and the failures even. So I owe it all to her, really, that I'm ready for this moment. And I'm really fortunate that I was able to also learn a ton from her.
So do you call her like every day or like every other day?
Oh, that's funny. You know what? She was really busy with the Olympics, especially early on. So I kind of laid off, and then the past couple of weeks we've actually been in touch a lot. Adne Amadou, who's on staff, is there as well. He was a big mentor to me too. So we keep in touch. And then Kelly Marone at Merrimack. I mean, I'm fortunate to have a lot of people around me who support me and are helping me navigate this. But I've definitely reached out to her a bunch and just for advice and help. So
let's talk about the team. some losses to the portal. Derek Roman graduates. Bella Stewart now in conference, intra-conference transferred to UAlbany. You do bring a couple players back. You've got some. Is it Duquette? Excuse me if I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Eva Duquette coming over from Rhode Island, so that's a familiarity for you. What does for New Hampshire basketball this winter? What's the mindset? How do you want to play? What's this team going to look like? You mentioned breaking down defensive film. Defensive end of the floor is where it's going to start. Offense, take it wherever you'd like to go.
Yeah, I think our focus has been just growth every day, and really buying into. And I know it's kind of a word everyone throws around is the process, but really buying into how much better can we get each and every practice, each and every day. If my whole goal is if we have someone who comes in and watches our game on November 4th, and they come and watch us, I don't even know when our last game is, right? But whatever our last game is, that they can 100% say, man, that's a different team. They've just gotten so much better. And, in the short period of time, we've showed a tremendous amount of growth, both as individuals and as a team already. And I think they're really bought into that right now. And, we've actually, to be quite honest, I've always been a defensive-minded coach, although I was an offensive-minded player, a defensive-minded coach. But we focused a lot on offense. I looked at a lot of film, I watched a lot of games, and I thought, for the most part, their effort, their intensity, some of the things that they did were pretty good defensively. I really wanted to help us grow and improve on the offensive end and, get our pace up a little bit, more shots attempted, things like that. So our focus has been more so offensively. So fingers crossed I didn't make the wrong call and then we're not, completely lost on the defensive end, but things are looking all right now.
And I think that's from my opinion, I think that's a great mindset to have, knowing that, Vermont and Albany nationally are ranked, defensively. Yeah. So I've always thought that in the America East, when people kind of grind you down, if you can play a little bit more up pace and like you, it's funny that you bring up that you were more offensive minded as a player.
Oh, you're going to do it. You're going to do it to me, huh?
I think I'm going to do it. I wasn't going to do it, but you brought it up.
Yeah.
So most people know Megan Shoniker was a great player at URI. She's number one in the record books for field goal attempts at 38. She had 38 field goal attempts back on January 1st, 2011.
Yep.
Against UNH?
Against you. Yeah. UNH.
Wow. And it was a triple overtime game. We don't have to talk about the outcome of it.
No, we could listen. They let me have it at my press conference. Every time I meet someone new, it's just brought up. So yeah, you guys got the L on that one.
Oh no, I thought I was going to be original.
Oh no, yeah. They really. So it was funny at my press conference. Someone randomly they had like the original box score. It was like a diehard fan, and yeah, so I had to kind of really swallow that at the press conference as well. But hey, I listen, shoot or shoot. You can't be shy. I had the Kobe mentality, right? So.
And you're number one in the record books forever.
Yeah, yep. Hey, a record's a record.
No, seriously, Meg was an awesome player, just a competitor, and no doubt, Meg. Like once you get it rolling a little bit, and like I always say, your first year is like a honeymoon stage, right? Just improve every day. I think you have a great mentality with that. Your players, some of the the portals, it's going to help you, and just who you are and your reputation and your work ethic and. You know what? I mean, it is crazy. I think sometimes how quickly things can just kind of, happen. Right. And I think where you guys are at right now, I don't have to tell you, but it's exactly where you need to be. You just improve every day. And it's very similar, not to, make comparisons, but when I took over, at UNH, it was, very, very, a lot of similarities. And I think that's just, it's a great place to be. And I will forever be grateful for my time at UNH and, Marty Scarano for giving me time, to figure it out and bring in the right players and to get it going. Cause it's a tough league. America East obviously is a great league, but I'm so happy for you. You're gonna crush it.
I have big shoes to fill because you are like a living legend around here. Everybody. I had somebody say, if we could have just brought coach, if we could have just brought Maureen back. And I was like, yeah, we should have. No, it was fun.
Probably all those retired coaches that are out there. No, I'm so happy for you and your staff, and you guys are working your butts off on the road this season. I was still out recruiting, and you just have a great reputation. You're gonna, you already have it going. So I'm really rooting for you, and good luck this year. You guys are gonna do great.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
29 points. I pulled up the box score. So this was your first year. I can't help myself. 29 points in 50 minutes. Megan, you took 38 shots.
Mm-hmm.
Maureen, your team took 71 for the game. So she took about just about more than half of what you even attempted in the game as a team.
Yeah.
She's a good shooter.
Okay. Yeah, in my defense, it was a triple overtime game, so you have to remember that, right? So it was basically almost a whole nother half. And a couple of our other, good offensive players fouled out. So I just took it upon my shoulders to just shoot every time I touched the ball, basically.
Not wrong.
So.
Lara Gaspar, 5 fouls. Caitlin Cairns, 5. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yep.
Fair enough. Someone's going to shoot the ball.
I feel bad now I brought it up, Meg. I can't believe they brought it up in your press conference.
Oh, it was fun.
I didn't know that.
I use it as a great opportunity to just teach my players right then and there. I was like, please just do as I say, not as I do. So, yeah.
That's funny.
All right. Well, we're looking forward to watching the Wildcats offense this year. And Maureen's right. I mean, the top of the league defensively. If one of these teams can figure out how to get in the 70s, we had Mary Grimes on earlier. She wants to score in the 70s too. Binghamton was a good offensive team last year, just like Maine was. So if you can get to that number come league play, you could be a challenge. So Megan Shoniker at UNH, first year coming up. Thanks so much for stopping by. This was fun.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Meg.
All right.
Thanks.
Stuff. I did not know where you were going with that, but you brought up that was your first year at UNH. That was a UNH home game.
Yeah, it was triple overtime. And she was a great player. Gosh, I tried to recruit Meg when I was my dad's assistant at Army. I tried so hard. I recruited her. She went to URI. She's a great player. But yeah, 38. I mean, and you think about it, triple overtime. That's a lot. It's like she said, it's almost a whole nother half.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but we did win. UNH won.
Yeah. Is that right? I thought you said you didn't want to talk about. Oh, you didn't want to talk about the result because she was on. Got it. 88-74. Yeah.
Yeah, we won.
We can talk about it now. All right. We had Colleen Mullen on earlier, the UAlbany head coach, one of her top players coming back. Kayla Cooper, preseason all-conference first team, 2-time America East first team selection. Cooper is going to be one of the faces of America East women's basketball this year. Ben Stockwell from the conference had a chance to chat with the UAlbany star. We will send it over to Ben with Kayla Cooper.
I'm Ben Stockwell from the America East, and I'm joined by Kayla Cooper from the UAlbany women's basketball program, one of this year's preseason all-conference selections. Kayla, thanks for joining me today.
Hi, thank you for having me.
It's great to see you. It's hard to believe we're less than 3 weeks from your first game of the year. How has everything been going with this group in the lead up to the season so far?
Things have been going great. We got 9 new players. So right now we're just working on building our chemistry and seeing what works well, but we're just trying to grow every day.
For you personally, what are some aspects of your game that you worked on over the last year since your season ended back in March?
I just been working on my ball handling skills and just getting more comfortable with shooting threes, just all around just strengthening my ball handling shooting skills.
For this team, how have things been working as you've gotten close to the season? You mentioned 9 new players. That's a lot of people to kind of bring in. How has that been coming together so far and getting people to understand where they need to be and how they need to, go about the drills and things like that?
I think things are going well. Obviously things are still new. We're still trying to figure out how to play with each other and everything like that, but we're getting better every day. And what's good is that we have good chemistry on and off the court. So that's definitely going to help us when it's time to come into the games.
Does it help some that you do have some of those newcomers are transfers who are juniors and seniors and have played, 50, 60 games at the collegiate level already?
It's a big help. Having their leadership, and then still having, Bella, she's a veteran of the league, so she knows how things work. So just having that seniority definitely helps a lot with the new people as well.
For you, you're the veteran now, 5th year. You've been a part of some great teams over your first 4 seasons, always making a run at a championship, pretty much every season. How do you feel like you've developed as a person and maybe a leader since, looking back at yourself back when you're, that 18, 19-year-old freshman, sophomore seasons?
Yeah, I feel like I've definitely grown as a leader and just been more confident as a person on and off the court. I think as you get older and you play basketball, you just learn a lot about yourself and learning how to balance schoolwork and basketball. And it really helps you with just tools for your regular life when this is over. So I think I've grown and just matured in like my leadership skills and communication skills for sure.
For you, is there someone that has kind of been an inspiration to you or helped you grow as a leader that you can think about? Just 1 or 2 people, maybe?
I think a lot of my past teammates definitely helped me. I think Helly Hagerstrand, she just finished her eligibility last year. She really helped me a lot. She was here. She was one of the older people in my freshman year, so she definitely just took me under her wing and just helped me as much as she could. I think all the upperclassmen do every year. There's always been somebody who's always just been someone that you could look up to and just been a strong leader. So I've definitely had a lot of people in front of me that have helped me a lot over the teams the last couple of seasons.
UAlbany is a program that's been one of the toughest teams to score against in the nation the last few years. Last year, you were number 1 in the country in scoring defense. How do you guys do it?
I think that's just our identity at this point. I think every practice, coach always talks about how defense is our identity, and that's something that we hang our hats on. So, that's one thing that we can always control. We can't always control when the ball goes in the basket, but we can control our effort on the defensive end. So that's something that we just love to hang our hat on and make important.
Is that something for you that was, made very apparent by Coach Mullen as soon as you, came there, like, this is the standard, you're meeting the standard, as you said, you're not always going to be able to score, but you can always put in the effort to play defense?
Yeah, that's definitely something that she said since day one. It's obviously different coming out of high school. Your priorities are different, but since the beginning, she's always been defense, and she probably forever. So, yeah.
Looking ahead to this season, are there 1 or 2 returning teammates that you've seen that have really started to take their game to that next level, where you're really excited about what they could do this season?
I'm definitely really excited for Lily Phillips. She's one of the returners that have been here the longest with me, and just seeing her develop over the years with just like her shot and just being more aggressive, all around player. It's been really fun to seeing that. Also, Gabri Falco, she was a sophomore last year, now she's a junior, and now she's just developed so well over the summer, worked really hard and just like a strong post. So I'm also really excited to see how she turns out.
With the group of newcomers you have, are there some that you've just kind of been impressed with the way they've come in and approached this, first preseason with UAlbany?
Pretty much all of them. I think all of them all around, Jess Tomasetti, Casey Donovan, Bella Stewart, like they've all been just having their experience has been so helpful. They're coming from different schools, so they're bringing a new perspective that's so like good to see, and it definitely helps me because this is all I know. I've been here for 5 years now, so having their perspective is always very helpful, and they also just bring like a different competitive nature to the team, which is awesome. So I'm really excited for them too.
For you, what are you most excited about for this season?
For me, I just going out with a bang. This being my last year, I really just want to take all the risks and not look back on it next year thinking, man, I really wish I would have done this in college. I really just want to give it my all and just truly just have fun.
For you, what is your favorite type of a game for you when you're playing? Is it, if the jumpers working for you, you're hitting the shots, or is it, banging down low, just muscling people through layups and ones? What's your type of, feeling like that was a great game when you have, those type of games?
I think for me, just because I've just been so comfortable with being around the basket, that's definitely just something that I go to a lot. So just banging around, driving a lot has been like my thing, but I have been working on expanding it. But I would say around like the basket, like driving and like post work.
You've always been practicing against your teammates for a while. How excited are you going to be in a few weeks here to actually play some other competitions? Some people that don't know all of your plays, by memory.
We're all very excited. We have some scout guys now, so that does help a little bit, but it's gonna be so awesome playing against somebody else. We're really excited.
For your team this year, what are those things, you mentioned defense, but anything else that this team needs to do if you want to start off the year strong and really, go into non-conference play with some, get some big wins?
Yeah, along with our defense, we really just want to get out and run. We have a lot of really fast-paced guards that can really attack the basket and get down the court. So we want to run out and transition and play fast. So we want to slow the other team down on defense, and then once we get those steals or those deflections, we want to get out and run. So.
What's your favorite part about the coaching staff you guys have at UAlbany and the relationship you've been able to build with that staff over the last 5 years?
Yeah, I love all my coaches. The reason why I chose Albany in the first place was just the family atmosphere and how comfortable I felt. And I think with just the way our coaches are, they care more about how we develop as people rather than just basketball players all the time. Like, they want us to be prepared for our life outside of basketball. And they truly, truly care about just like our development as people. So they're just like the most trusted people you have, and they're always someone good to have in your corner.
Kayla, I really appreciate the time today, and best of luck with this season coming up here in a few weeks.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to Kayla Cooper joining us. It's on America East Women's Basketball Media Day. Good sit down there with Ben. We talked about Kayla quite a bit when we talked to Colleen and we did the preseason all-conference breakdown, but she's going to be one of the players to watch this year, Maureen, to really she could put her fingerprints all over the conference, and she's going to have to lead that attack, challenged again in a leadership role, not only to deliver statistically, like we all look at least, media, now that you're a media head like us, you're going to pick apart the numbers and take a look at all that, but also when your program is predicated on defense, to then teach that to 9 new players again, and having, as Colleen mentioned, a full summer to get acclimated for herself personally, but then to really help transmit that is it's big shoes for Kayla Cooper.
Oh, absolutely. And I think when you come back, you're a leader that needs to, produce on both ends of the floor. Like that's hard. I think especially that extra year when you're an upperclassman and everybody's looking to you. But like you mentioned, when you have 9 players looking at your every move, and a lot of that defensively is obviously it's action, it's how hard you work and how much you bring it every day and your effort. Obviously defense is a lot about effort. It's a lot to ask. And, obviously Colleen has had those type of players that she knows can handle that, and I think just even watching that interview, she's a amazing young woman, and you can tell she's very well-rounded. She loves her team with all her heart. She believes in her staff, her coaches, and, there's a reason why she's stuck it out and she's still at UAlbany. She wants to win a championship. So I'm sure she'll do whatever it takes to do that.
Kayla Cooper in 2022 is the most outstanding player in the America East Tournament. UAlbany knocked off Maine in the championship game in 2022. It's like, and I'm sure you've experienced this at Holy Cross and at UNH, but not only are you the player to make sure, hey, this is where you're supposed to be on this kind of defensive set, and when they run this action, this is where you need to be, but right. Also, this is where you go get food, and this is where you go to get your books, like just all that, the stuff on campus, just as a human being, as a student athlete. Those are the other things that you're responsible for too, I'm sure, as an upperclassman.
Oh, absolutely. And even like, oh, don't worry about coach saying that. That's what she always says. Or,
sure.
Just trying to pump people up in the locker room. And it's being a captain. I think sometimes people just take that for granted. Oh, she's an upperclassman, or he's an upperclassman, he's a senior, of course he's going to be a captain. But being a captain, I think as coaches, you're very particular with who you name your captain, because like you mentioned, there's a lot more to it than just being on the floor and telling people where to go in drills. It's probably 65-70% more off the court, and being a good leader, just being a good teammate, being a good friend, just being a listening board and a good set of ears to just kind of have some of the younger players vent to. So yeah, I think that's huge. I mean, those type of things as coaches, it's why you want to make sure you recruit the right type of people in your program that can develop into really good leaders. Just because a lot of that stuff that happens in the locker room, you never really know about, and it's until sometimes, unfortunately, it's too late and it's negative. But if you have the right people that are leaders, like her in the locker room, they take care of a lot of things for you as a coach.
Yeah,
very grateful for those.
I want to be careful how I frame this, but also in this new era with the portal and whatever schools have NIL, like there is a sense where now you've got to empower a little bit, especially some of your older players that have stuck it out, as you mentioned. There's got to be some of that, right? An extension of you as a head coach to the locker room, because that's very honest and true. What happens inside those walls as a locker room of your 12 to 15 players, however it may be, you've got to let them kind of handle that, right? To give them there's some sacredness to that room of the players.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great point, I think, Brendan. I think in this day and age, it's not just, where's the hottest school maybe to bounce around to, even though I'm sure it's very enticing, and that's great. I mean, I think there's a lot of great opportunities, obviously, for our student athletes to, broaden their horizons and try different things. But I think sometimes when you feel that value and you want to become that leader and you're becoming the best version of yourself, and it's the end of your career and you really want to, stay true to your program and your teammates and your coaches, I think that really speaks a lot to the type of program that Colleen has helped create there. And it's not to say, hey, I think there, like I mentioned, there's great opportunities for people to transfer. I transferred, Colleen transferred. I mean, you have to be at the right place. But when you are at the right place, you feel really good about, obviously winning and being productive on the court, but even more importantly, helping your teammates along and helping to create that really healthy culture where you're there for each other, win or lose.
Yeah, it's tricky, but if it works out and you can navigate that maze, it can turn out to be a beautiful thing. So Kayla Cooper seems poised for a big season, preseason all-conference selection. Good sit down there with Ben. Our coverage here of America East Women's Basketball Media Day continues. Thanks again to the folks at the Field of 68 for putting this on, and thanks to our sponsors, Service Credit Union, the official credit union of the America East, as well as Jersey Mike's for their support of the America East and women's basketball. Let's welcome in another first-year head coach in the America East over at UMBC down in Baltimore. If it's warm in New England, I'm sure down in Baltimore it's going to be gorgeous. Candice Hill, former associate head coach at St. John's, now joining us. Candice, how's it going? Am I wrong in saying that? Is it gorgeous down there in Baltimore?
It's funny because it is very gorgeous, but we've had some cold mornings, man. I walk my dog every morning about 5 a.m. and it's some cold mornings. I have my coat on, but when I come back out of work, we're all set. It's beautiful. The sun's shining, so can't complain at all.
That's great. Well, congratulations, Candice. I'm so excited for you and excited for the league and just to have somebody like you, and for especially knowing that you're a Baltimore native and you're coming back home, and I'm sure your family and your friends and everybody's so excited. But congratulations. I can only imagine, and I'm sure I'll ask you, how have the last couple weeks, couple months been for you? I'm sure it's been a whirlwind.
Yeah, it's definitely been a whirlwind. I think my staff is amazing. They've been helping me through this whole process. My family's very supportive, so they've definitely helped me as well during this process. But it's just amazing to be here at UMBC, and let alone to be the head coach. I've told this story 1,000 times, but I grew up playing here. AAU Nationals back before it was Adidas and Nike events. Oh, yeah. We would play our state championships here at UMBC. So this is just amazing to be here. It's been a whirlwind, but it's been a fun roller coaster ride so far.
Awesome.
UMBC coming in after a 10-19 season overall, 6-10. But Candice, when you look at your program, what you've brought back a couple of players. You got 3 returning starters, some newcomers in the mix. You lost a couple players. Just what do you make of the build of your roster?
I think we have a lot of experience, which I'm excited about. I've said this before. I think we have 6, grad seniors that are going to be pivotal in our success this year. We're going to rely on them a lot. from being, they've played, like you said, we have 3 returning. I brought in 2, one from Georgetown who had a successful season, one from North Carolina A&T who had a successful season. So I brought in people that have seen success to help with the experience that we already have. And I'm going to rely on those guys a lot. We meet daily. I meet daily with my 6 seniors about being captains and really leading our team. So I'm excited about them. I always preach that, we have to be the toughest team and we have to be the most strategic team in order to be successful. So we've been practicing that each and every day. But those 6 seniors are going to be the reason why we're successful.
That's so exciting to have 6 seniors, right? Sometimes I think when you take over a program, and obviously, like you mentioned, that your staff, and I think, a few calls that we've been on with some of the newer coaches and first-time head coaches, that's huge, obviously. Sometimes you take over a program, you inherit some players. Obviously, the portal helps, your schedule's done, but it's your staff, and then you're with each other, and you're grinding it out together, and it's just huge. And I'm so excited to see some of these seniors. But you were obviously a great player in your own right at Loyola, all MAC player, and then you worked at UMass, and you worked at St. John's. You were very pivotal in helping to mentor and coach some of the guards. What are you seeing from your guards right now that you really like? Are you looking to push the pace, defensively, getting up and putting a lot of pressure on the ball?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, like I said, I brought in a veteran point guard from Georgetown, so she definitely helps us. And Yasmin Ott. But Carmen Yanez, I'm really, really excited about her as well. I think she's seen the league, which is a positive. She's played since she was a freshman. And she's from Spain, so I've challenged her to be able to talk this entire season, because I told her in order to be a point guard for us, we need you to be able to lead. So I'm excited, between those 2 guys. I think they'll do a great job of leading us and being my voice on the court. I've spent a lot of time with them too as well. I've actually kind of made them my position players, which head coaches don't usually have position players, but I really wanted to invest in those 2 and make sure they understand what I want on the floor. I think in the guard play, we have Jelena Sanchez coming back. She's a tough guard. She's been in the league, started at UMass Lowell, played last year here. At one point was averaging 14 points a year at UMass Lowell, and we're trying to get her back to that. And I'm giving her the freedom to do that. You talk about Jordan as well, Jordan Lewis. I think she's going to be great for us as well. She has a scoring mentality. I think for us, we are going to try to push the pace. I want our guards and our players in general to be able to play their game. I don't want them to overthink the game. And I want us to be the toughest team in the league. That's our goal each and every day. We're looking to score at least 65 points and hold people to 55 points. We just met about our team goals, and those 2 are key for us. So we're focusing a lot on getting in shape, number one, and really being able to execute our plays. And then on the defense end, cause some habit. Like, I don't want people to feel comfortable being here. I want them to come down here and play for 40 minutes and be exhausted because we pressed you or we trapped you, or, we're rotating on the backside and getting steals. Like, we want to force the issue on being a tougher team, on being a more organized team each and every game. So I'm relying a lot on our guards to set the tone. But I'm excited about our post as well. We brought in a transfer. She's a freshman in my mind. She's a sophomore, but she's a freshman in my mind because she didn't play much at Idaho State, but she's athletic. And then we have Laura coming back as well, who was very, successful. The girl hit 2 game winners last year. So we're relying a lot on her. And then we have Talia Davis and Jaden, both who are experienced 6-year, seniors. And TD is a post player who can not only bang in the post, but she can shoot the 3. So I'm excited about our team. I think, we just had our first scrimmage. There's a couple of things we got to fix, but it was our first time playing with each other, and I'm really proud of those guys. I think that our offense looked great. We got to work on the defense part, but I think what we want to be, and that's tough, I think we instilled that this weekend, and I just want us to continue to do that throughout the season.
Plus 10 scoring margin. I love the mindset there. 65 for you guys, and then 55 for the opponent. I like the mindset.
Pray for us. Those are goals. Hopefully we can achieve them as much.
I'm sure. Like, you hear a lot of coaches out coaching. Maureen, you're offensive minded coach too. When you talk about pushing pace, so you've heard that a lot, right? In any league, pro, college, sure. There's comfortability in wanting to push pace when you have experience, right? Because more mature players, right? I'm sure that's where you can say, all right, I'm comfortable to play at a faster pace when I've got players with a lot of games under their belt.
Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's crazy because the most successful I've ever been as a coach was when I was at St. John's and we had 6 seniors. So coming here and having that makes me feel very, very comfortable. And it's even times in practice where like I don't have to coach certain possessions because we have people on the floor that have experience that know what to do. And to me, as a first-time head coach, that is not only helpful, but number one, that just makes me trust them. So it's just been it's been great with those guys, not only on the court, but off the court. I mean, they've been amazing. I've relied on them a lot to make decisions for the team. And they've done a great job, man. And I'm constantly meeting with them. I mean, we meet at least once every 2 weeks, whether it be over coffee, whether it be over donuts. But I try to make sure it's outside of here. And I've been really working on them to just really try to build their leadership and just really make them better leaders for our team. But I think they've done a great job.
I wish my coach met with me over donuts. I never got that.
Isn't it
That
nice?
sounds like I know
It's
you're
nice.
nice. That's really nice. That's awesome. I was just looking at your schedule and I'm like, how cool is it for you, a first-time head coach, to play at Maryland? And you're from Maryland.
That's you
pretty
know they're playing here. You know they're coming here.
And they're coming to UMBC. Like,
First
how
day.
did that happen? Did you schedule that?
I did. So I'm really close with Lindsay Spann on their staff. And she called me and was like, hey, we need a game. Like, we're willing to come to you guys. And I'm like, let's do it. I mean,
Love it.
And it's amazing because as a player at Loyola, we played Maryland every year. Like, I was just talking to my staff about when I played Maryland and they were the national champions of the world. Like, they were national, they were national champions. You know, I played against the Christy Tollivers of the world and Lauren Harper that's now at Towson. Like, I played against those guys, and I've always wanted, my players to have that experience as well. And what other great experience than to be able to do it here on your home court and your first game, and to be able to sell out your first game of the season, and no matter the outcome, show people how hard we're going to play, right? And so that's what we're focusing a lot on. We're focusing a lot on just being the tougher team. Like I keep saying it, like being the tougher team, doing all the little things, and no matter the outcome of it, you can say that, hey, we battled with Maryland. Like, we battle. Maryland's going to be an amazing team. I mean, they got some great transfers. I mean, Brenda Freeze has been there since I was a player, so I'm going to kind of be fanned out a little bit on the sideline. But it's exciting. I'm really, really excited to be able to coach against somebody who has won a national championship that, I've looked up to, since I've been younger. I mean, my dream is to be on the Maryland staff. I said that multiple times. Like, if you ask anybody, like, everybody has known that, like, I love Maryland. And when you're from Baltimore, that's what you do. You love Maryland. So it's amazing to be able to come here and play here at UMBC. I'm truly excited, for our girls, for our program, to be able to kick the season off against a team that's just going to be a great team this year. I mean, I believe they're ranked number 9 in the nation?
I think
9?
10?
I have
18.
a poll up right here. 18. Yeah.
Yeah.
18.
So, I mean, that's amazing. I mean, I think our girls are excited. I just want us to come out and play hard, man, and let the rest take care of itself. So it's exciting for sure.
That's so cool. I mean, what an incredible opportunity. Like, and on top of it, like icing on the cake, that it's your first game as a head coach. Like, good
Absolutely.
for you. I'm just I've heard you have such a great reputation. I mean, I'm so excited for your players to be able to play for you, and just your energy, even on this quick, interview. I mean, it's infectious. And I think that the season gets going. And I think that's the biggest thing sometimes when you're a first time head coach. It's just your energy level, and your players match your energy, and I'm sure the rest will work out. But that's really cool. That is that's a neat thing. I might have to fly down for that game. I don't know.
I'll bring my daughters
down. Thank you. 2 weeks from today. in that beautiful arena. UMBC did a
Beautiful.
great job at that arena. By the way, I couldn't help myself because I do some work for the Connecticut Sun. So shout out to Alisa Thomas, the new Hall of Famer at Maryland. By the way,
oh my gosh! You know, I used to play against her. I played against her when she was at Maryland, and she was a beast then. So what she does now doesn't surprise me at all.
Oof, Alyssa, yeah, that's good stuff. That's good stuff. Well, it seems like I was going to ask about identity, but through it, as Maureen said, filtering your voice through this call, you can sense it. Also, and Maureen can speak to this too when she coached at UNH. The beauty of UMBC, I know you got some long trips when you got to work your way up the coast, but protecting your home court is such an advantage, I think, at UMBC when you're down in Baltimore in the America East, where that's something you guys, I'm sure, will relish hosting teams when you get to conference play in the wintertime.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about that all the time. We talk about protecting our house. I mean, we're an Under Armour school. I mean, what other slogan, right? than to use that, protect this house. So we talk about that all the time. And we want it to be like hard when people come here. Like, I want people to step in the gym and be like, oh my gosh, we have to play this team for 40 minutes. That is what people should be saying when they come down here to Baltimore. We want to resemble and be that Baltimore tough, that toughness, that grit. We just want to be the tougher team, man. And like, if we can get people down here, they got to take the long trip to come down here in conference. We got to make sure it's tougher on the court as well, not just the trip, but when they get on the court, it's tough. Every possession, they got to feel it. So that's our goal. And again, that's what we've been working towards. I mean, we play against our practice guys every day, and they're tough and they're strong and they're quick. And we do a good job of trying to keep them in front. But I tell our girls every day, if we can play against them, it's no question we can compete in our league. But we have to be the tougher team. We have to do all of the little things to be successful. Like, we have to. So, like I said, I mean, since I got the job here, that's what I've been, instilling in their heads and making them believe that we can be that. And making sure we practice that every day as well.
Love it. I'm ready to play for you. I wish I had some eligibility. I'm not super athletic, but I'll play hard for you.
Okay.
I'll run through a brick
You
wall.
can shoot it though, right? You can shoot it a little bit.
It's a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm so
Hey, that's
excited to watch your
important too.
teams. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Good luck to you, Candice. Really rooting for you. It's going to be a great year.
Thanks so much. Thanks,
All
Maureen.
right.
Appreciate it.
Candice Hill, first-year head coach at UMBC. They're ready to make some noise in the America East. And yes, 2 weeks from today, they welcome in number 18 Maryland to open up the season. So best of luck. Really looking forward to watching your team play. Thanks for the time.
Thanks so much, Brandon. See ya. Bye.
All right. Good stuff from Candice Hill. It got me all fired up. I mean, we're making our way. We got 2 more coaches to talk to. That was a nice little boost of energy here to finish up the day.
She was great. She was awesome. I think, it's hard. Being a first-time head coach, sometimes you just got to be who you are, and you can just tell. I mean, she's obviously worked at some great programs and learned from some great coaches, but just putting her own spin on things. And she was great. I'm excited to watch her teams.
Yeah, and another kind of unknown group with the use of the portal, but also adding some younger talent as well. They want to push the pace there with 6 seniors. Look out for UMBC. We're making our way. We still have 2 coaches to speak to. We have Denise King from UMass Lowell now joining us here on America East Women's Basketball Media Day. Hi, Denise. How are things going there in Lowell?
Going well. How are you guys doing?
Doing great.
Hi, Denise.
I'm a Lowell. I am a Lowell native. Lowell is my hometown. So,
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, well, Billy Harry always used to give me a hard time because when UNH and Lowell would meet, I would kind of have a soft spot for Lowell and Pat Duquette, at least from the men's side of things. But I kept that quiet around you, I guess. I never got over to you, Maureen.
I never knew that.
Yeah, so they've done a tremendous. The campus is beautiful. I mean, the construction coming home from school break, and it would drive me crazy. But they're doing a good job. They're doing a good job in Lowell. Facilities are fantastic. But how are things going for you coming into a year where you have some experience? You have 3 starters coming back. What do you make of the team, and how are things going as far as this particular season?
Yeah, I mean, I think things are going as can be expected. I think if anybody says that they love where their team is at right now, I think I'd be like, I mean, yeah, I like where our team is at. Do I love where our team is at? No. But we talk a lot about it being a marathon, not a sprint, and embracing the journey as we continue to incorporate, 7 or 8 new players and, you know, 3 kids that are taking leadership roles for us, and some people that have to step up in different ways with losing our seniors that we lost. So I love the energy of our team. I love our competitiveness of our team right now. I love the spirit of our team right now. And we just focus on getting better one day at a time, 1% at a time. So for that, I can appreciate that, and just excited to see where we go.
It's always fun because I feel like in non-conference games, we always kind of play the same people in New England,
Yep.
right? So
Yep.
how do you kind of approach that? I mean, I've always, when I was in your shoes, I always kind of felt it was, we would play you play, certain teams, the same certain teams, just because, regionally. And I actually always felt going into conference play, it kind of helped me see kind of where we were at, just based on, how we kind of came out of the non-conference. What teams do you agree, or are there certain teams that you're excited or different?
Yeah, I definitely think that we're in a good spot in the Northeast, right? You have teams that have won 20 plus, games a season. We have teams that have gone to the NCAA tournament. We have BCs down the road. So I think we have a lot of quality teams that are in the area. So I enjoy playing those type of teams because I think they prepare us in different ways. So, you try to play, teams every season that kind of mirror some of the people that you try to see in conference, and see where you're at and test the waters in that way. So I think the area is great for the competitiveness of the teams that are around here, the other schools as well. But we definitely use it to see what we need to continue to work on, see what we need to build on, see what our strengths are at a certain point in the season. And then day by day, piece by piece, just continuing to make the adjustments so that we are ready for conference play.
Denise, as you know, it's a very challenging league as it pertains to defense, but you had an all defensive selection in Sydney Watkins last year, Rain Durant, Abby Lindsay, all rookie players. So you've got some a crop of younger players coming back that can really help filter it to the rest of your team. What are the expectations for that trio specifically in your 4th season coming up?
Yeah, I mean, definitely to take a larger leadership role. I think those 3 have done a really good job of being vocal and instilling some of our culture and our principles day in and day out. So for me, it's just continuing to build on what they did throughout the season last year. So, Sydney Watkins is pushing that charge for sure. She's a really great leader for us. She's vocal. She knows how to push our young ladies. She knows how to make sure that we're, all together in one unit. And in seeing that, it's allowed Abby and Rain to have a bigger voice, to be comfortable and stepping up and leading in their own ways as well. In addition to Maddie Rice, another one of our sophomores. So just super excited about kind of where Sid is going to be this season, and how she can help continue to push us, but also interested to see how, everyone follows as a group. So our young talent is back. They're continuing to get in the gym. They're getting after it. They've made some adjustments from the summer. For them, they got a little bit of a taste of what it feels like to kind of, play well and maybe not necessarily see the success in the W columns, but I think for them at the end of last season, getting some postseason accolades was a testament to the hard work that they put in.
Definitely.
Yeah. And with younger kids too. I mean, like you played them a lot of minutes. I mean, I know firsthand how great, some of those players were. And every time we've ever played you, when I was at Holy Cross, I mean, it always came down to the last possession or two and just how hard they play. That is hard though, when like you said, when you don't come across and they don't see it in the W column. But at the same time, like I always worried when I would play older kids too much and I wouldn't play the younger kids for the future, so I think, hopefully they're coming in and just looking at the league right now. I mean, obviously Maine, UAlbany, Vermont, but I mean, my opinion this year, it's pretty open. I mean, do you feel like there's a good buzz around in the locker room? Do they believe that?
Definitely. I think, again, at the end of last season, for some of our kids that have returned, just kind of playing that first conference tournament game, playing it tooth and nail, and then kind of having it slip away from us in the last, couple of minutes off of like 2 or 3 possessions. I think for them, kind of getting a bit of taste of that and kind of seeing, man, like when we play together, when we stick to our defensive principles, when we're detail oriented, when we share the ball, good things happen. So I think us being younger, that experience for that class was really good and really beneficial. I think our freshman class will have some of that opportunity as well, because they are going to have to find ways to contribute. And we are open to that. That's why we brought them here. We didn't bring anybody here to sit on the bench, but we continue to bring people in to help push us and to make us better. So I feel like our young kids have done that are freshmen coming in, and I think our sophomores are continuing to do that, and battle and get after it every day in practice. So they're excited about the season. They're excited about the league. They're excited about the possibilities. We're just about keeping the main thing over here. So as long as we do that, we feel like we can put ourselves in pretty good position.
Denise King joining us, UMass Lowell women's basketball head coach here on America East Women's Basketball Media Day. So Millie Carrero was your top scorer last year. Where are we at in Lowell offensively? Where are the next steps that have to be taken now? We've talked about the young talent, especially with the Watkins showing last year defensively. Where is the growth offensively going to come from?
Yeah. We are going to have some of our young kids that are going to have to step up. We've made a couple of tweaks to our offense here and there. It's definitely about simple shots. What's a good shot versus a great shot? You have a good shot, but does somebody have an even better shot for you to be able to share, the ball? So just a lot of repetition, a lot of footwork, a lot of skill development, a lot of game-like actions, within practice. And then obviously, in order to feel confident about who you are, what you're doing as a player, as a team, as a group, you have to definitely put in that extra time outside of the gym. So, the extra shots, grabbing a teammate, bringing your teammate along. So I think from that, we have that energy, we have that buzz. Kids want to be in the gym. They're, putting up the shots, getting up the shots, and putting in the work. So, we fully believe here that because we are, preparing on the front end, hopefully we'll have that confidence, and then that'll continue to produce on the offensive end as well.
And your non-conference schedule got at Minnesota, at Butler. URI's at home?
It is this year. Yep. We went there last year.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's been interesting in your league just to see some of these big names, URI coming to you, Maryland going to UMBC.
Yeah.
I believe Missouri's playing at UVM. I mean, that's impressive for the league. So but that'll be a fun trip. I played at Minnesota before. Have you ever played at Minnesota?
I've not played in Minnesota. Excited for the trip. And I think one thing about the coaches in the league in general is that we were competitors as well as student athletes. So, we want to instill that in our group of young ladies. So we aren't going to back down. We want to be battle tested early because I think we all share kind of the same sentiments that, your non-conference is going to prepare you for conference. So I think all of us are the same. If you talk to any 1 through 9, I mean, I coached Shoniker at UNH, so I definitely know kind of, her mentality. Candice is from home. We're both from Baltimore, so we definitely bleed and compete the same way. So we're all competitors in that same way. But I think our kids are, yes, excited for the Minnesota Butler trip. It gets Sydney home to go back to Butler, but I think they're most excited about the trip to Puerto Rico. So let's not, so they're excited for a little bit of, fun in the sun and getting out there and being able to, compete and get some good food in a different environment. So if you had to ask them, that's going to be their highlight of the whole season.
Which is great. Well, I never got to go to Puerto Rico, so I guess I should have started with that. Should have played for you. My coaches used to go to like UConn or one big name, but that'll be. And when is that over Thanksgiving? Is that like a Thanksgiving?
It's over Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's great. That's so fun for the team just to bond and the parents. Do your parents travel pretty well?
Yeah, we will have families traveling, so hopefully we'll have a have a pretty good crowd. So we'll get out there a couple of days early, kind of be able to soak up the sun, relax a little bit, do some team bonding things. But as you know, it is a business trip. So, practices and, we definitely want to get out there and we want to be able to compete and put our best foot forward. So it's just, I've been there before. So it's just a good time. It's happy, like it's lively, it's bubbly, the sun's out. So I think it'll be a really great experience for our group.
You've got UNC Wilmington, San Jose State in that Puerto Rico Classic. I mean, look, you brought up the food. I love Supa's Pizza in Lowell, which is not too far from campus. I don't know if you've been to Supa's.
Yep.
I mean, the big chicken or whatever it's called. It's
All the
something
time.
chicken. Yeah, that thing is amazing. I'm glad that's still afloat. But I mean, it sounds like you're looking forward to the food too in Puerto Rico. Let's not just put this on the player. Yeah.
So we like to eat over here. Like that's one thing. Like we are going to eat. We're going to find the best places to eat. We're going to find a variety of different foods, but we love a good meal over here and we love a good snack. So we'll get that together and experience something different. But the food is a perk, but also getting to play those 2 games and competing against different caliber talent, different style of play. That'll be fun as well, just to kind of see, how we make that adjustment.
And you will have some games at the Songa Center, but I've talked to Pat Duquette about this on the men's side too. Playing at Costello, that is a fun home court advantage. Such a unique. It's got like a peach jam AAU vibe to it. You pack that place, you get the band in there. I've done games at Lowell before. I think it's a fantastic little treat and a good home court advantage.
100%. I mean, you pack that place, like you said, lots of home court advantage. You feel like people are on top of you. You're diving for loose balls. You got people in the stands that are picking you up, high-fiving you, all those type of things. So, you bring in the dance team, you bring in the cheerleaders, you bring in the other student athletes, you bring in, families that travel with the opposing team that are rooting for you. And then you got your home crowd of, the campus really coming and supporting. So I think for our men, they've seen that, the last couple of years with being, in the quarters and the semifinals. And, it was hot in here. Like it was, we were like bowing people to try to get some seats. So it was just like a really good atmosphere, for everybody. So I like it as well. I think our young ladies enjoyed that experience and that atmosphere, as well. Cause who doesn't like it when you know that you have the crowd, behind you, pumping you up.
Yeah. It's like, it's the Massachusetts Cameron Indoor.
Yeah.
It's a hard place to play. I will give it that.
Oh,
The depth perception for shooting when the baskets are smack up against. I'd be like, why can't we make a shot? They'd be like, Coach, I've never. It's just it's right. I'm like, no excuses.
Yeah.
It is fun. Great environment. It's a great atmosphere.
Yeah.
You guys do a good job with it.
Love it. All right. Denise King at UMass Lowell heading into year 4. Some young talent ready to make the jump. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate the time.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Thanks,
Have
Denise.
a good one.
Good luck.
You too.
See you, Mo.
Enjoy Puerto Rico.
Thank you.
It's a fun trip. Yeah. Especially,
I asked about Minnesota and Butler. And she's like, we're going to Puerto Rico. I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah. That's the highlight. That's
Yeah.
the highlight. I mean, especially when you get to end of November in New England, who knows what the weather might be.
Oh
So
my gosh, right?
nice escape to Puerto Rico, play a couple games. Business trip though, as she reaffirmed.
Well, wait until we talk to Alisa Kresge. Check out her non-conference schedule, going to Alaska and then going to Cancun.
And she's going to join us right now. I mean, I feel like we planned this on purpose to have this is our last coach. This might be our longest sit down, perhaps, with the connection here between Maureen. Thanks for being here, Coach.
We'll keep it professional.
Yeah, we'll do our best. Alisa Kresge of Vermont joining us now. Coach, how's things going so far here as we gear up 2 weeks away from the season?
It's going well. There's highs, lows, but we're getting better every day. So feeling good. Always wish I had a couple more practices before our first game, but I think our players are really hungry to start playing some games.
Now, Maureen, could you crumble up a piece of paper? Could you throw it? Are you that close to her right now there in Vermont? Could you throw a piece of paper?
I don't even
at
know
her
where
or
you
something?
are right now. I'm trying to figure out what building you're in. It looks very much fancier. I bet you can't guess where I am.
Definitely a Patrick room, somewhere in Patrick.
Yeah. I'm in Ryan's office. I will say it's been so fun. You know, when I moved up here, thinking, oh, I see Alisa all the time. This is going to be great. And then, you know, life happens and I'm at soccer games and gymnastics and everything. But just to be able, I'm just so, and I've said this a lot and I'll embarrass her, but just how proud I am of Alisa. Just, she's obviously a great friend and a teammate, but just who she is in this community and just the buzz around her team. It's incredible. I mean, her players are some of the nicest young women that I've ever met and been around. And, you know, I've seen it firsthand with my girls going to her summer camp this summer and going to some clinics, you know, a couple weekends ago. And they're just amazing young women. And obviously, you know, Alisa, she only recruits the best of the best. And it's really, for me, it's going to be a really cool year this year to be able to truly cheer her on. I always cheer her on, but now like I can actually go to more games.
We're green now. Let's go.
I know. I got this UNH blue on for Shoniker.
Notice she hasn't invited you yet
nice
to games.
She hasn't invited me? Well, that's true.
Well, she could have said, yeah, come anytime. She didn't do that.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe she doesn't want me. I am a head. I'll just sit there though. At least Alisa knows I'll never give. I think Alisa has, and I obviously just checked the records. She's beaten me way more times than I've beaten her. And she defensively is the best defensive coach. And I've just tried to like follow her lead. So like when I'm there, I'm just like cheering everybody on. I'm like, your players are great, Alisa. And she's like, oh, we have to do this or that. So I know my role now.
Well, when you learn
Alisa.
from the best, Maureen was my captain. So I learned from the best.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you, Alisa. It's a long time.
So some big pieces now out of the program, like Utterback and Delaney Richardson. So now what to expect for the program this year with some players now ascending in new roles?
Yeah, they were huge in the development of our program over the last couple of years. They did an incredible job, and it was really sad to see them go, but really excited for the pieces that we do have coming back that are experienced. And Anna Olson, going into her 5th year, worked really well with Emma and Delaney, and now it's her chance to step up and really take the leadership role on. But with her, also, we have Catherine Gilby coming back, who we didn't have last year. And we missed her in a lot of ways, but Bella Vito became a really big piece to our puzzle because we didn't have Kat, and she stepped into that role of whatever it takes mentality. And so that's really helped us. And Kira Hansen, another young player that came off our bench last year, got a lot of experience and was huge in our success last year. So with those 4 pieces and then a lot of other pieces that we're really excited about, I do think we have a good core coming back, and we have a lot of young faces that are really working hard. So excited. We're going to look different, but really excited what we have and a good core that understands what it takes.
Kind of just touching on like Kat Gilby. I mean, obviously it was heartbreaking when she went down last year, but just who she is and what she means to this program. And you know, I've seen interviews with her that like maybe it was a blessing in disguise. I mean, she's just one of those people that you're like, oh, how she's going to approach this year, and you know but better leader. I think obviously anytime you have to sit out, but just what she means to the team, what she means to you. You know, as a head coach, I think just having a leader like that back for you for this year, knowing who you graduated with Emma and Delaney being gone.
Yeah, I mean, Catherine just does it the right way, always. She's always the hardest working, the most caring, the most selfless player on and off the court, does anything for anybody. And she's an extension of me. She's somebody I trust. She really studies the game. She asks questions to make sure that she understands what I'm looking for, what she needs to do to help us, whether it's to be a vocal leader, to get the ball to Anna. And so she's just somebody that's so bought in. And she's a Vermonter. This community loves her since she really was in high school. They got to know her, and she's always done it the right way. So she has a huge fan base in our area because she's an incredible role model. Really, really excited to have her back in so many ways. And as you mentioned, this offseason, unfortunately was sidelined last year, but she really took it to heart of trying to still grow and develop and figure out how to help the team. And that was finding her voice even more. She knew when she stepped back on the court, she wouldn't have two leaders. And so I think she's really just tried to make the most of a year when she couldn't do what she loves, being on the court with her teammates. But she's pretty darn special in all areas, and I'm really excited to have her back on the floor. I know our fans are really excited, and our teammates are really excited to have her back on the floor. She does a lot of things to help us be better.
Vermont in women's basketball, the champions of the conference in 2023. They were in the championship game last year. But, man, defensively, like UAlbany, you bring it every single night. Maureen even referenced Maureen brought it up, so I can go there. We were talking about this on a conference call, getting ready for this particular call, and how at Holy Cross last year, Vermont held you to what, 44? Is that right? 44, 46?
It was like 42 to 44 or something. What was the score? It wasn't
low scoring games.
Yeah, it wasn't very pretty. But
Alisa, when you coach defense, like what goes into that mentality? I'm sure your players got to buy in, and then it filters down to the rest of the team. But what are your ideologies when it comes to defense?
It is something where I think, Maureen, you hit on this in an interview, but it's effort. Bought in is the right word. You have to want to play defense. And so a lot of times with our players, when they get here, I make sure they understand you're not going to play just because you can score the ball. You have to play defense here. And so being bought in, giving effort. We're not going to be perfect. We're not holding shutouts. Yes, we've made some games pretty low scoring and not so pretty. But when you're not scoring the balls, in some days that happens. You got to play defense always. And also, I think a credit to all the coaches that we've worked with in our program. They work really, really hard to study the other team and try to take them out of their rhythm. And then our players are bought into studying scouts and understanding philosophies. So it's a lot of people that work really hard at it, but at the end of the day, you got to have the want to play defense.
And defense helps when you travel, and talking about travel, we were just talking before you got on the call about your non-conference schedule, playing in the Great Alaskan Shootout, which is going to be incredible. And then from there, going to the Cancun Challenge. So can you talk a little bit about and first, what a great opportunity for your players, for your staff, for UVM, for the athletic department, just to have teams play in these amazing tournaments. But you want to talk a little bit about how these tournaments all kind of came up, and how what are you going to pack? It's going to be tricky.
Yeah. Gonna need like 3 pieces of luggage. It just our program has gotten to this point that we feel like we can go and challenge our team. Every team's different, but I do think that we've really gotten to a point that we got to be challenged in the non-conference, because our conference keeps getting better, and our end goal is to be ready for obviously January through March. And so it's been hard scheduling. Burlington's a wonderful place when you get there, and we love it, but there's not another opponent in the area for teams to schedule with, so it's a little challenging. That's our program has also been a little bit challenging, I think, with scheduling. And I think we're playing a lot of really good teams in our region, but we got to get more games than that. So Alaska is an incredible opportunity to get players to a state that maybe they'll never get to before or after. It'll be an incredible opportunity. And Cancun came up late. They were looking for a team, and we were looking for games. And I think it's awesome to get to these neutral site games, a chance to maybe surprise some teams, really good teams. And if anything, we're going to learn from it. And that's what happened to us last year. We went to a multi-team event at a neutral site, and we had a great run in it. Really pushed UNC kind of just close to their breaking point, and that was huge for the development of our program. We went 0-3 in that, and we wish, obviously we could get a win out of it, but it grew. It helped us grow, and that's what I'm looking for in the non-conference experience. Right. And learning lessons. And this one's going to test us. I think that's something that we've had little struggles with is road games. And so we're going to be traveling and have to figure out how to play basketball games on the road. And so hopefully this just prepares us for America East play, which is going to be really, really challenging this year.
Yeah. I mean, getting Missouri 2 weeks from today, is that St. Michael's game? Is that a scrimmage or is that an official game?
Exhibition. Yep.
Exhibition game. Okay, very good. Yeah, because that's next week, and then you get Missouri 2 weeks from today. You go to Minnesota, hosting Providence. So you got some nice tests to really figure out your defense, and you want to muck it up in those games.
That's for sure. We're gonna have to use our IQ and just try to get people uncomfortable as best we can. Slow down the game. Don't let it be fast.
What about what your excitement level of some of the newcomers that are kind of fitting into the fabric?
Yeah, so we have a transfer, Sarah Erickson, great player in her 3 years, 2-time player of the year, defensive player of the year at Stack. She just gets it. High IQ, high motor, plays so hard. Sometimes in practice, I'm like, okay, let's slow down a little. I need you to the end of the year. She just doesn't understand slowing down, right? Or, she does understand pace, which is good, but she just plays so hard. And so really, really excited about her. And I think she's a huge key to what we're going to do. But a team player, she, was a big piece to her program at Stack. And now she's really understanding how to play with others really well, which has been really impressive because she has players around her, which we are big in trying to share the ball, and we got to have 4+ double-digit scores if we're going to have a chance to win some games. And she's really fitting in nicely. And then we have some newcomers that are doing really, really well. We just had our first scrimmage, and to see them really come out with confidence was great. Now, do they have a lot to learn? Sure. But every first year in college does. But just to see them playing confidently and playing hard is really exciting, hitting some shots. We're going to need some perimeter game. And so we have a couple of newcomers that are really, I think, going to be a key to our program. I don't know right away. It will take some time, but down the road, America East play, I see them being a part of the puzzle.
Can't wait to see the younger kids. And I just to kind of touch on just your last year playing as far as you did in the WNIT, how far you went into it, and talking about all these different tournaments that you go to really helps prepare you, to go on the road and to play in those. Obviously, you want to win, you want to play in the NCAAs, but even there, you have to go on the road. And so just, kind of talking about that and what a great experience that was. I mean, you guys just were incredible throughout that stretch.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Postseason play, when you walk into these games and you got to go to Iowa and you got to go to Ohio State, and we weren't shocked by going to Purdue because we've seen UNC. And so being able to face some of those opponents early, mentally, physically, emotionally prepared us for the most important time of year in March and in April. In that case, we were playing in April, which was incredible. Right. But I don't think if we didn't play a UNC, and I do think that loss helped us. But if we didn't play them, I think Purdue would have been a culture shock for us. And obviously we played a lot of teams that were really good leading up to it, but just the physicality, the size, the speed is a little bit different. And so that really helped us. And I think that's the idea. And I know Amy at Maine does an incredible job, but you're trying to prepare for, obviously you got to win your league. But when you get there, to be able to do something special. And I think that's where our program's at. New year, so we'll see. I might be eating these words soon, but I'm excited for this group. They're going to work hard, and I know that.
That's great perspective, considering that was a game at the end of November. It's around the holidays, but the meaning it can have for just young student athletes to have that just buried in the back of their brain going into a run that you had last year. So Vermont's looking to get back on top in the America East after just falling short to Maine in the conference championship game last year. And maybe we'll see. I mean, Patrick, Jim could go to Mexico, maybe Alaska. Maureen, you've got some options here if you can work your way into one of these trips.
I know. I mean, geez, I was a captain. She said maybe I could jump in that extra seat on one of these trips. I'll just
let me guess, you're picking Cancun.
I've always wanted to go to Alaska, but I'm excited.
I can't wait, actually.
Your players play so hard. They had a season ticket holder event where they had an inter-squad scrimmage, and just it's not only how hard they work, but just they truly seem like they really like each other. And I think sometimes at this level, everybody thinks that's the case, but it's not always the case. And just being in the gym around them, they just really seem like they like each other. And sometimes that just seems to go a really long way. And a lot of that comes from Kat and Anna and Bella. I mean, they have that positive energy about them. At least that's my perspective. And obviously that all starts with you. So I can't wait. Now I won't sit right behind the bench. Maybe I'll sit on the other side, but we're going to have a great year.
We'll take you anytime, Mo. You're more than welcome.
Red
Love
Fox reunion
brains.
here. Red Fox reunion in Burlington. Alisa Kresge of the Vermont Catamounts. Your teams, it's interesting because I think you lose. We mentioned the losses, but you've got some players now that are going to take on some new roles that could sneak up on some people. That's just my takeaway from looking at your team. So best of luck and enjoy having Maureen around more often.
It's lovely. And thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thanks,
Very
Alisa.
good.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Bye.
All right. So we talked to all 9 head coaches. We had to sit down with Kayla Cooper earlier. I guess your final thoughts, Maureen Magarity, now in the media chair. That was a lot of fun. A lot of good, insightful stuff from all these coaches and the breakdowns here.
It was fun. And thank you I learned a lot from you today. It's been like full circle here. Sitting here, interviewing coaches, back talking to you. It's been a lot of fun. I really appreciate the Field of 68 letting me do this, and thank you, Brendan. It's been a great couple hours, and I'm just excited to follow all these coaches. I think whether you're picked preseason to win it like Amy or towards the bottom, I think that's the beauty of preseason, right? You kind of come in and just give it your best shot. But I think that each coach obviously is a great group of coaches, just super skilled, and there's a lot to deal with. They're juggling a lot, and a lot's on their plate with the transfer portal and the NIL and the collect, all that stuff. And just to hear their excitement and their energy and how excited they are for the season and for their players, it's going to be a great year for the America East.
Gets the juices flowing, that's for sure. You talk to all these coaches and you hear their energy and what they have coming back, what they have that's new. We're almost there. We're 2 weeks away from the ball getting tipped for official games. So that is going to conclude our coverage of America East Women's Basketball Media Day. I want to hand out some thank yous again to our official sponsors, Service Credit Union, the official credit union of the America East. Also Jersey Mike's for their support of the America East. Want to thank Dagan Hughes, producer here at Field of 68, for all of his work behind the scenes to get all these coaches, the SIDs as well, getting them in and out. We had no issues whatsoever. Very smooth show. So thank you to the SIDs, all 9 head coaches, and for Dagan Hughes and the work that Field of 68 does to cover college basketball, men and women. Big day for the America East. Thanks to the commissioner as well for coming on and having a conversation with us. That was a really good sit down to get insight today from Brad Walker. So Maureen Magarity, enjoy the season upcoming here in Burlington. Hope we can cross paths again very soon in this what becomes a very small circle that is college basketball once you work your way through it here. So
Thank you.
Very good.
You keep doing your
Maureen
thing,
Magarity.
Brendan.
Thank you.
I love watching
Maureen
you. Congrats to you. I can say to you for all your success. You've come a long way since sitting in my office at UNH and doing all the WNBA games and everything else that you do. So congrats.
Thank you.
You're a class act. You always have been. So it was really fun. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. She's Maureen Magarity, Brendan Glasheen signing off. Thanks for tuning in, folks, to America East Women's Basketball Media Day.